You're done.
Everybody ready?
Sure.
This is your one. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you here. This is the Board of Trustees regular meeting for the Washoe County School District, April 14, 2026, 2:03 p.m. We'll call the meeting to order. Item 1.02 is a roll call. Can we have the roll call clerk call?
Trustee Hull, present. President Mayberry,
Here.
Dr. Nicolette,
Good afternoon.
Trustee Phoenix,
Present.
Trustee Smith,
Here.
Trustee Westlake,
Here.
Vice President Woodley,
Here.
and Student Trustee Maya.
Here.
All are present. We have a quorum.
Outstanding. Hope everybody had a nice spring break. It's nice to have you back. We have a short meeting today. We're going to move to the Pledge of Allegiance, item 1.03, and be my honor if our newest area superintendent, Joel Peixoto, can provide us or can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you, sir, and congratulations on your new position. And we'll move to item 1.04, land acknowledgement, and Clerk Hall will read that.
We acknowledge that the Washoe County School District schools and communities are situated on the traditional homelands of the three major tribes of the Great Basin Native American peoples, including the Northern Paiute, Washoe, and Shoshone tribes. We honor their ancestors, past and present, and recognize these lands as a continued gathering place for communities. We express our respect and gratitude for the opportunity to live, work, and learn here in Northern Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Hall. Okay, we're going to item 2.01, the approval of the consent agenda item. Staff is requesting consent agenda item 2.25 to be pulled from the agenda. The item will return for consideration at a future meeting. Consent item 2.34 will be pulled for additional discussion as well. Are there any trustees that would like to pull any items, any consent items? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have an item to pull, but I do have a comment on one of them, when you're open to that.
Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you so much. I wanted to praise and just share how excited I am for item 2.30. That is, contemplates the contract with Zoom Services, or Zoom, for the bus transportation software. I think that this represents a very important step forward in terms of bringing our families into the transportation of their students and also information around their buses. So I think that this is a really wonderful item. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Yeah, that is exciting. It's my desire to pull 2.34. If I can just have the presenters come up now, and then we can take that vote in its entirety. Would that be okay with the council?
For 2.34?
Yeah.
I thought you were moving it to a separate item.
No, I just want them to provide a short presentation.
Then you're pulling it for.
Okay, all right, got it. My apologies. All right, we'll go ahead and do that. So if there aren't any other further questions, we can go ahead and approve consent agenda items.
So sorry,
yeah. Yeah,
sorry,
go ahead.
President
Sure,
Mayberry.
go ahead,
So
please.
the carpet at McQueen is being pulled for later, at another date.
That's correct.
But the 2.34, the vape, is just being pulled separately
For a conversation.
for conversation?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Then I'll wait.
Okay.
Because I
Okay.
did want to make a comment on that. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Trustee, sorry, JJ, do you have any, I'm a little rusty here after a month, you know. Do you have any public comment?
John
JJ?
Eppolito.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Eppolito.
Good afternoon. John Eppolito with ProtectNevadaChildren.org. On items 2.31 and 2.35, I wanted to briefly talk about screen time. I've never mentioned this before in here, I know that. The kids already have too much screen time, so I'm not sure why we're giving them more. I just wanted to remind you of a few things that have happened. Most of you weren't even here then. Several years ago, when we had a data breach with the largest ed tech vendor in the world, Edmodo, the school district refused to tell the parents about the data breach. Then Edmodo, or whoever stole the data, placed our children's data for sale on the dark web. We don't know whoever bought it. We don't know if it ever got bought. All we know is, again, the district refused to tell the parents. A year or so later, Edmodo got sold to the Chinese. Again, we came in here and begged the district to tell the parents, and they refused. They forced or required kids to use Edmodo for another year and a half or so after the Chinese owned it. I'm not sure why that is, Joe. Maybe you could shed some light on that. You were here. You weren't the superintendent, though. Then eventually, Edmodo shut the whole platform down. They never said what happened to the student profiles and all the student data they had, but the Chinese have it. We don't know what they're going to do with it. We know, though, that this data gets combined with the other data that's out there, like, what's that, TikTok. I didn't have time to prepare comments. After that, we also know that we had a kid in Washoe County took on his school-issued device. This was at Bishop Minogue. He was a 9th grader. He took a test on his screen called, "Should I Kill Myself?" And the next day, that kid killed himself. And that software was called Kahoot. It took the district another 8 months to get rid of Kahoot. And the reason the district said they got rid of Kahoot, it was before Chris was here, it was the other guy. They said it was because they don't like the way the data is being shared. They didn't have a problem with the suicide test. My question on that suicide test always was, what about all the other kids who did that weird stuff on Kahoot? Whatever happened to all that data? You guys have no idea. But again, you force kids to use that software for another 8 months. I should say required. Well, I'm almost out of time. That's good because I didn't write stuff down. After our bill that we got through at the legislature, thanks to Senator Mo Dennis, we had 3 data breaches that you guys did have to tell parents about. And on another one of those data breaches, student data was for sale on the dark web. So hopefully we could spend less time on screens and more times on swings. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I am looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.24, and then 2.26 through 2.33, and 2.35.
Madam President, so moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice President Woodley, a second by Clerk Hall. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Two point three four is the approval of award for installation of vape detection systems at 12 Washoe County School Districts to PowerCom Solutions in the amount of $238,139. We have presenters Tammy Zimmerman and Mr. Hackbush. Thank you both for coming forward. I asked to have this item pulled because I think it's really a fantastic project that I think this body and the public should be aware of, and wanted to ask if you could give us a little overview on how the detectors are used, how administrators identify that vape is in a particular restroom and that respective response. If you can kind of walk us through that.
Yeah. Thank you, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, Board of Trustees, Chris Hackbush, Chief Academic Officer for Secondary Education. Vape detectors, huge deterrent with some success happening at the high school and middle school levels. In the pocketed schools that we have them in place right now. Feedback from principals that we've received is it's an app activation in terms of communication, silent for the administrators. So you designate an administrator who is kind of assigned, or a couple of them who are assigned to get the alerts. There's a lot of information that's gone out from the schools in terms of this to kind of set the foundation of this being a deterrent to increase the safety of our students, and also their overall ability to have a restroom, let's say, be a safe zone for students. Over COVID, we had the TikTok challenges and some of the issues that we saw with behavior in the bathrooms. This is yet another way to support that safety piece. They're silent, real-time alerts. They're objective. If administrators can't get down there right away, they at least have a timestamp where they can go back to a surveillance camera and see who's been in and out of those restrooms. And at that point, they can bring a student in and question. They can work with the parents and educate. It falls under our progressive discipline plan, our behavior matrix system. And another note is it is an NIAA violation if they are in possession or using a vape in the school. So there's lots of layers here that the schools work through, but the overall vape detectors has seen decreases of instances in their schools.
Go ahead.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Good afternoon, Area Superintendent Hackbush and Chief Zimmerman. Thank you very much for this. I know it was kind of a hot topic when it first came about, and I get that. I mean, there was some discussion on these detectors could be damaged and all of that, but I'm so glad we moved past that and realized how important it is to keep our kids safe as much as possible, and to do whatever we can to try and create a healthy environment. The studies out there, I don't want to belabor this, but the studies on what vaping is going to look like for users that are in their teens and even younger, 20, 25 years from now, from COPD, heart disease, it's staggering. And so we've accepted the responsibility of these children, and now we're doing something to be responsible for their well-being. I did I appreciate this so much, but I know everyone has heard me say that middle school is the beginning, the foundation, and basically, if we don't get it right in middle, it's not unlimited, but this is a great step in the right direction. We just need a few more baby steps, maybe. But thank you very, very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really would love to say thank you for this item. This has been a labor of love, if I'm not mistaken. For those who may remember, I believe when we had Safe and Healthy Schools come before us, this board directed them to have this as one of the goals that they looked into. And I think that might have been 3 years ago, give or take. And so, but the good part about that is that the team really dug into it. And I'm very grateful to the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission for doing this work. I'm grateful to the staff for all of the investigation into this and then bringing forward something that we can act on. This is exactly the way that the system is supposed to work. And so I'm really pleased to see this vote before the board. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Smith, which is why I wanted to bring this item and kind of have it a standalone item, because it has, as Trustee Smith pointed out, I mean, it's been a while, it's been a long time since we talked about this, and I was just delighted to see that it was on the agenda, and I think it's going to really go a long way, and you have to start somewhere. And so thank you for your leadership on this and spearheading it. That's all from my end. Any public comments on this item? Yes, so, sorry. Yeah, please, our student representative, Ms. Hurley, go ahead, please, yeah. Don't hesitate to say, hey, deaf guy, I'm over here, so go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you. I personally know a lot of our students have been wanting vape detectors, not only because they're worried for their peers, but also because it helps them feel safer in their bathrooms. Many kids don't use the bathrooms just because people are vaping in there, and it's just not a good environment. So I want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Hartley. It's great to hear from you. Any other comments?
I just
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a little bit of a sidewind, but have the principals reported at the schools that have this, have they been able to reopen some of the bathrooms? Because I know a lot of our schools have had to during the day close restrooms just for the sake of there's not enough staff to monitor them. So have they reported more access to bathrooms because these are available in the schools that already have them? I'm just curious. If you don't know, that's okay. I just am curious.
I think part of the setup on trying to figure out which bathrooms to put them in is part of that planning. I know some school, I can only speak to when I was a principal where we try to rotate that a little bit and communicate it. But I know for McQueen, it has. For
Okay.
McQueen, it's been deemed a game changer for them. They've really leaned into it. I know Mendive as well.
That's really good news to hear. I definitely have heard that from some principals, that there's concerns from families about the lack of bathrooms open. So I'm glad to hear that we're making them more accessible by installing these. And it sounds like the students appreciate them. So that's great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
No, I think the problem is we're used to looking at red lights. Now these are green lights. So maybe that's why I'm not picking folks. Go ahead, Trustee Westlake.
So I guess I was so excited about this. I guess I am asking then, we do have middle schools online with this, and are we planning on getting all of the middle schools online at some point? Thank you.
So we do have some of the middle schools online through a remodel. They did that through their own funding. And at this time, we had direction as of last May to do the high schools. And that's what we have worked on with this presentation today.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open up public comment on this item, please.
John Eppolito.
Okay.
Hi, John Ippolito. I wanted to, one of the things that came up during those comments were cameras. So I'm guessing the cameras aren't in the bathroom, correct? The cameras are outside? They're not in the bathroom, are they? No, okay. So the cameras are in the hallway. And I was thinking about that school that you have up at that new middle school, where it's like the co-ed bathroom, the boys and girls all use the same bathroom. You go in those stalls. I guess it wouldn't work in a school like that, because by the time the kid took out the vape and took one or two tokes or whatever they do on the vape, they're gone before anything goes off. And plus, how would you know which little cubicle it came from? I would be a lot more concerned about the drugs that are in the school than kids vaping. And I know you can say it's not good for the kids, I get it. I was one of those kids who smoked in the bathroom, and this wouldn't stop me from smoking a vape at school if this is all you have. You can do it in the hall, you can do it almost anywhere, and that's a lot easier than a cigarette. So $238,000, it might be better to educate kids instead of trying to catch them, and maybe focus more on drugs than vaping. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Can I ask a clarification question from staff?
Sure, and then let's move on.
Thank you. I just want to make sure my understanding is correct here, along with the public. So the co-ed bathrooms, we would still, the cameras that are viewing all these stalls, the vape's going to detect it, and the cameras in the hall will see who's coming out of what stall that the vape detection is in. Is that correct? And then I just have one more question.
So in the restrooms where there are multiple stalls within that restroom, they would detect a vape or cigarettes in that, and then the cameras would see who at that timestamp would come out of the restroom in order for them to investigate.
And how does it work in the stalls, though?
So the general use restrooms that we have, they each individually have a fire alarm in there that detects that, and then the cameras are outside of all those stalls to see the sinks and the doors and who comes out, so it would be time-stamped as well.
Okay, thank you. And then I do have a clarification question that I think one of our officers could maybe answer, or our school police could answer.
Is it about the installation of
Yeah,
these?
because I am concerned about drugs also that was brought up.
So this is just about the installation of the vape detection, so if it's
Okay.
going on about other drug use, that would be outside the scope of this.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for being ready, though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Again, appreciate the hard work, and I'm glad that this is coming forward to our high schools, and I think it's a great first step. I'd like to entertain a motion for item 2.34. Yes, sir.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the award of bid of 26-75-B02-DA, installation of vape detection systems at 12 Washoe County School District High Schools to PowerCom Solutions LLC in the amount of $238,139.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor from Trustee Phoenix, second by Trustee Woodley. All in favor for item 2.34, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, trustees. We'll move on to our finance items. Before we begin, again, this is a pretty heavy agenda. I'd like to ask all of my fellow trustees just to please jot down any questions that you may have, along with the slide numbers you'd like to reference or revisit for all the presentations. We can hold all our questions until staff have completed their full presentation. That will allow our staff to really present the information in its entirety, ensures our community members are watching can hear the full context and respects the time and preparation of our presenter. So in many cases, you'll find that your questions are addressed in the presentation as the presentation progresses. So we'll open it up for questions and discussion at the end. Item 3.01 is a public hearing regarding Washoe County School District Board Resolution 26-003. This is a resolution of intent proposing the issuance up to $175 million in general obligation bonds, additionally secured with pledge revenues approved by the Board of Trustees on February 24th of 2026. This item is for presentation and discussion only with our presenter, our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Mathers.
Thank you very much. I'm joined by our controller, Kyle Rodriguez, who'll be leading implementation of the sale of our bonds in the future, and so I'll let Kyle make a few remarks.
Thank you. Kyle Rodriguez, Controller for the record. So this public hearing is required by NRS 350.0.20 and is required by law. On this, you have to have a public hearing before you can issue the debt. The public hearing is in order for any interested members to come forth and give comment on the district issuing up to $175 million of WC1 bonds.
Okay. This is the time and place for the public hearing on the district's intent to issue general obligation, limited tax, school improvement bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenues in one series or more in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $175 million to defray wholly or in part the cost to acquire, construct, repair, and renovate school facilities. Revenues from the WC1 0.54% sales tax are anticipated to be fully sufficient to repay such bonds. On February 26, 2026, the Washoe County Debt Management Commission approved the district's proposal to issue the bonds. This public hearing is required by NRS 350.020, parentheses 3, prior to the issuance of the bonds, and all interested persons will be given an opportunity to be heard. I'll now open the public hearing on Washoe County School District Bond Resolution 26-003. Call for public comment.
I have no cards.
Okay. We'll close the public hearing on Washoe County School District Bond Resolution 26-003. Thank you. That was easy. Wish you were all like that. Item 3.02 is a presentation and discussion regarding the Washoe County School District's fiscal year 26-27 budget process. Presenters, Mr. Mathers again, Mr. Jeff Bazos, Deputy Chief of Finance. It's yours.
Great. Thank you, Mr. President. Trustees, as we all know, state law requires local governments and including school districts to file a tentative budget for the fiscal year by April 15th. And so as part of Attachment B, we have included that budget document that will be submitted to the state, all 138 pages or so. And so really we're fortunate this year, based on kind of the work done this winter and the board's action to approve a budget reduction plan in January, that the budget in front of you, that Attachment B in front of you, really was completed months ago. Really, the budget building process for the general fund has been compiled and prepared based on that January 27th action. So we really only have a few minor changes to update you on, and I'll take the first half of this with Jeff completing kind of the very short presentation here. And so in terms of updates, we really only have two. One of them concerns the state's reimbursement of our iReady software costs. This has been a question for quite some time, and several weeks ago, we did finally receive an email from a Department of Education official that indicated we would be reimbursed $6.40 per K-3 student for reading assessments, and the state ties that reimbursement to the Read by Grade 3 program. So we won't be reimbursed for any costs for grades 4 through 8. We won't be reimbursed for any costs for the math assessments. And then the other parts of our already contract really concern the personalized instruction, i.e. interventions that the software kind of directs teachers on, the professional learning for teachers. So there are a number of costs besides assessments in that iReady contract. Therefore, unfortunately, the total reimbursement from the state is approximately $100,000, as you can see here, a far cry from the total $2 million spend for iReady we have. But we wanted to report back to you on that word we got from the state. We will pursue further discussions with the state to understand better why we're not being reimbursed for math assessments for grades K through 3 and other costs, but that's where we stand at this time. We are recommending that those savings be plowed back into our fuel budget based on the ever-rising gasoline, petroleum costs we see today. The other item that we wanted to report back to you on is the funding of textbook costs out of this year's budget using capital funding. So we did receive the last distribution of secured property taxes in March, which is what we're waiting for. That came in actually a little higher than expected. And so we can say financially, we can cover the costs of textbooks like you see here today on the consent agenda item with capital funds, thereby saving the general fund those dollars in fiscal year 26. There is an issue related to textbook fundings through capital project funds that we'll talk about in more depth in the CIP presentation. So I'd ask that we have that discussion for that agenda item rather than having the discussion twice. The other change to the general fund budget we wanted to present to you concern the early learning assistance, i.e. teacher aides and assistants in kindergarten classes. We came to you last month with a plan to cover early learning assistance positions at 1- and 2-star schools and 3-star collaborative schools for one more year, i.e. fiscal year 27, out of the general fund. At the same time, as it noted here, we have filed a grant application to cover all positions. When we started to go through the process to communicate with those learning assistants in 1- and 2-star schools and really started getting into it, we saw that this really would create continued uncertainty among our kinder aides and assistants. There would be bumping between schools that would happen. And so we'd like to come back to you with a slightly modified kind of backup funding plan for your consideration. And that would be to use our general fund's fund balance, not our contingency account, but fund balance to preserve all kinder learning assistance in all schools for next year only, fiscal year 27. So this is backstop funding, contingency funding, if you will, in case we don't get a grant to cover all of those positions. We should hear back officially on our grant application and what Washoe County School District will be awarded, and then we can revise this plan in our final budget. But by preserving all of those positions, if you took that action, we can communicate with all of that staff to say, your positions are covered, you will not be bumped, there's no need for you to move to another position, just you can stay in your position if you want for next school year. And we think that stability in kindergarten classes is important, and so that is our recommendation to you here, to use fund balance to do that. I don't think we'll need the dollar amount shown there. I do think we will be awarded some monies, and maybe all, for these positions, and we'll report back to you for the final budget to come in May. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Mark. So with the shift of the early learning assistant positions to coming out of fund balance, what that allows us to do is preserve our $5 million general fund contingency account for increased fuel costs that Mark mentioned on a previous slide, and then also any enrollment impacts that may occur on count day. What I mean by that is if actual enrollment comes in significantly lower than what we projected. In addition to funding the early learning assistant positions out of the general fund balance, we also have a one-time stipend for certified staff estimated to be $3.6 million in total. These $1,000 stipends were approved as part of the last WA negotiated agreement. So this slide here shows our general fund tentative budget. The highlights here in the middle, that line that says ongoing surplus deficit in FY27. Again, thanks to everyone's hard work this year, we show a structurally balanced general fund budget. And then the $2.3 million spend down for early learning assistance and the $3.6 million for the stipend are shown below. bringing our projected ending fund balance to $64.8 million at the end of FY '27. What you'll see on this slide, this next slide, that represents 9.7%, or the fund balance represents 9.7% of expenditures and transfers. In order to get to our target 12% fund balance, we would need to increase it by $15 million. Briefly, some general fund metrics here. Again, we are below the target fund balance, but still in a healthy position. Our contingency account is at 0.75% at $5 million. And then our maximum administrative costs, so personnel costs in general and central administration, are at 6.1%, well below the 7.5% maximum. Moving on to other funds, I won't get into too many details on this section. As Mark noted, there's still a discussion for the capital improvement plan that will determine how the final budget for the capital projects funds shake out, along with our debt service funds. And then on the enterprise fund, which is for our nutrition services program, we'll be coming back with an adjusted budget for the final budget based on the contract amendment that will be presented to you in May. So with that, that concludes our presentation. We'll take any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Questions?
Yeah, I have
Trustees? Yeah, we'll start with Trustee Phoenix.
What are the biggest risks that are remaining tentatively? You know, what do you foresee? I know that's kind of digging deep, but I'm just kind of asking, getting it out there.
Yeah, going back to this general fund contingency account slide, and enrollment is always a risk. We typically do a really good job of projecting enrollment for the upcoming school year, but anything can always happen, right? And so if enrollment comes in lower than what we projected, that's a risk, which is why we have the contingency account, and preserving that at the $5 million level will help that. Back in October, when we presented the first layer of budget solutions for the general fund budget, we rebased utilities and fuel costs, and that was based on historical spending patterns over the previous few years. We rebased the fuel budget, and then, as you've all seen, due to the war in the Middle East, we've seen increased fuel prices. So having that general fund contingency account will help mitigate that risk. We'll continue to monitor it, but those are the two big risk areas we see in the general fund.
Yeah, thanks.
And I'll just add, on top of the general fund, special education costs continue to rise. The number of special education students rises even in the face of falling enrollment. So that's something we always monitor and would be a risk to the general fund ultimately, because the general fund does subsidize that fund. We do not receive adequate funding from the state or federal government to cover those costs. So I'd say that's another risk. We're fortunate in that if there is any kind of economic slowdown or recession due to rising fuel prices, the state does maintain an education stabilization account that the state would draw upon. So we shouldn't see any decrease to our per pupil funding. And so that's a nice feature of the pupil-centered funding plan. But, broadly, there'd be some concern about the state of the economy.
Thank you.
Trustee Nicolette, then Clerk Hull.
Thank you. Thank you for your continued work on this and the updates. To special education, just having returned from the National School Board Association Conference, there was a lot of discussion about IDEA and the 40% promise that was made in 1986. And we're fortunate if we have 14% funding. So that is something that I will say on a national level, we definitely are working on, and it is a very strong voice and collective. Slide 11, I am curious as to the discussions that are surrounding that 15 million that we kind of need to find to increase the 9.7 to 12%, if you can share that.
I mean, what I would say, and, if Jeff has comments, certainly add to this, but what we normally do see in any fiscal year are cost savings. We don't book those cost savings when we provide the tentative budget and then the final budget to the state, for the most part. So I'd expect to see some savings along the way that would offset that drop in fund balance. I don't think we'll get to 12% anytime soon. I think it's would be difficult to achieve that 12% fund balance and realize $15 million increase in our fund balance in the face of, again, flat funding from the state. So maybe incrementally we can get there. But I would expect the actual numbers to come out of fiscal year 26 and 27 to be slightly better than what this chart shows. Again, being fiscally conservative, we want to give you kind of a projection based on if costs and revenues track exactly to budget, which never actually happens.
Thank you. I appreciate the update about cheerleading. Do we have any updates about lacrosse?
Sorry, I'm trying to think back to the last meeting. The March meeting, our update was that there were enough teams in our district to form a league in Northern Nevada.
Okay.
So the lacrosse is budgeted for.
Yeah, that was
in the
my
general
understanding too.
fund.
We're
Right.
good.
No, I remembered that. I just wanted to make sure that there weren't any other updates. I'm sorry. I should have clarified that.
Yeah, so any further updates about implementing lacrosse here would come from our academics and
Okay.
operations team for scheduling, field use, transportation, and all that.
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. And then my other, I guess it's not really a question. I just want to say that I really appreciate everybody taking that step back for the kindergarten positions and realizing that in the changes that are happening with our kindergarten that we had no control over, but the changes in testing and the start date, that the stability was the most important thing. And although it does feel a little scary to dip into this, I think this is a really, really important move. And so I just want that to be a public statement that everybody, including staff that are you and the superintendent and the leadership staff, for taking that move. I think it's an incredibly important move to give some stability to our early learners. And I hope that our families who should be registering for kindergarten right now know that we want what's best for our kids. So I just really applaud that decision. And I know it was hard in the face of some uncertain financial times to do that. Hopefully we get that grant from the state, but regardless, I think it's an incredibly important move. So I just applaud you and staff, Mr. Ngati and the rest of your staff, for making sure that happened. I really do. Thank you.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. JG, could you please go to slide 5? Thank you so much. So I really appreciate staff's response to mine. Fun fact, trustees submit questions beforehand. Those are attached to these items, so you get to see what we asked. My interest is on that second bullet, and it's on the reimbursement for the testing. Before I get into iReady itself, does NDE reimburse for SBAC?
Not to my knowledge, but I'm looking over to staff. No.
Okay, and that actually is going to lead right into this. Does NDE reimburse for the ACT?
No.
Okay, thank you. So that is going to roll right into, I did a little bit of quick math here, thanks to my phone that I had right here, so my calculator. Am I correct that overall iReady costs us about $2 million, which I think is the number you quoted, right? Okay, and then we get reimbursed, we're expecting somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000, so that's 5%. And yet all of this standardized testing is mandated. So minus the $100,000, which I am grateful for. I am not gonna say no thank you to even $100,000. But this feels like, and I would not ask you right now what we pay for SBAC or for the ACT or all of these together, but we're clearly into the millions of dollars. This is really, really concerning, and it pretty much amounts, in my mind, to an unfunded mandate. So I really appreciate you daylighting this information. I think this is exactly why we take the approach we do in our budgetary items. It informs the public, it informs the board. And I'm disappointed for something that they mandate that costs us $2 million, that it's perceived as, $100,000 is a meaningful reimbursement. So thank you for that information, and thank you for the knowledge that came with it.
Any other comments? Okay. Questions? All right. Judge, do you have any public comment on this item?
John Eppolito.
Of course.
Worried you guys might get sick of seeing me. And it's a long meeting. $2 million for iReady, that's a lot. Now, I heard the same thing. I actually wrote it in my notes. And I guess that's the way we do things now. We don't do everything's on the computer. It's very frustrating. My kids miss the worst of it, but these kids in elementary school, I think it's not, I taught for 6 years. I think it's the wrong direction. I know everybody's doing it. Not everybody's doing it. The good private schools aren't doing it. Right here in town, the Waldorf schools aren't doing it. The Waldorf, no computers till high school. At least that's what they were trying last time I talked to the lady that, I forget her title. SBAC. That SBAC test, that's terrible. Some schools takes 2 weeks to do the SBAC because it's several hours and they can't do it all at once. They have to keep doing it over several days and getting ready for it. It's the worst thing ever. When Protect Nevada Children was fighting that in Carson City, we had the unions on our side. But what happened was, as soon as the teachers' evaluations were disconnected from, the SBAC, and then the teachers wouldn't support us anymore because we were trying to get what they have in other states like Oregon and New York, where these tests, Nevada, and this is what we ran into in Carson City. Nevada, in the country, if 95% of the kids don't take the SBAC, you could lose money from the federal government. We all know that's never going to happen. I don't think it's ever happened yet, right, Joe? Never happened yet. But that was one of the reasons we couldn't get support in Carson City. And as soon as we lost the teachers' unions, because they're not going to be evaluated by the test scores, we lost that battle. That SBAC, there's a whole school board unanimously in Oregon suggested parents do not allow their kids to take the SBAC test. And the reason they can do that in Oregon is because they have official opt-out provision in the Oregon law. We tried to get that when the Republican was the little guy. Is his name Adam? His dad, Laxalt. When Laxalt was the Attorney General, we were trying to get the same thing in Nevada, official opt-out out of SBAC. We could never get it in. Aaron Ford wouldn't even meet with us to talk about it. So that's a terrible test. Any parents that are listening, I have 4 kids that went through the schools. Don't let your kids take the SBAC test. All it is a data mining platform. All these third-party vendors get a lot more data from that 10-hour test in front of the computer than the state gets, than the school gets, and way more than you get. Stay away from the SBAC test. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eppolito.
That's all I have.
Mr. Mathers, Mr. Boswell, thank you for your time. I should have said that earlier. Appreciate all your efforts. If there are any further comments or questions, I'm ready to take a motion on item 3.02.
I can do it. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the tentative budget for fiscal year 2026-27, including the preservation of early learning assistant positions for the 2026-27 school year only, and the shift of registered behavior technician positions to the Federal IDEA Special Education Fund.
Diane Nicolette, second.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Smith to approve item 3.02, a second by Trustee Nicolette. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries, passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we are moving on to Section 4 of our agenda, items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. Beginning with item 4.01, this is a presentation and possible action to approve the purchase of high school mathematics instructional materials from Amplify Education with our presenters, Kendra Fox, so Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, and Nicole Johnson, Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment. Good afternoon, both of you, and I see Mr. Hackbush is also at the podium in the house today. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to introduce them, so.
Okay. Oh, okay, you got
So
it.
I'll just go ahead and do that real quick. Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, and Board of Trustees. My name is Chris Hackbush, Chief Academic Officer for Secondary Education. With us today is Nicole Johnson, Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment, and Kendra Fox, Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. They are here to discuss math textbook adoption.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, and the Board of Trustees. I'm Nicole Johnson, and I am the Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment. Today, I'm seeking approval to adopt and purchase materials for Algebra 1, both middle school and high school, Geometry, and Algebra 2. We started the adoption process in September of this school year to select our committee members. A request for proposal was posted and distributed in October of 2025, and committee member training was provided in December. Stakeholder groups reviewed materials from December 8th through January 20th of this year, either virtually or by appointment. There were 7 Nevada Department of Education options that were approved to choose for Algebra 1, and 6 approved options for Geometry and Algebra 2. In January of this year, there was a committee meeting to review evidence that considered the depth of the standards taught, the organization of the materials, the teacher and student supports, and how engaging the materials were for students. The result of this meeting narrowed down the choices to 4 for Algebra 1 and 3 programs for Geometry and Algebra 2. These programs were sent to public comment for 3 weeks in February for all stakeholders. Teachers field tested the materials and solicited for student input. We held a meeting in March to review all new evidence. The committee chose the program from Amplify for Education for Algebra 1 and Cengage Learning for Geometry and Algebra 2 to send to you for approval today. Students overwhelmingly wanted the Amplify program for Algebra 1 and the Cengage program for Geometry and Algebra 2. Many students commented on the visuals and the graphs of both programs, said they were engaging and helped them to achieve the success criteria. A couple of direct comments from students regarding the Amplify materials. One student said, "I think it's a smart and interesting way to learn because it helped me understand and be able to try new problems and find the right solutions and answers, but overall it was very understanding." Another student commented, "I think I'm going to do better in Algebra 1 than I did last semester." I thought that was great. And in particular, one student actually referenced that his teacher should get a raise. So we appreciate that student. Regarding the Cengage materials, one student stated, "It is very helpful and makes the content easy to understand, gave step-by-step ways to solve the examples, and was not as wordy, which made it less distracting." And another student commented, "The visuals and examples are what help the best. The examples are well detailed and explain the concept well." The funding for this purchase would be from the general fund. Next steps, should these materials be approved, would be to purchase the materials, work on internal curriculum and pacing, create a schedule of training for teachers and administrators. Additionally, high school curriculum assistant principals will receive an overview of materials from the curriculum department's math specialist prior to the end of this school year. And lastly, I just sincerely want to thank Ms. Ellen Badger, our instructional materials specialist, Ms. Carrie Hare, our secondary math specialist, and the entire committee. This whole group put in an excess of 40 hours really trying to find the best materials that will support our students' learning in math. Thank you so much for your consideration to adopt and purchase these materials.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Wonderful. Comments, questions from the trustees? Yeah, Clerk Hall.
I mean, I can't not say anything, right? This is my.
Just as long as they don't, knock yourself out.
First, I just want to say welcome, Nicole. Congratulations on your appointment. While we will miss Kendra, we are very excited for you to take on this role, so congratulations. I have been a part of many instructional materials adoptions, so I do know how much work goes into this. And I asked a couple of questions ahead of time, but I just wanted to reiterate that the question I have is, all of the materials comes with professional learning from both of the companies, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and can you just kind of outline what the plan would look like so that we know what teacher support will look like going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So in conjunction working with Ms. Carrie Hare, that's how that plan's going to be developed. Right now, we're working on some days with the vendor, and then her particular support that will happen ongoing throughout the year. There's also different little embedded supports that each of the curriculums offer for teachers that they can access on their own. But of course, Ms. Hare is available to support them along that journey as she facilitates her monthly department lead meetings and other areas such as that to help teachers.
Great, thank you. I
You're
really
welcome.
appreciate that.
Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. You mentioned math specialists. Tell me a little more about that.
So in our department, we have some content area specialists, and Ms. Carrie Hare is our particular math specialist for secondary. So she is available to assist and support all of our math teachers so that our math teachers can better serve and support our students.
So it's only at the high school level, middle and high school?
Yes, she does secondary. My particular secondary math specialist does grades 6 through 12, but we also have elementary specialists that's under Miss Jenny Anderson. You're welcome.
Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. One, I want to say this out to the ether. Thank you very much to NDE for giving multiple options to choose from. That's not always the case. And we've released that to the ether before and said, well, we have one choice, which makes it hard to choose among, or just a few. So it was really refreshing to see so many different options that we had here. I also welcome you to this role as well. So what I wanted to ask is a take on one of the questions I had asked before, which is the balance between the online learning and the use of physical workbooks. So I am not in any way a curriculum expert, but I do want to share that something I'm hearing more and more is how much learning takes place through a screen versus through a workbook. And I do not know this. People are sending me lots of research on it, but this is not my own area of expertise, but I have to raise it. So here's a question. Can you explain how digital and physical materials are used together in this? And second part is one of the assessments on when we rate the curriculums, what balance that is. So how much is physical, how much is digital? So how much do we look at that when we are making the decision about what's best for WCSD?
Thank you for your question. So as far as the digital materials, it's both vendors have a mixture of both platforms. So the items come across as downloadable. So for example, there's a whole list on Amplify of all of the exercises that are downloadable. Same thing with Cengage. Now what I noticed in the Cengage materials is that there's a lot of resources for teachers that are digital only, but when it comes to students, there's an option there. The other lovely thing with these materials is that teachers can manipulate. That was actually a specific question that our committee had. Teachers can manipulate the digital PowerPoints that are offered because our teachers want to be able to provide their own examples from their own craft in their teaching profession in order to highlight that for their specific students. So there's the ability to manipulate what is offered. Some of the things that showed up as digital only were things that we would imagine as that, which are the learning videos. So sometimes there are videos that were included, and those were the only things that I noticed. The other piece, particularly with Cengage, were different formative assessments, and those were offered digitally. However, I guess a wondering I have that I can work on is the ability to then turn that into a paper pencil assessment. That is typical with instructional materials. It's just not one that I double checked on for the moment. And I'm sorry, can you remind me of a second question?
You rocked it. You remembered so much. The second part of the question is, when we evaluate curriculum to choose what you're going to bring forward and what parents and students and staff are going to review, is one of those decision pivots how much is online versus paper? So do we put any premium in needing to have paper resources? Is that one of the things we consider?
Yes, through the work of this committee, that was definitely something they considered. In fact, in particular, those were questions that were sent to the vendors that they had to answer. What do you offer digitally? What do you offer paper pencil? Because a lot of our students are still looking for those paper pencil experiences. So it's that tough part where we're trying to figure out that balance for kids, because we know that they are assessed on a computer, but they prefer the paper pencil, or many prefer those paper pencil activities and experiences. And I think with the professionalism of our teachers, they're able to do that in our classrooms and give them the high quality Tier 1 instruction, as well as prepare them then for those assessments that might have to be taken online, such as the ACT that we had to do in high school this year, as well as AP testing being online. You're welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Trustee Phoenix.
Yes, just a money question there. So the initial cost is 3.14, right? And that's just the initial cost. Are there any other renewables or any license fees or anything down the road that we're looking at, or is this kind of a one-shot deal?
I believe, Kendra, this is a one-time.
Hi, Kendra Fox for the record. It is a one-time purchase. It covers our purchase for the whole 7 years of the program. We make the purchase up front, so we don't have to continuously purchase more. But sometimes, like if we had, 30 more students at a school, we would have to have a cost to purchase 30 more licenses, 30 more workbooks, things like that. But the bulk of the cost is right now.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Student representative? Okay. I really appreciate the outreach you do on this and how you present the data. I think it's very helpful to get the feedback from parents and from the students as well. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Do you have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
Good thing I'm here. John Eppolito. I taught math. 5 of the years that I taught was math, high school and middle school. Assessments on the computer, I don't know. Again, I think this is all going the wrong way, but you guys are going to approve this anyway. It doesn't really matter what I think. But I did want to mention the Common Core, because when the Common Core came in and there was all this stink, we had a huge meeting in Carson City, and Dr. Sandra Stotsky and Dr. James Milgram showed up at the meeting. They were both big Common Core. They were both against Common Core. And Dr. James Milgram was the professor from Stanford who came up with the California standards. And they were really good standards. I don't think they did. I think they were a little too hard for the kids. But Dr. Milgram said that the Common Core standards are terrible by the time you get to high school. And one of the guys who wrote the Common Core math standards was Dr. Jason Zimba. He was living in Manhattan at the time. He said that the Common Core standards are basically written to try to get kids into community college. All right, I know Adam doesn't want me to talk anymore, and I'm just about done anyway. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, if there's no further discussion or deliberation, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Mr. President, could I make a
Yes,
comment?
please.
And I appreciate the question from Mr. Eppolito. That's kind of what I was getting at with we do choose from what NDE offers us. But at least myself individually, I want to acknowledge that some of those questions are coming to me. And so I feel like I was able to raise that, but I also recognize that we are beholden to the pre-selected options that NDE gave us. So that's kind of the middle ground I'm at right now as it relates to screens and paper. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. I really appreciate the choices also, and I appreciate that there is a pencil to paper. There is a study out there, I couldn't tell you the name of it, but it was very interesting. You could probably Google it just with the description. But the retention on learning and understanding comprehension from your hand taking the writing instrument and putting it on paper and filling things out, something happens organically from the writing to the brain that does not happen with clicking on keys at all. It's not there. So I really think that's great that we have that option, because maybe we are losing something with all of this digital era, and our little brains just aren't able to handle all of it. We need our hands to help us also. So I do like that there is a written portion and workbooks. Myself, I like turning pages, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm just glad I passed geometry and algebra too. That's all I have to say. If there's no further discussions, I'm happy to entertain a motion, folks.
I'll go ahead and do that.
Trustee
All
Phoenix,
right,
go ahead.
yeah, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the purchase of high school mathematics instructional materials from Amplify Education, Algebra 1, and Centage Learning Geometry and Algebra 2 for approximately $3,139,200.
Diane Nicolette, second.
Okay, thank you, trustees. We have a motion from Trustee Phoenix to approve item 4.01 and a second from Trustee Nicolette. There's no further comments or inquiries. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Fox. Ms. Johnson, it's great to see you. Congratulations again. Best of luck to you. We'll move on to item 4.02. This is approval of a guaranteed maximum price from Planium Builders as the construction manager at risk, CMAR, for the Virginia Palmer Elementary School Modernization Project. And we have Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer, and April Anderson, our Senior Director of Supply Chain Management. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us today, trustees, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst. This is an exciting milestone for us with our modernization projects, and so we're here to talk about the guaranteed maximum price for Virginia Palmer, as we have in it's located in our facility modernization plan. And I'm going to cover kind of the construction portion of it and the process that we went through to get to today. So we approved design phase funding in February 2024, and we continued to work on design, and then came to the capital funding in December of 2025 and to the board in 2026 to receive the approval for construction phase funding. So then we had Planium Builders, who is our CMAR on this, go out to bid with all of these. And we are now to the approval process for that. The initial construction phase funding that we received approval for was for $19.8 million. This is under that, so that's a good thing for today. But really wanted to talk about what improvements we're going to see at Palmer. So it's not about growth at Palmer, it's about providing areas in that school that they currently don't have, that our new schools have, as well as bringing them under one roof. So we're going to get rid of the mobiles out there, which is a big portion of our facility modernization plan. So we're going to get to demo those. But there's some new construction with 4 classrooms, a STEAM lab, some hub spaces, our general use restrooms, and some other spaces that are going to be remodeled, our media center, our multi-purpose room. We're going to be able to provide additional spaces for our staff and our specialties to come in and work in those. We'll also be able to provide some safety improvements with cameras on the exterior and the interior. And we're also As we work through our facility modernization projects, we try to line up our capital renewal with these projects. We're going to get to replace the public address system. We're going to get to replace the fire alarm system in that. So we're trying to hit them once and do all of these improvements at that school. We'll also be able to do some flooring in the main hallway, some painting and some lighting to enhance that and culturally make that fun to be in that space. It'll be light and new and refreshed. Exterior improvements, we have within that, we're going to be able to redo the parking lot, which is coming out of our capital renewal. So they'll get a nice new parking lot with some nice new pavement. It'll be safe. So those are some things that we get to bring into this. With the modernization, we're also going to be providing a couple additional play structures to them, a shade structure with that. They have swings, so they're going to have those swings still. And they have a beautiful grass soccer field that's going to remain. So it's kind of exciting for Palmer to get to have those things. So we anticipate if you guys award this contract tonight that we'll begin work in May and we'll finish in August of 2027. And we're just really excited to bring this project to fruition and kick it off. And with that, I'll transfer it over to April Anderson.
April Anderson, Assistant Director of Construction, Procurement and Contracts for the record. I'm going to highlight the solicitation process that Plenum Builders went through to select their subcontractors to arrive at this guaranteed maximum price, or GMP as we call it. They issued bids to pre-qualified subcontractors on January 20th. They then, in addition, held a mandatory site walk for selective demolition and abatement. And the solicitation was out on the street for nearly a month. And then they accepted sealed bids on February 17th from all of their subcontractors. And as required by NRS, district representatives were in attendance to witness the bid opening. And with that being said, they got some pretty great coverage. They had 130 total bids across all of the scopes of work that they solicited. And we were very hopeful initially at bid opening, and then with continued collaboration with our Capital Projects Department and Purchasing Department, we evaluated their final GMP proposal. We had multiple discussions and clarifications, and we were able to, as Tammy previously mentioned, accept all alternates because everything had come in under the estimate. And so with that being said, the final GMP that they presented to us, and which we are recommending, is for $15,760,000 or $760,443. And I also just love to highlight this part, that 80% of the selected subcontractors are Northern Nevada companies. So that's always a bonus. So with that being said, with their final GMP, and then we're requesting an owner's contingency of $1 million, we're asking for approval to move forward for $16,760,443.
Questions from the board? Okay, pretty straightforward. Any public comments?
Pablo Nava Duran.
I'm at for Pine, not Palmer.
Okay, sorry. No comments.
Okay. It's wonderful. Good stuff. You can't go wrong with Plenum. There's no further questions or comments. Clerk Hall, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to do the motion.
Let's do it.
Okay. If we're ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, this is very exciting. So I move that the Board of Trustees approves the guaranteed maximum price from Plenum Builders as the construction manager at risk, CMAR, number 25-37-C-12-AA, Virginia Palmer Elementary School Modernization Project in the amount of $15,760,443. Approval of an owner's contingency in the amount of $1 million for a total of $16,760,443 and approval of the Washoe County School District's owner CMAR construction agreement. Woo, that was a lot of words.
Alex, will you second?
Okay.
We're just making sure.
It's great. Thank you, Clerk Hall. We're just doing our due diligence. No, good. So we have a motion by Clerk Hull and a second by Vice President Woodley to approve item 4.02. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Bass, absolutely. I'll take some executive privilege and let you come up to the podium real quick.
I'll make it brief. I just wanted to, three things. First, distinguished trustees, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, thank you for your trust in us. We really appreciate it. We don't take any project lightly, and we don't take this responsibility for granted, and we just really appreciate your trust and faith in us. Secondly, the cost, we worked really hard. Devin over here behind me worked really hard on driving this out to the marketplace and getting good subcontractor participation. And we're fortunately in a good place right now in the construction market. The private sector's kind of soft, and you're seeing the benefit of that on this price, and we'll see hopefully prices stay a little bit in line into the future. And third, we know this is an active campus, and so our number one goal on this project really is the safety of everybody involved, not just the workers, of course, but staff and student primarily, and also just the fact that we're going to be working on the school, during school, and keeping business as usual. So thank you for everything.
Thank you for those words, Mr. Bass. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to item 4.03. This is a presentation, discussion, possible action to approve the 2025-26 C Major Projects Program for construction phase funding of the new elementary school and the current Edward Alpine Middle School campus. Ms. Zimmerman. Back to you.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Thank you, trustees. This is another exciting project. You guys have seen this a couple times, but today is kind of a momentous time for us to kick this off this summer. So this was approved in our facility modernization plan. We then came to the board in 2025 for a pre-K-8 study. That was approved. We've done a few approval of closures and repurposing for those schools that are affected into this. We've done some rezoning last semester that was approved, so it really helps us set up for this new school. So the design phase started in April with some conceptual and some ideas about the existing building. And what we found through that is we could save money by demolishing the building due to it needing some structural upgrades. It also compromised the educational spaces in there with the columns that had to remain. So we made the decision to move this direction and to design a new footprint in coordination with the steering committee, the community meetings that we've had, and listening to some principals that have been at the newer schools and live in that community. We've been to the neighborhood advisory board, and we're working through the conditional use permit for that. So the existing site is quite large. It's 16 acres. We do own those softball fields, so they're programmed into this school and into the play field there. There's a little bit difference of a new site plan, right? The new entrance will be on Neal Road. We've worked through the city of Reno and traffic with that. There's the drop-off on the north side where they currently enter the building, so we're gonna kind of swap those. It has some instructional shade on there, some playground. It has native trails that they have started to look into those with the design of it. And we're working in coordination with the city because they use those softball fields to program. So we want to be good partners with them for that. So we're at schematic design for the floor plan and the site plan at this time. And we do have some conceptual estimates based off the schematic from our CMAR on this, who's core construction. But this is the floor plan. It's delineated out into the same type of neighborhoods we had in some of our previous elementary schools with hub spaces in there. The biggest difference in this one or addition is an activity room attached to our multipurpose room that allows for some inclement weather recesses and that kind of stuff. In the morning, bringing some kids in, it allows an extra space. That's that kind of teal blue next to the hot pink there. The hot pink is the multipurpose room. The teal bluish is that activity room, and it has an ability for the doors to open up and make it a larger space. So in listening to some of the needs and some of the ideas of those principals that the multipurpose room could use we moved that direction. I have a video fly through so you can actually see some of those spaces. It's hard to see it in 2D, so hoping that it might bring it to life for you with this video fly through. I'll help to actually give you some ideas of what the spaces are as we move through it. So this is the front entrance that is on Neal Road, facing the west. New parking, bus drop, or parent drop-off, just like we have at the other schools. A welcoming, we worked really hard with some coloring. You know, these are conceptual coloring ideas to make it vibrant and exciting to come to school. Main entrance, coming into the school, an open space that you can see. To the left is the multipurpose room entrance. We have our general use restrooms down the hallway there. The media center is kind of behind that. Moving into a hub space with some natural light from those windows that comes in. Classrooms are adjacent to this as a neighborhood. This is our exterior space, our playground, play structures, some shade on those play structures, some concrete areas around that. This is your educational space for outdoor learning and a classroom adjacent to the multipurpose room. Coming back and looking back at the building and basically straight through is the front entrance. This is the multipurpose room. And moving into what is considered the activity room with some basketball hoops. And this is where they'll have their presentations or their choir and that with those risers and those presentations with the parents able to come. Just wanted to give you a flavor of where we're at with the design so you can see what we're working on and move through to our next slide. So this is our construction phase funding request for demolition. Today we're asking for the $4.2 million, which is the demolition with a little bit of contingency on there and some professional services that we need. We will be doing the majority of this in-house. We have salvage, hazmat oversight that we'll be needing to pay for under that professional service for it. To give you an idea of the full scope, we have broken this construction down into 2 phases. I want to explain those. The first phase is the demolition that we anticipate starting here in June and ending in about November. The next phase has 2 guaranteed maximum prices that our CMAR has asked us to split it into to allow us to get off and running for that. And that is estimated there. These are estimates and ranges right now because we're only at schematic design. So as I spoke, phase 1 is the abatement and demolition of that building. Phase 2 are 2 guaranteed maximum prices. The first one is mass grading and the drilling of those geothermal wells for our ground source heat pumps. GMP 2 is the actual construction of the new building and site improvements, and those are the timeframes that we have for those. The bidding schedule, we're hoping today we get approved for this and we can go through and start bidding that first phase in May and actually come to the board and approve it in June so that we can hit the ground running with that. Here you'll see also the schedule for the rest of the phase and the 2 GMP 2s that I have in there, both GMPs. We anticipate getting all of these awards done and under our belt so that we can really hit the ground running in January of 2027 with an opening of May of 2028. And with that, we'll ask today for an approval for the $4.2 million so that we can go forth and bid this project and get it awarded to a contractor. It is a hard bid. We did separate this out as a hard bid so that we could manage that ourselves and then have the CMAR come and help us with the rest of it.
Okay, very good. Any questions for Ms. Zimmerman? Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. So first, I want to say thank you. I think that this elementary school for the Smith Ridge community represents absolutely everything that we say about WC1 with promises made and promises kept. And that's a big theme for me today, particularly with this item and the next one to follow. So when I look at the dollar value, I love the project. This absolutely reflects, I've been to all of the community meetings. This looks like and feels like every dream I have heard come from a parent or a child in those meetings, so very, very well done. My question is, given the price tag and the difference between other elementary schools that we've been building and rebuilding, is there still an opportunity potentially to do any value engineering? And it's kind of a preview to our next item when we look at some of the financial realities. And so I'm curious if there are still any actions to take on the value engineering side, or if it's too late for that.
Thank you. So there is time for value engineering, and we are already actively putting those items on a list with them prioritized in estimated dollar amounts, so we can make that decision when we get down to it and award this project.
Thank you for that. And that's not unlike anything that we do with our projects. Debbie Smith CTE Academy went through that as well too. That's a really, really normal step that we sometimes have to make, and I appreciate confirmation that is underway. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. I mean, it looks amazing, absolutely amazing, and I think the families and the kids are gonna, and our teachers and administrators, what a wonderful, wonderful, inviting building. I did on the outdoor, so is that exactly what we're gonna see for outdoor? Because I didn't see any swings, and it might seem trivial, but there has been huge amount of public comment wanting swings. So is that exactly what it's gonna look like, or is that kind of open to interpretation and
It really is the
configuration?
beginnings of a schematic design, and it's not exactly what you'll see out there. We still have some work to do. Schematic design is really just starting to put the building blocks down and seeing it. So that's what you see there. We know that swings are an important aspect of what the board would like to see, and so we're prepared to include those in this, and we will in those plans. But at this time, that's really just the beginnings and what the architect had at that stage.
Okay, thank you.
This initial funding is for demolition. I mean, that's what we're talking about here, right?
You're correct. It is just for the demolition phase of this building.
Okay. Any other, Trustee Nicolette?
I too have attended the forums, and the excitement around this has grown every time, and it is truly, I'm very proud of our work, and thanks to everyone who is a part of this, and I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees.
I think, well, and you,
Oh,
I'm happy to allow you to
comment.
do a motion as soon as we have public comment. Yeah, that's okay.
Pablo Nava Duran.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pablo Natuan. I do live I'm a now Ward 3 members and Nearwood community. So it's 1 mile down the south from new elementary school Pine Camp it is. So I want to give a thank you to Agriculture Design to make it happen. The new elementary school Pine Camp look related and model that the professors need for the community. So I will support that agenda decision. So hopefully the naming community will come up after Christmas time. So hopefully have some names on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other further questions for Ms. Zimmerman? Okay, we'll entertain a motion from Ms. Trustee Nicolette.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you, Pablo. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the guaranteed maximum price GMP from Plenium Builders as the construction manager at risk CMAR number. I'm on the wrong one, aren't I? I am so sorry. Huh? Maybe I shouldn't do this. It's not meant to be. I'm just kidding.
Go, just start over, 4.03.
Thank you. Thank you for your help. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the 2025-2026 C Major Projects Program for construction phase funding of the new elementary school on the current Edward L. Pine Middle School campus in the total amount of $4,200,000 as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Beth Smith, second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by trustee Diane Nicolette to approve item 4.03, a second by trustee Beth Smith. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. If it's okay with my colleagues, we're going to stay the course, and we will break after the next item. So is everybody okay with that? We'll stay okay. So we're going to stay with 4.04. As a reminder, I do want to ask my trustees, again, just because we're getting into some heavy items, just jot down any questions that you may have along with the slide numbers you'd like to reference or revisit for all presentations. We'll hold all questions until staff have completed their full presentations. This allows our staff to present the information in its entirety, ensures our community members who are watching can hear the full context, and respects the time and preparation of our presenters. In many cases, you will find that your questions are addressed as the presentation progresses. We'll open up questions and discussion at the end. That's the end of my script. So we'll go to item 4.04. It's the presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the Washoe County School District fiscal years 27 to 37 10-year capital improvement plan. With us is Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer, and Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, trustees. Happy to begin this presentation. We kind of tag teaming this with Tammy. I want to start off with actually this slide that talks about the capital planning process. We prepare a 5-year CIP every single year, and that has gone to the board every year, and that's a requirement of state law for all local governments. This year, because of some of the trends we've been seeing for a few years now that we'll talk about in depth, the leadership team, primarily finance and capital projects, modeled a 10-year plan, and we've done that before kind of in the background, but this year, because of those financial trends and the issues that it brought up, we wanted to bring the 10-year plan to you for a fuller discussion of kind of future plans. So a capital improvement plan is a multi-year plan that does project out revenues, in this case capital revenues for each of those years. And then like the operating budget, based on those constraints, those projections of revenues, it provides a multi-year listing of projects year by year. So just like the operating budget, we are trying to fit projected costs within projected revenues. We can't obviously run a deficit. It's while it is true that the plan itself does not call for the actual authorization of any projects, that happens through the Capital Funding Protection Committee and back to you, like what you saw in the prior two items. It is still a significant process and plan. It is a roadmap and to some degree an expression of priorities and the vision of the board in terms of future capital projects. So I don't want to imply to anyone that it's just a paper process or a check the box process. It is very, very important, and I know you all know that. So as we again embarked on the capital planning process, which begins latter part of the calendar year and into January, again, we felt we needed to recognize some serious trends that we were faced with. And the first of those is very flat sales tax revenues. We've seen 4 straight years of incredibly flat revenues. One of those years we actually saw a drop in sales tax revenues. And really that problem of flat sales tax growth is why you see other agencies struggle with their budgets, just like we have. No one would have expected 4 straight years of flat growth, but that is what we're seeing. That is combined with the fact that we have, as most of you know, escalating costs for construction, and those have been significant, sometimes more than 10% a year. And so we'll provide a chart that kind of displays that decoupling of revenues versus costs, and that is something that we needed to consider. So I know there's a perception out there after passage of WC1 that WC1 funding is infinite or near infinite, and I know you know that is not the case. It's like any other revenue source, it's finite, and as we've seen again, flat here in the last half decade. And so we began the modeling process to look at that 10-year plan. We'll talk about the concept of bonding capacity that maybe we haven't talked too much about before. This is an iterative process. We went through many scenarios with capital projects, and as you move up or back bond issuances, then that influences and impacts projects that you can do either before or after that point. So we, again, have to work within available resources year by year, and if you issue a lot of debt in one year, that would mean then less revenues to do projects in future years. So we'll talk about this in great depth, but as kind of an example of the iterations we go through, you will see in here the presentation of materials and the proposal that went to the Capital Funding Protection Committee last Thursday, which they took action on. But since then, we have worked with consultants and looked at different information, and we have alternative recommendations here for you that the Capital Funding Protection Committee did not see. Again, it's based on the latest and greatest information we have, and so I wanted to kind of point that out to you. Tammy's going to shine a light on each of those situations, but this is indicative again of the iterations we go through and the work we do to finalize a capital improvement program. So again, the idea is to work within our revenues, but also provide some room for future bond issuances that we'll talk about. So what guides the development of the capital improvement program? On the left there, you see we do try to align the CIP to the facility modernization plan. The CIP somewhat operationalizes that FMP plan. That FMP plan was somewhat at a higher level, and again, that was done in late 2023, so it's not going to reflect what we're seeing today in terms of projected revenues or projected costs. So there is some flux that goes on when we develop the CIP, but certainly the facility modernization plan guides us. Another component of the CIP is our annual capital renewal program. And as you know, as Tammy has talked in the past, that comes out of the facility condition index system that we use to assess each and every school. So that drives the repairs that are included in that program, whether it's HVAC, carpeting, roofing, paving, flooring, so forth. Another thing the CIP operationalizes is the repurposing plan that we have brought to you and the consolidation of schools. So there was somewhat of an acceleration of those consolidation of schools, and so the CIP has to account for that and show how we will do work at those schools that receive the students from closed schools. And as we've talked about, we are aligned, of course, to our financial projections and revenue performance. That is a reality and a constraint that we have to operate under, just again, like the operating budget.
So as Mark stated, there are some changes to this. It's a planning document that we change every year based off of our best information. And so changes you'll see are some reduction of modernization budgets. We will be matching more of a budget to a scope. With that, you'll also see, and I know we've talked about the update of the educational specifications with modernizations in mind. It's time to do that, and we intend to align those so that we have a better idea of those scopes going into those processes. Capital renewal investments, we need to do those. We still have a lot of sites that we need to replace boilers and roofs on. So we will be continuing that, and we'll talk about that here in the rest of the slides. You'll see there are no proposed new schools in there beyond what we're remodeling or demolishing and replacing, because we don't see the need. But if we do, next year or even through this next year, see development that comes up, we monitor that and we do projections and enrollments based off that. And we would be back to you guys to discuss that. So those are how we are aligning some of those changes to this financial future we see.
So for our CIP, when we talk about new schools, modernization, rebuilds, the annual capital renewal program, there are really only two funding sources on the capital side that support that program. One of them, again, is the WC1 sales tax. You can see the numbers there between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 25, very mild growth. We've continued to assume some mild growth in the future, and then kind of a more normal trajectory of 5% per year growth after fiscal year 29. We did not model a recession. And so, but as we talk about later in this slideshow, that, you know, some of the strategies we've employed, you know, there is buffer to account for kind of an economic slowdown. But again, you know, we're finally, I guess, facing the facts that sales tax have been so flat. I went back several years ago to look at past 10-year plans, and what we projected for fiscal year 27 for sales tax was nearly $10 million higher than we are today because of those 4 flat years. And that's just the starting point, year 1 of a 10-year plan. So things can change and do change between projections and reality. Fortunately, the other funding source that we use to issue debt and pay for our projects also on a pay-as-you-go basis have trended nicely. Property taxes have averaged nearly 7.5% over the last 5 years, and that's kind of saved us in a way and kind of offset those flatter sales tax revenues. So this next slide graphically shows you kind of the dynamics we're facing. This takes a look and compares the growth in costs for our elementary schools on a per square foot basis. That's the orangish reddish line, depending on whether you're colorblind or not, I guess. Anyhow, and then the blue lines represent the growth of those, the combined growth of those two revenues. So from 2018 through 2024, what this is showing is the cost per square foot for elementary schools that we've actually constructed. So this isn't a projection. These are actual costs on a per square foot basis have increased 79%, nearly double. And I think you guys have seen that in the materials that we present periodically on construction costs. At the same time, revenues increased only 51% over the same period. And so our money just doesn't go as far as it used to. And we have to reflect or incorporate that reality into our CIP planning here as well. So there is escalation in the plan for construction costs, but that kind of displays, I think, very clearly the problem we've had almost since passage of WC1. Just, it's a very steep cost increase we've seen for our schools. So let's talk about bonding capacity. All this really means is it's our ability to issue future bonds to pay for facilities. What we look at is our revenue stream against existing plus projected debt service. So on the left, we look at our property taxes, which are the blue line, against our debt service for rollover bonds that pledge the property tax, the orangish reddish line. Informally, we would like to have a coverage factor, if you will, of 105% because property taxes are so stable, we don't need much of a buffer. But what we've tried to do here is maintain a larger buffer or coverage of 120%. Why are we doing that? The metaphor that I would use is this is like your credit card limit for credit cards, right? Credit card companies look at your family income and they give you an indication of how much credit card debt you can go into. If you max out your credit card, that's it. There's no more ability to fund whatever you might fund from your credit cards after that. And the same principle applies here. If we were to issue debt so that our debt service matched that blue line on the left, that's it in terms of future bonds we could issue, except for just incremental growth. So when we looked at their revenues, the one thing we kind of took a very serious look at this year was preserving some bonding capacity for the future after year 10, because we know we can't accomplish all projects within a 10-year time horizon. And what we don't want to do is max out our credit cards and then have nothing left to do projects for years 10 through 15, 10 through 20, whatever it is. What if we did that, we'd be left in the situation that the Washoe County School District had before passage to WC1, where they had maxed out their debt service or their bonding capacity, and they were unable to issue bonds to construct any new schools for more than a decade. So we want to avoid that scenario. So we've intentionally not maxed out the credit card in this planning, so that again, we have the room to issue bonds past year 10, and that also affords us some flexibility, again, in that scenario or economic slowdown situation. In this case, that 120% coverage factor at year 10 would provide bonding capacity of $150 million in years 11 through 20. We also, in the CIP, have a fund balance of roughly $200 million. So that's additional flexibility we have. So we did the same thing when we modeled WC1 bonds. Here, because of the volatility of sales tax revenues, we strive informally for a 125% coverage factor. And just a slight diversion here, so that means if revenues track against what we project, right, we're not using all of our revenues to pay bond service, you may ask, well, what happens to those revenues? They go into the fund balance of the WC1 fund, and then they're used to pay for pay-as-you-go projects. So again, we have funded a couple elementary schools without going into debt. That's how that money gets used. So it doesn't go away, it just reverts into fund balance. So when we model this, again, we strove for a little bit more buffer than that 125% coverage factor, in this case 144%. That similarly gives us bonding capacity to issue $150 million more after year 10. So we've got bonding capacity of $300 million after year 10 baked into this program, plus the fund balance that you see on the attachment that actually shows you the CIP program. So I hope that makes sense. We just didn't want to get in a situation where we've got nothing left to pay for any new schools we might need, or reconstructions, or rebuilds, or modernizations, or whatever you want to call them, after 10 years. So that kind of sets the stage financially for what we could afford in terms of future projects, and Tammy will take it from here.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm going to talk about the major project updates and specifically the budget revisions that you'll see in here. Some major projects that we've started and what that means for them, and then some scope adjustments as we realign to this financial reality that we have within this 10-year CIP. So talking about our major projects at Sparks High School and McQueen High School modernization, the budgets were revised to between $65 and $75 million on your capital improvement plan. And this approach is still consistent with that facility modernization and what you're seeing at Reed. So bringing to fruition these ideas and things that we're doing at Reed to Sparks High School in the future, and also McQueen High School as well. So thinking about all of those portables at McQueen, still being able to get rid of them and including some space underneath that roof for all of those students and staff. Sparks High School is going to be fun because it is architecturally significant to that community and the alumni. So looking forward to that, but bringing those same type of improvements to them with that. North Valley's High School is on here. We've started design on North Valley's High School, but we've revised the budget to between $55 and $65 million. We're going to take a step back from that a little bit just because of the timing and what we're seeing out there in the valleys with charter schools possibly coming in, development in that. So we want to time this up a little bit with that so that we build exactly what that community and those students need out there. So it's being planned between 28 and 31 in that. So going to kind of take a little bit of time just to see what comes out of that development and future schools out there. The admin central offices has always been in this capital improvement plan for the last 3 years. We have a budget that was programmed into here initially as $180 million. The alternative that you'll see on here is to reduce the budget to $100 million, and scope would be reduced with that in anticipation of a completion between 2030 and 2031. So still keeping it in here as it's been planned, but possibly reducing the scope of that. And I'll get to that alternate recommendation at the end for this. Sparks Middle School and trainer modernization. So if you'll recall through the modernization, Sparks Middle School was supposed to take the students from Trainer Middle School and bring them all onto that campus as a rezone for that. And then the campus at Trainer was supposed to be repurposed to a new elementary school on that campus. And so that was part of the facility modernization in there. Here, there's an option to do it consistent with the SWOPE modernization that we have, and seems to be a pretty successful model, and reduce it to 55 to 65 million in there for that scope and budget. And there is an alternate to put it back on as a reconstruction for both of those schools in the 70 to 95 million dollar each, which is consistent with the Vaughan and Pine model that we are actually doing right now. Anticipated completion are many years out, in 3 to 4 years out for that, but starting to talk about design for Sparks Middle School in this coming fiscal year. The next one that we'll talk about is the Booth Elementary School. Scope and budget are proposed on here as a modernization with the dollar amount, but there's an alternative to that we'd like to propose to you guys for a rebuild on there consistent with the Loader model. This is anticipated to still receive the modernization we talked about for 27, 28 in order to welcome those students from that rezoning that we did I believe it was this just a couple months ago, and still provide a reconstruction in school years 20, 32, and 33 with our depiction of our conceptual on that slide. Worcester High School modernization. It's been on the CIP for a little bit. We're proposing a modernization for that campus in the about 70 to 80 million. The approach is consistent a little bit with Reed High School, but a lot of people like to look at Debbie Smith to see some of those beautiful buildings that were existing that we went in and remodeled and took down to the bones and brought back up. The project scope and timing is influenced by some of our future discussions that we're going to have here. But if we plan this and we have the flexibility, we can make that decision once the admin facility and that is decided. In the elementary schools, we still have the elementary on the Pine campus that you guys just talked about with me a little bit ago. That is moving through. We are, as we talked about, looking at that budget as well, but anticipate that completion to open for school year 28, 29. We have some unique schools within our district, Natchez, Piccolo, Gerlach. They serve unique communities, and they're still planned within this CIP to bring a modernization to those so that we can plan specifically for them and their communities within that. So we're still excited to get to some of these unique communities and provide those opportunities with that. Elementary school modernizations. We talked a little bit about Matthews previously in previous board items, and we've talked today about Palmer. And we still have in there a modernization schedule and dollar amounts for those in about 15 million for the pinwheels, what we affectionately call the pinwheels. And then you look at Maxwell, who would need probably a little bit more and is pegged at about $45 million in the CIP for a modernization there. As I spoke earlier, our capital renewal, it's kind of our bread and butter and has been for years, and it services every school across the district. And we still have that planned into the CIP for $50 million annually for roofing, PA system upgrades, parking parking lot restorations and those kind of things. We still need to continue this because we still have those needs within our schools, and they need it for our staff and our students.
Thanks, Tammy. So this pie chart, again, just kind of shows you graphically kind of how our sources break out between rollover bonds that are property tax pledge, property taxes on a pay-as-you-go basis, WC1 bonds, and sales tax. And then this slide breaks out the costs of projects by a kind of category here. You can see, and this reflects the alternate recommendations that we're making to you today. So this is a little bit of a variance from what the Capital Funding Protection Committee saw. So now reconstructions total $437 million, or 24% of projected costs, whereas before you didn't see that large of a number for sure. The admin building was downsized from a $180 million budget to a $108 million budget, including design. And then we also have a line item for our refresh program and textbooks that we'll talk about in a bit. So those are a tally of total projected costs for the whole 10 years. I know my remarks may have easily been interpreted as doom and gloom, and it really wasn't intended to be. We wanted to kind of share a comparison, if you will, of what this proposed 10-year CIP in the first 5 years, how it compares to past plans. So the first 5 years of this 10-year CIP totals more than $1 billion. It dwarfs any CIP of any other local government in the area. Probably, the only comparable CIPs would be Clark County School District and Clark County down south. So we're not talking about what I would call a massive downsizing of our capital improvement plan, but it is significant, again, to reflect kind of the financial realities facing us. And so, again, what we wanted to do here in the last part of the this slide is consider our needs beyond 10 years. Again, it incorporates bonding capacity beyond that point. Again, we will revisit the CIP annually like we always do and as required by law, but this summarizes kind of what we feel we can comfortably do while still being good stewards of these resources. I wanted to kind of address another issue or question one might have. I know there are a couple places where there are decisions that are coming to the board in the near future, like our admin building. And the question might be, well, why do we have the CIP before that, right? Why do we need to make a decision before that? And I guess to answer that, the reason why local governments take the CIP in the spring to their boards is because there's a requirement in state law to match the first year of the CIP to our operating budget. And so what we do is take the first year of the CIP, and that gets incorporated in the budget for capital project funds. And the State Department of Taxation is required by law to reconcile those numbers. So we do need to lock in the first year of the CIP before we finalize a final budget in May. So that's why we're coming to you. A CIP can be amended. So it can be changed either part of the annual process, or it could be changed later this year. But we feel pretty comfortable, at least on the admin building, I think at this point, with that number. But again, we understand there's decisions to be made that could alter some of the numbers in the CIP.
So in conclusion, as Mark stated, our revenues are not pacing with our construction cost, but we still want to maintain our facilities and provide those investments in them. And we also want to maintain the momentum that we have with the facility modernization plan and the intent of it. And so we're adjusting those projects to match the revenue that we have to do that with.
So we needed to talk about the actions taken by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. In accordance with board policy, We've always taken the CIP to the Capital Funding Protection Committee before it has come to you. That committee focused quite heavily on the use of capital funding for textbooks. There was a concern that this would create some kind of slippery slope where the board and the trustees would start funding more and more costs that were formerly covered by the general fund out of the capital improvement plan. And I can appreciate that perspective. As you know, and as we'll talk about in the next slide, the decision by the board to fund textbooks out of the CIP was not one done lightly. If we held to the Capital Funding Protection Committee's vote, that would create a $3 million hole in the budget, which either means we have a $3 million deficit violating board policy, or we'd have to identify an additional $3 million of budget reductions, which no one wants to do. But I'll get to that in a second. So the process that Board Policy 9405 calls for at this point, when the Capital Funding Protection makes a change or recommendation, the board can either approve the CIP they approved without textbook funding, which is an attachment as part of your packet, which again has a significant impact on our operating budget for fiscal year 27 and beyond. Or we cannot approve their recommendation, stating our reasons, which we go into on the next slide, and send that that CIP that you approve here today back to the Capital Funding Protection Committee for reconsideration. So that's the second step. Then the third step is the Capital Funding Protection Committee can consider the board's perspective and either accept the board's decision, or if it does not accept the board's decision, resubmit the CIP that doesn't include textbooks in this case back to the board for your reconsideration. The fourth and last step is that the board gets to make the final call on this. And so if the board still denies the Capital Funding Protection Committee's recommendation, then your decision is final. Hopefully that is clear. So to talk about textbooks, I know you know this, but, and we attempted to explain this to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, but state law does allow the use of rollover bonds or property taxes to be used to fund equipment. And we have an Attorney General Office opinion that classifies textbooks as equipment. Our own bond counsel has looked at this and confirmed their view that textbooks are an eligible cost that can be funded out of rollover bonds or property taxes. We know of one other school district that has done this. We know of several districts that are considering this as well, based on the critical financial situation that school districts find themselves in. We also had explained to the Capital Funding and Protection Committee, it's not as if the school district is unique or alone in funding some equipment out of its capital improvement plan. I've looked at other agencies' CIPs, and they have equipment funded in the CIP as well. Textbook costs are a relatively small part of the proposed CIP. So although I can understand the perspective, it's not as if I think this board is abusing in any way the use of capital funds to cover equipment costs. And importantly, no WC1 monies are being used to purchase textbooks. We cannot use WC1 monies to kind of on a district-wide basis purchase textbooks. Bond Council's been very strong in their opinion against that. That's how we read the ballot measure as well. Textbooks are being funded with property taxes, which again, going to the top of the slide, is completely allowable. And so those would be the reasons, if this board does not agree with the Capital Funding Protection Committee's recommendation, that we would cite back to them for reconsideration.
And with that, we're here today to ask the Board of Trustees to not approve the Capital Funding Protection Committee's recommendation for the CIP with the exclusion of textbooks, but to approve and send back to the Capital Funding Protection Committee the 10-year CIP with textbooks and the alternates you see before you. And then we will schedule a meeting with them to have them consider that at a future date.
Okay, Ms. Zimmerman, Mr. Mathers, thank you. That's a lot of information. I'm sure there's a lot of questions and inquiries, so there's no bad questions. Let's go ahead and open it up for discussion. We'll start with Trustee Westlake, and then we'll give Clerk Hall. Either way, Clerk Hall and then Trustee Westlake.
Okay, sure, thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a couple of different questions, but I think I just want to address the slippery slope. I guess I just want to clarify or have some clarification. What was the slippery slope that there was a concern about? Like, was it leaning into other types of purchases, or I guess I just want to
So, Mark Mathers for the record, there really wasn't any specifics given to explain the fear of that slippery slope. I certainly interpret it to be that, yeah, in future years, the district would continue to shift the funding of equipment just generally from the general fund to capital project funds.
But it seems to me that it's pretty clear in NRS what is allowable and what is not. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the NRS that I have looked at well enough based on your understanding.
Yeah, Mark Mathers for the record. Yeah, I think it's very clear, and when we have questions, we consult with bond counsel always. Equipment has a definition, right? It has to have a certain useful life and be above a certain dollar amount. So that's all pretty well defined, yes.
Okay, great. I just have two other quick, so for the admin building, I just wanted an opportunity for this to be on the record. There seems to be a little bit of varying stories going around in the public, and I want to have an opportunity to clarify that the funds from that do not come from WC1, correct?
Mark Mathers for the record, that's absolutely correct. No WC1 fund monies will be used to either purchase or construct an administrative building.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is about our unique schools. So in that, some of them are remote in location, so it's not like we can move students to another school while we're doing reconstruction and or starting over. And then Pocolo is also a really unique school. There's really unique needs in that school. So I guess this is more of just I'd want us to be really thoughtful in those modernizations, that those schools have a lot of opportunities to have input, and that we do our best with community input in those areas, and that we're really we take the time. I'd rather take an extra year before we do that than to rush into it, because those are really unique communities, and I just want to make sure of that. And then I'll just put a plug in for repaving Pocolo's parking lot again, because they all have wheelchairs. A lot of them are in wheelchairs. Just throwing it out there. Area Superintendent Baker knows we've had this conversation several times, so thank you. I know you probably already have that in your thoughts, so if you want to respond, you totally can, sorry.
Just like we've done with our communities, we've had lots of engagement with them. We would do the same for Gerlach, Natchez, and Pocolo in particular. And as we look at those, because just like Palmer, they're an active school, we will take that into consideration and work with the school for what that means. And I do know about Pocolo parking lot, and it's on my radar.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Thank you, Chief Zimmerman and Chief Mathers. This a lot of work. I mean, mind-boggling. And I don't particularly have a question, but this is an opportunity for me to get up on my soapbox And it's a great opportunity for everyone here, sitting in the audience, everyone listening in, our community, to understand that our committees are doing incredible work. I mean, they really are. And I appreciate so much that the Capital Funding Protection Committee is doing its diligence to be fiscally responsible and help us to be fiscally responsible. That being said, though, our committees have a very narrow focus on what they're looking at. They may not know the whole scope, that we are not being funded fully by the state for special ed. We are not being funded fully. If a child has more than one weighted need, they might have 2 or 3. We get funded for one weight. And we still, and rightfully so, we need to meet the needs in every respect of that child. And I'll be honest, I would like to say that it stops at textbooks, but if the costs for fuel to get our children to schools keep going up, if the cost on food because of getting food goes up, if the cost for meeting the needs of our special ed children goes up, if the cost for meeting the needs of the kids that have special needs and special weights goes up, if we need to keep addressing that we value our teachers and our administrators and our police officers and everyone else that works for us, that we need to consider their needs and we are responsible for them, then textbooks may not be the last ingenious way that we can balance our budget. And I think it is amazing what you all have done to be able to balance this budget, not lose any of our teachers. And, you know, we're going to have to think outside the box. But we also, I couldn't miss this opportunity to let our public know that this just isn't us being frivolous and, well, let's pay for textbooks this way and we don't have to worry about it. We need to be fiscally responsible, but I think we need to, at every opportunity, bring the public in and let them know what is actually occurring and how we got from point A to point B. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Okay, Trustee Smith, and then we'll have Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. JJ, would you mind please going to, I believe it's slide 15? I have a few clarification questions. I think that's the Wooster item, I believe. Thank you. So the date up at the top, FY 31 to 33, I want to ask the question and clarify for the record, because I think when I first was looking at this, or I think if most people were looking at this, it would be easy to assume that this is when this new modernization is slated to open, but really this date range is when it's slated to just restart the conversation about the campus. Is that correct?
That is showing in the state range when there are funds that are able to be expended to start doing additional things beyond our conceptual Wooster design that we've started already.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm saying it back, is that this would be the date range where we've done some work already, and this is where funds would become available in the future to continue the work that we've already started now?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. And then also, Wooster is slated right now, so the standing action from the board for many years and in the FMP is a rebuild. One of the things I did clarify in my advanced questions was we did use the bones of Debbie Smith, or the old hug for Debbie Smith. Did that count as a modernization? But it didn't. That was a rebuild. But this is a pretty big change because we had originally planned for a rebuild, and now this is down to a modernization. So this is one of those projects that's still a meaningful change. Okay, thank you. So my next question is a little bit more holistic. So I think in October of '25 is when the team brought the idea for the accelerated closure of veterans and then the rebuilding of Libby Booth to the board, which we approved. Still very much believe that was the right thing. And since then, since that October 2025, you know, we being the district have been meeting extensively with the communities. We've been going to neighborhood advisory boards, city council meetings, county commission meetings. We've been doing school meetings with Corbett, with veterans, with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, all the way up through the zoning decisions that we just made last March 10th. And that plan was in place because it's the standing action that we have now. So here we are a month later, and what I was wondering is, at what point did we realize that we were in a risky situation in terms of being able to complete the projects that we had told the community? I know we've got a great new alternative plan here, and I praise you extensively for that. But what I'm curious is when did we kind of realize that this might be an issue?
Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer, for the record. As we stated earlier, it's a very iterative process, so working through that, it didn't come to our attention until really late in the process, right before we were starting to put some of these ideas to paper for a presentation to you guys, that we needed to adjust what we were looking at. So it was very late in the process for that.
Thank you. To continue on with that, so the students at Worcester have been having an amazing experience. The work that they've done so far for months, because this is what's been anticipated for years at this point, although nothing's in stone because they were never given an opening date. We didn't get that far. But in the FMP, it showed their building opening somewhere around 2032. Again, no dates, nothing's gone out to bid. But this is what they had been working towards. And they've had an amazing experience with facilities, with the consultancy that's been working with them. My next question is, though, with all the work that's gone into working with them and the very positive experience they've had, because while this is not their official opinion, I'll let the students in the school speak for themselves, but they were very open-minded about the benefits of being co-located with an admin building on their site between Corbett and Worcester, and they were very open-minded to what this can look like. My question is, for all these months and all of this work that we've done to socialize the current plan, what have we done to share with the students and the community that last Thursday, the Capital Funding Protection Committee undid that? So a lot of the public comment I'm hearing is, we didn't know you were doing this. So what have we done to reach out to those students?
Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer, for the record. So I know that our area superintendent has been over to that school and spoken with the site leadership regarding this actual presentation and what the changes are and could be in the future. But I want to focus a little bit on the capital improvement plan is a plan. We revisit it every year, and things can change. So what we're doing here is not an approval of projects and the actual funding for them. It's a plan that we move forward with that's very iterative. So things can change in the future. Things could get better and financially for us, and we could change that process. I'm sure next year it might look different again. So this is a plan for us, and that I would leave it at that it could change.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and we've talked about that beforehand. It is true, though, that this becomes the new blueprint. So, for example, Capital Funding Protection Committee approved a plan that technically undid every promise we made to Libby Booth, Trainer, and Sparks Middle School. Although I very much like the new alternative you have, I think that the team has done a great job of rethinking this. But when I look at Worcester, I have the same question. Is there no way for us, or could there be a way to give you direction today to say to go back and look at Worcester maybe more in phases so that we can continue to make progress? This school's been doing so much work, and moving them out 7 years to just start the conversation is a significant change to what it is that we told them. The same thing with the rebuilding of the school. So I understand we have financial limitations. I understand that. I'm also a proponent of the admin building as well. But is there no way to potentially go back and rethink about the work we could still be doing for Worcester, even to just determine its future so that we can stay on track with the promise that we've been executing to for years and up to last month.
So we can go back and look at things, right? We can make changes to this even in the mid-year and come back to you guys for approval with that, if that is what the board would like us to do. And the superintendent directs us to do that.
Thank you. We want to, I'm sure, get to Dr. Nicolette and then also to public comment. But I look at still making progress for that school. Like, this is just a really big change, and they're not really aware of it. I understand we have to be mindful of our money. I think the team's done a great job with the revised plan, but I still feel on that one project we need to really do some work, because I did watch the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and one of the questions was, how has the design work been going? And I believe it came out that we had already stopped it ahead of the Capital Funding Protection Committee meeting last Thursday or even today. And I certainly didn't know that. And I know students were listening because I heard from them afterwards about how they felt about finding that out in a public meeting. But again, every comment they've said compliments the team for the amazing experience they've had up through this. And I think they would like to continue the work, and I hope we can continue the work. So I'll pause on that for my questions. Thank you. I think I'm good for the questions that I have. I'll save my thoughts afterwards until I hear more from the body, and then we also hear from public comment. But those were the questions I had. Thank you.
I really like a 10-year plan, and of course, it's in pencil because things change, things will change, and we need to be responsive, and I very much appreciate this 10-year look. I also want to say that I like the idea of figuring out how to use capital funds for our students, i.e. textbooks. I think, would I prefer that we had the money in the general fund? I would. But I applaud all of us for thinking about that, and this is what we have to do. I also want to applaud the Capital Funding Protection Committee, because that is a group of hardworking, caring experts. And I so appreciate the time and the attention and the hard work and sometimes the painful suggestions that they have to make that I know are very difficult. And I want to thank them for that. Having said that, I do think textbooks, using the money appropriately, is a very good idea. And I applaud you for seeing that. The other thing, I've been hearing a lot the word promise. And it makes me a little uncomfortable, and I've talked to several principals and other people who talk to me about the promises that are made. And I wonder if we shouldn't pivot from that word promise when it comes to the FMP and AFMP, because I don't know if these were promises. WC1 was a promise, and right now it's a promise kept. And how we use the money is a promise kept. But there's always going to be a shift in how we use that money and how it comes in and how we need to use it. And so the fact that we use the word "we've promised," I think I personally am going to be very careful about using that word, because our promise is that we're going to do the best we can to utilize this money and to make things better for students, employees, our community. Not the promise is this is exactly what we're going to do, because we have to be responsive. We would be irresponsible if we weren't going in this direction. And I thank you for that. And I thank the Capital Funding Protection Committee for their diligence.
Trustee Woodley, Vice President Woodley, and then Trustee Phoenix, and then I'll have a few follow-ups.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to follow up on Trustee Nicolette's use of the word promise, because I feel the same way. I believe we do have a fiduciary responsibility for the district. We dealt with an $18 million deficit, and we try to address it the best way we can, and we're grateful for staff's work on that. And I also do appreciate the Capital Funding Protection Committee and their input, and I like that they're there. Every agency needs to have some form of committee to make sure that we continue to do the right thing and check and balance. My concern with regards to the use of the word promise is that things change every year. They do. I can tell you years ago, I remember 68,000 was the population in our school district. I remember that. I have the sweater. It says 68,000 reasons why we have fundraisers. And we don't have 68,000 anymore. We're below 60,000. And that's one of my concerns is we have a fiduciary responsibility. I definitely don't want that if we do have anything, not speaking to any specific school, any specific project, but I don't want to spend 60 million, 50 million, 20 million on a structure that in a couple of years is going to be at less than 50% occupancy. So those are things that we have to think about and we have to remember. So we are going to have to change. Because when that happens, I mean, we're looking at elementary schools, middle schools. We're going to have to look at all schools eventually because they feed our high schools. I just want to make sure that we continue to have that fiduciary responsibility and do things smart, regardless of what promises we may have made. If times change and we have to shift, then we do have to shift. Just like we did with equipment, with textbooks, we had to shift. And it's just the reality of what we do and what we work with. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll be quick and right to the point, all right? Here we go. First of all, thank you for Natchez and Mara Piccolo and Gerlach, and thank you for acknowledging that, those rural schools, those unique schools. I'm glad I think, not a promise, by the way, but, because things change. You heard that, right? But FY 29 and 31, it's going to be around in the ballpark. We know it's coming. It's going to take time, so being flexible in mind. The other is North Valley's, the timing. You mentioned that earlier. Just making sure that we're communicating that to the teacher staff, but the community as well, so they kind of understand that a little bit more. Because I think that's where we're going with communicating and making sure that we're doing that, what we're doing, and I always try to emphasize that. The other is Libby C. Booth, thanks you for that final motion that you put in there. So on all the community from them, they reached out to me and said, hey, thank you for that, because they were rooting for that. Kind of keep what we got. Not promise, but kind of keep what we got, head in that direction. The other is, can you confirm the scope of Libby C. Booth and being its preservation here in the next 10 year, in the 10-year plan? Like, you kind of went up there and you kind of showed it for a minute. You kind of went to it for a second, but just kind of just snapshot it for me so that I can put it on record there about how Libby C. Booth is going to be, what your scheme is on that. I don't know what slide that is. Anyway, you probably know it already, but just Libby C. Booth.
It just takes a minute to,
Okay.
there it goes.
Sorry.
So that slide there is the alternate method that's in there for a rebuild, that's in that orangish area in the back, is the proposed or changed location of the new building, if we do that.
Short and sweet right there. Thank you.
There's some clarifying questions for me, too. Slide 5.
There it goes.
It's okay. Yeah, so second bullet point under the WC1 sales tax, we've assumed 2.0% growth fiscal year 27, fiscal year 28 increases, then 5% thereafter. Just that's somewhat encouraging. I'm just curious how you derive it at that growth rate.
A 5% growth rate is kind of reflective of a normal economy that includes population growth to Washoe, growth to your real income, right? There increase to your actual real wages after inflation, plus inflation. And so I think kind of I think most financial folks, 5% is kind of a normal economy.
Fair enough. Slide number 8, at what point is bonding capacity really jeopardized? I know you touched on it, but talking to a non-finance person, can you help us understand where we really begin to see the bonding capacity jeopardized at that percentage?
Well, throughout the plan, throughout the 10 years, we are preserving that bonding capacity. Again, that's somewhat of a kind of tactical or kind of strategic thought in case we do see some decline in economic growth. And it's going to happen, right? I mean, in the next 10 years, there's no way the U.S. can avoid a recession of some kind. So we've continued to make sure that orange line is, relatively far apart from the blue line, if that makes sense. If we saw a recession, probably not, you wouldn't see it very fast or at all for property taxes unless we saw something like the Great Recession where property values are adjusted significantly downward. You'd have to eat through abatement and then eventually get there so that you'd see property tax declines. Where you'd first see a decline in revenue would be sales tax in a kind of a flatter economy or a decrease in GDP. And so that, I don't know if I'm answering your question exactly, but that blue line then might get very close to the orange line.
Well, the 120% coverage, I guess, percentage-wise was the answer I was looking for, if there was something.
So in other words, so when we say 125% coverage, that would mean if we received 40 million in sales taxes, our debt service would only equal 30 million. So that 10 million of buffer is 25% of the total revenue.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, no, that's, I didn't word the question correctly. Slide 14, real quick on the booth.
You're doing it.
Looking at the very bottom 2 bullet points, school year 27-28, major improvement in rezoning in the 32-33, reconstruction, modernization. It looks like there's a lapse of time for the modernization. Are they doing 2 modernizations with that? I'm just having a hard time understanding that.
So in school year 27-28, we propose to do some sort of a modernization with a STEAM lab, a hub, a media center, and some additional staff spacing within their current existing space, and then add that STEAM lab and that media center onto the end, so that it would master plan with the new building. That's the 27-28 modernization.
Okay.
And then in 2032, 2033, there's a reconstruction with the alternate method there, or a modernization at the $45 to $55 million scope.
Okay, very good. Thank you for clarifying that. And then the $1 million question here. The admin building, I know we've reduced funding for that. What's the status of the admin building? Have we've not made a decision yet on where if we're going to stay here, if we're going to go to Worcester?
So no decision has been made. It'll come before the board here in the future.
Okay, all right, understood.
Sorry.
I hear a lot of chatter and a lot of confusion on that. I know we're not there, we're not quite there yet, so I want to pump the brakes on that. And then just to Trustee Smith's question earlier, or comments, she stole some of my thunder very eloquently, so thank you for doing that. I would just, again, strongly recommend that we continue to work with the Worcester families and students and keep them informed. I've had conversations with the principal, and there continues to be just some uncertainty. It seemed like they're a little bit in flux, so I would just continue to keep the conversation moving forward with the Worcester families. I think that's all the clarifications I have. Any other clarifying questions? If not, we will go to public comment.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hello, guys. My name is Pablo Nava Duran. I'm a Ward 3 NAB member. Worcester High School is my area. So I want to speak about why Worcester changed it to moderation plan for good and bad reasons. So I'm gonna start with the bad reason. Why? First, many family and student families and community did not inform that Worcester High School are being changed to moderation, which is offended by those students. And second, the Field School veterans is closing, did not notify their closing until last fall. They're notified of last fall. They're supposed to close like 2037, but that's a good reason because closing school, repurposing school save money. But the veteran community did not inform, especially those community. And the third one is what's gonna happen if a new admin, and the admin bill will be built before the moderation of Worcester High School, which is not it's not province cap for the student and family, because we always had to do school first rather than going before building a new admin building. Because I get it, because we need a new admin building. I'm supporting a new admin building, but we should not have a change of moderation during the which side school select for the new admin buildings. So, and for the positive side for Worcester is we did reduce from rebuild high school to $200 million for rebuilding Worcester High School, similar like Huck High School. We're going to build 200 capacity, with Worcester going down like 800 students. Like, it did not make sense. Look what happened last year meeting, the Smith, especially Smith community, because I do support a Smith community going down to Worcester High School, but my community backlash, Sutton Solomon and his community proposed it, so I had to back it down. So I like the costing money. The good thing is financial supporting. So to be fiscal responsibility is the most important part of WC1. So I want to make sure that new admin building do not use the WC1. And now hopefully, I want to add to support more information on Worcester High School. Please inform Worcester parents and families. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Navaduran. Appreciate it.
Jennifer Malaterry.
Good afternoon, Ms. Malaterry.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, and all the fine people in the room. My name is Jennifer Malater, and I have proudly served the Washoe County School District for the past 16 years, first as a math teacher at Dilworth, and now as the Dean of Students at Trainer Middle School. Notably, to mention 2 sons that are Washoe County School District graduates and 2 more boys currently in the Washoe County School District schools. I want to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude. Thank you for the immediate action you took to listen to the community and ensure that the voices of those most impacted, especially families connected to Sparks and Trainer, were heard. That responsiveness to create the alternative to follow through on the promise to rebuild matters. It builds trust, and it shows commitment to listening, which is foundational to strong leadership. At the same time, I stand before you today with both appreciation and urgency, because while progress has been made, there is still important work left to do. In reviewing the capital projects materials, one message stands out prominently: promises made, promises kept. It is a powerful statement, and one that carries responsibility. Because for the students and families of Worcester High School, that promise is now in question. Worcester, like Trainer and Sparks, was promised a rebuilt facility, yet based on the current proposal, it appears that commitment may be delayed or altered. And what I want to be clear, this is not just about a building. This is about trust. This is about equity. This is about ensuring that every student, regardless of where they attend, feels valued and prioritized. What makes this even more significant is that Worcester students themselves have already invested in this vision. They have been actively engaged, designing, planning, and imagining what their future school could and should be. That kind of student involvement is exactly what we strive for in education. It fosters ownership, pride, and hope. But when a promise tied to that work is postponed or changed, it risks sending a very different message, that their voices, their efforts, and their expectations are secondary. I say this with deep respect. We cannot afford to undermine that trust. So today I ask that we move forward with both integrity and intentionality. Let us honor the gratitude we feel for what has been done by ensuring we follow through on what still needs to be made right. Let us align our actions with words so that promises made, promises kept is not just a slogan, but a reality for every school, including Worcester. Our students are watching, our communities are listening, and they are counting on us to do what we said we would do. Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to all of our students.
Thank you, ma'am.
Teresa Benitez Thompson.
Good afternoon, Assemblywoman.
Good
Nice to see you.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much to Superintendent Ernst, to President Mayberry, and to trustee members for all the hard and diligent work you do on behalf of our children. I'm Teresa Benitez Thompson. I'm here today as a private citizen, and here today as one of the co-sponsors of Senate Bill 411, which created the Public Schools Overcrowding and Repair Needs Committee, PSORN. Wonderful committee, good work, horrible acronym. I also sat on that committee and participated in a number of meetings that resulted in the creation of the WC1 ballot question. Of great concern to me at that time, and still, was the ongoing accountability for those dollars, the use of those tax dollars, community input, and community oversight. So you all, in 2023, did the facility modernization plan for the next 10 years of the CIP projects. And this included extensive community outreach, agreements with the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and with this board. But without telling anyone, the Washoe County School District stopped working on one of these planned and approved rebuilds, the Worcester High School rebuild, and only notified the CFPB post facto at its last meeting on April 9th. And so on April 9th, Washoe County School District staff recommended to the CFPC to scale back on the plans for the school rebuild at Worcester High School and copy and paste the wonderful statement that was just made by the speaker behind me, before me, in the commitment and the investment in the community already for that project. However, that project is being sidelined, extended significantly from what the original plan was, and instead, the committee voted to support $108 million for the funding for the administrative facility modernization plan. That $108 million is moving forward. Despite the objection of certain members who were there, I believe public speaker next coming, Miguel Martinez and Charlene Bybee. So as a primary co-sponsor for Senate Bill 411 and someone who sat on that committee and authorized the ballot question, I'm disappointed in how some of this recent CIP work is being done, both in content and in process. Also, the lack of transparency to the public and the understanding of the families in the Worcester community about what's moving forward. From a process standpoint, staff should not be able to stop a project that the CFPC and the board have approved. Also, from a process standpoint, the board should not have to be looking at a plan today that is different than what has been recently discussed. I'm proud of the ballot question. I'm proud of everything this community has been able to accomplish with the resources brought by that ballot question. But as a primary co-sponsor, I'm here today to ensure that we're having that accountability and that gut check on promises made and promises delivered. I'm asking you that you follow the promise that was delivered, that we deliver on to the Worcester community, the facilities, and we not prioritize the administration build over that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Miguel Martinez.
Councilman Martinez, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, and Board of Trustees. As one of the no votes on the Capital Funding Protection Committee, I wanted to come and sort of express to you all what this whole process has been like from my perspective and sort of share my insights being a member of that committee. And so having listened to the conversation and what you all are discussing today, I understand the sensitivity two plans changing and this being an iterative process. And I think your staff has done a wonderful job of ensuring that they project the estimates that are needed for each of your schools, and they've been able to hit those or come below projections every single time. And so I don't doubt any of the accounting or any of the finances that they're bringing forward to you. And I also want to share that I'm really appreciative of the alternates that they've made. I do want to echo some of the comments that were made by the previous two speakers that Worcester High School remains as a significant change to what has been vetted and presented out into the community. And despite some of the conversation that has happened amongst the board members about the word promise itself, it is part of what's included in WC1 and the promises that are being presented to the community. And so the fact that this plan went through such a significant change over the last couple of weeks causes me some concern, and that's the reason that I ended up not voting in favor of the motion that was presented to you all today from the Capital Funding Protection Committee. The textbooks aside, that's another reason that added to the position that I'm in, and being elected as you all, it would be difficult to take on a deficit when you've already solved the deficit for your upcoming budget. And so having added that to your budget caused me a lot more concern on top of the significant changes that had happened to Worcester High School. And despite staff in this presentation is a little bit different than what we received on Thursday, but in there, one of the slides said that there was a slight change in what was happening to Worcester. And the way that I see it, this is much more than a slight change to the plans that are happening. And so all I'm saying and what I said there is that the school district, along with staff and you all as Board of Trustees, are doing a great job of being good stewards of our public resources, just the way that you're going about ensuring that we're meeting the promises that have been made to our community, continue to get vetted and continue to get promoted out in the community before you make any significant changes. And so I respect whatever decision you all make, and I just wanted to make sure I came on the record to give kudos to staff, give kudos to you all, and share some of the insights that I've gained being on the capital funding protection for you all in the last couple of years. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Eppolito. The board received an email from Emiliano Gomez Meza.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board for deliberation. What's your fancy? Anybody? I'm sorry, Trustee Smith. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the public comment, and then I also listened very carefully to some of the positioning around promise. And while it's true that we can't promise anything because, look, things happened like COVID unexpectedly. So things happen absolutely all the time. But I want to make it really clear that when our district and our board goes around to neighborhood advisory boards, to school meetings, we secure agreement on zoning for a school, in this case Libby Booth, based on the assurance that the standing board action is that they're getting a new school, that it is very important to be mindful of that when less than 1 month later we're saying you're not. So I appreciate the carefulness around the word promise, but I would say that it comes to as close to a promise as it is for me, and that was the standing board action. I'm interested in hearing the feedback from my colleagues. I am in full support of the plan the way that I see it. One thing I would like to see different is to direct staff to come up with a new phased plan that still allows forward progress for Worcester. I totally understand that a new school can't open by 2032 based on finances, but I would not want to stop the work to determine what the future of Worcester should be, whether that is a zoned school, possibly with a CTE academy, whether that is simply a zoned school, or whatever their future is meant to be. That's the work happening right now with the consultants and the students. And I believe a function of this plan needs to be redirecting staff to continue working on some progress function for Worcester High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Well, Booth and Worcester are two of my alma maters. And Worcester, I think, I haven't gone to the engagements, but I know there has been a lot of engagement and a lot of excitement. And I think we'd be remiss if we don't continue that and keep our eye on the ball for that community, however it looks. But to just kind of halt, I mean, it does send a message in my thinking that we just don't care. You know what? We're just going to put that pot on the back burner. And then with the booth, I'm just thinking and likening it to what's happening with Pine. We're closing schools and then making a new community, and it's been talked about how wonderful it's going to be for all those schools to come together. And we're doing the same thing with veterans and with Corbett and with Booth, and some kids going to Echoloder that are getting a new school, and we've been saying the same thing. So I guess I know Booth is going to kind of keep going down that path, but I just think pushing it out to 31, 33, when we are trying to build a cohesive family with other schools that we're closing, that's disruptive enough for families and that community. And then we were saying, oh, but you're going to get this beautiful new school. And it's just, we've kicked that can way down the road, it looks like to me. And I think I understand we've got to start thinking about money and planning ahead. But these two things have really had a lot of community involvement and hype and talk, and to kind of take the train off the track right now seems not very equitable to those communities. What we've done with the Pine area community and those schools that are going to be going there, it just seems just a little bit disingenuous. We've got to be financially responsible, but to kind of pull the plug or to kick the can way down the road doesn't give me the feeling that we truly, truly are projecting how much we care about those communities. Thank you.
Clerk Hall?
I'm really hearing everybody's perspectives and seeing all of these changes, and I know that we had some opportunities to do some small group meetings, but I want to just have us take a quick step back. And in my view, having a little bit of a pause on the Worcester plans is not the worst thing in the world. We've kicked a lot of dust up in this region of town, with Vaughan and Booth and Echoloder and all the rezones with Pine and Smith Ridge. There's been a lot of movement, and I think it's an okay thing to take a step back and say, let's let this dust settle just a bit before we make any more plans and make any more potential promises. So my view on this is that I'm personally okay with us taking a breath on this and making sure that we're doing the right thing. I've heard a lot of ideas for Worcester and that campus, which is in the coolest location, right? It is literally the center of our town, and it's got accessibility to so many locations, and I've heard so many community members throwing out ideas of what we can do. And so maybe giving us a minute to take a breath, and as Ms. Zimmerman said, we have a lot of opportunities to revise this. That this is not a permanent plan. There's nobody saying that. So I really like Trustee Smith's, kind of caveat to the superintendent's recommendation that we continue the conversations, but maybe we don't invest a ton more in specific plans and financing in those plans right now, so that we can create the best plan possible once the dust settles. And that's just my perspective and where I sit, because I do want to make sure that we honor the community and the promises that we've made, but do it in a way that makes a lot of sense. So So that's where I stand on that. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Smith.
Conveniently, I have a motion that I think captures that. I know we've been talking about this for a while. Seeing no lights on, I could give it a shot. Before I read it, what I'm trying to capture here is recognition of the fact that we have financial limitations. We cannot make money grow on trees, but we have promised a school community progress. I agree that the students have been working diligently with staff to determine what should their future be, and I actually agree that's going to take a little bit more time. But stopping the conversation is not in alignment with what the school community is looking for. So, with that said, this is fairly open-ended, but it directs the superintendent to create a plan based on what they see fit. I don't want to be too micro on this because I want to give them space for their expertise to see how this could come together. So if it sounds a little bit open-ended, it's intended so that the superintendent and his team can take this back and give this thought, see where they take it. So with that said, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees does not approve the Capital Funding Protection Committee's recommendation to remove funding from textbooks from the proposed capital improvement plan and approves a 10-year capital improvement plan with textbook funding and cost-neutral alternative scope recommendations for Libby Booth Elementary School, Sparks Middle School, and the future Fred Trainer Elementary School and the administrative building, and directs the superintendent to direct staff to develop a revised phased plan to maintain progress with Worcester High School, and resubmits the 10-year plan to the Capital Funding Protection Committee. And I can reread that.
Please.
If I get a second. I think I need a second before I can reread it.
Alex Woodley, second.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the motion is word for word exactly what we have for the recommended motion. Where we close with "and the administrative building," I've added "and directs the superintendent to develop a revised phased plan to maintain progress with Worcester High School." That's the singular inclusion. The rest of the motion, the recommended motion, is unchanged. So, and I can read that again, or we can ask a question about it.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Smith. I think it's a really reasonable recommendation, and I appreciate you putting it out there. I also want to say thank you to staff for the work that has been put in on our FMP project, all the work that's gone into the planning and the implementation of a very complicated 15-year plan. I also want to say thank you to those that have come today to offer insights and perspective. We appreciate those, and we take those to heart. And so just for a clarification as far as just the mechanic kind of side of things, again, I think it very much stands to reason. And just trying to make sure that I am able to provide the correct direction, particularly knowing that the first part is the denial of Capital Funding Protection Committee's recommendation. The last part that we talked about related to that continued momentum and progress and building on the investment we've made with students and community engagement. Is that all included in the next item that we bring back to the CFPC? Or I just want to make sure we understand the space that we have there. I certainly think we can honor that intention and really get to that. And looking at just some of our pieces as they come together, just want to make sure I've got clarity on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Superintendent. Yes, it would. So the way that I've written this is that right now the slide 15, it shows delaying the conversation until fiscal year 31, 33. You and the team may revise what that slide looks like and say, we have committed to whatever. It might be continuing the conversations with students. I recognize some of the money may not be moving, but the process would reflect that we're going to continue these conversations that the students are having, that their student leadership is doing, to determine what it is we want to do with this campus. I understand that may take some time, but that slide would look different to reflect the feedback and the conversation we've heard from the board here, but I don't exactly know what you would put on it because that's the magic you all make.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the clarification and understand that and feel we can operate within that.
Any questions on the motion on the floor? Everybody's understood, understands? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, great work, everybody. Thank you for coming together. It is 5 o'clock, so we've been at this for 3 hours now. We're going to take a break for about an hour. Just kidding. I just wanted to make sure you were awake. Take a break for about 15 minutes, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order at 5:25 PM. Thank you, everybody. Going to take a few things out of order. We only have 2 items left, so we are going to flip them. Please don't get mad at me. I know some of you are waiting for item 4.05. We will get to 4.05. We're going to hear 4.06 first. Presentation, discussion, possible action to revise the outdoor facility design elements related to playground equipment. Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer, and Tammy Zimmerman will be presenting this item. I want you to know that
Visual aids. Visual aids.
you wanna?
Please tell me this is
Okay. All right, let's, I love you guys. Let's stay the course. I do want to make a comment that we've received numerous public comments regarding recess related to this agenda item. Please note that recess times are not on the agenda and will not be discussed. This item does not have anything to do with recess time. So if you're here for that, you're welcome to leave, you're welcome to stay, but we will not be discussing recess time. Okay? All right. Prior to public comment, I want to remind members of the community that they are provided one opportunity per agenda item for public comment, which can be either in person or via email at the time of call for public comment. Okay, that's part of my script, sorry. All right, 4.06, Mr. Searcy and Ms. Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, trustees, Superintendent Ertz. Thanks for the opportunity to present this one tonight. My name is Adam Searcy, for the record. I'm the Chief Facilities Management Officer. We can't talk about outdoor facilities without having a little bit of fun. So I am going to pass these out. Trustee Westlake, you're getting the football. Right here. Come on. Everybody, we've got lots of props. I'll stop there. But if somebody desperately wants one, just let me know. Again, this is specifically at the request, as the staff report says, of 2 of our trustees to investigate, to discuss, to bring back a presentation regarding our outdoor facilities and specifically our facilities design specifications. So anytime we're learning about where we might go in the future, it's important to kind of reassess where we've come from and where we're at today. I want to open this evening by really just affirming how important unstructured outdoor play is in the learning environment, in the educational experience, and uplifting how WCSD values that in all that we do. In researching this, having not been a classroom teacher, a site administrator, realizing that approximately 10% of our school day is dedicated to unstructured outdoor play at our elementary schools. And this is not just a free-for-all on the park, at the park. This is supervised and guided by our teachers and by trained education professionals. And it is further enhanced by play structures and tools like the balls and the games. I was going to get like a parachute maybe and do that. So many memories and lessons that we can all reflect on and identify with on our playgrounds. Very important part of our educational experience. And notably, also in researching kind of where we are today, highlighting that 82% or 55 out of 77 of our existing elementary schools do have swings on them today. And just over 70% of our elementary schools have standalone permanent shade structures out on our playground. So a great place to start. Also important to remember a little bit about where we've come from. So a part of the impetus for this conversation was a decision of the Board of Trustees back in 1999. That was also attached to this agenda item and detailed a number of reasons behind the elimination of swings going forward as a design element on our playgrounds. Certainly there was discussion of safety, and I've learned from folks who were actually members of the school district back in 1999 that perhaps there was a very extreme incident on a set of swings that maybe precipitated this conversation. But more prominently highlighted in that presentation was the concerns around the square footage or the size that these structures take up. And at that time, this was in part motivated by the need to install larger and safer, safe fall areas beneath our play equipment. So upon the approval of the board in 1999, the district has proceeded in alignment with that ever since, constructing new elementary schools that were also compliant, or rather installing, retrofitting existing play structures and swings throughout the coming years with the bark and the perimeter that you see on all of our equipment today. I mean, many of you probably recall when there was just bare, hard DG beneath our play structures and whatnot, and that is not best practice for a variety of reasons. And so it was during that time period that we really upgraded all of our existing facilities. Of course, there's been new elementary schools constructed since then, as well as the composition of and ultimately the board approval of these educational specifications. These are foundational documents that help guide the spaces that are intended to be included and the elements that are intended to be included in any of our new schools. Doesn't dictate the size, the shape, the color, the orientation, but really just what is important to try to include in ultimate designs. These were approved in 2016, and those are really going to form the basis for this item and any potential motion. So just a little bit more as we start to move forward to our thinking behind the design of any outdoor facilities. It's not just as simple, just like most things, it's far more complex than one might realize. First of all, of course, we're going to look to optimize our available spaces and our construction costs. This, as I said, the space warranted for safe fall and safety areas around any of our equipment, but it also includes consideration for preservation of large open spaces. That while there might be several acres on a playground, that makes for a really good soccer field or large open kickball field, things of that nature. Also transitioning to safety, obvious safety standards and industry best practices. There are certain building and fire codes that do come into play when we're talking about these spaces. Things related to space and safety, such as sight lines. On some of our playgrounds, there's corners or there's vertical structures that make it difficult for a single teacher on the playground to observe all of the students. Things like that get brought into the conversation. Access age-appropriate equipment, we're going to talk about that a little bit tonight, but really just ensuring that there is a diversity of opportunities for all of the students in the school to participate in a variety of activities. Lastly, I wanted to kind of throw in this slide the concept of remodel. These are basically site or external funded enhancements to our facilities. We have a couple of staff, Tammy has a couple of staff in the capital projects team that work that exist to facilitate those types of donations and partnerships in a safe and responsible way. And so that's a noteworthy aspect of all of our, or many of our schools have funded improvements to their outdoor facilities, and it's gone through that process. Not just, a group of parents coming in on the weekend with their screw guns and putting something together. We've got to do this in a safe and professional way, but we absolutely bend over backwards to get to yes whenever we can within our specifications and within all the proper codes and expectations. So that's really where we've been, where we are today, and how we think about our work going forward. I want to turn the mic over to Tammy to talk about really what she and her team does today.
So with any improvements that we do at a school, right, there are maintenance issues that happen in the future. So the initial installation of them is typically capital funded, but then we have to cover all of that maintenance cost that is general funded. And so we spend about $500,000 a year with the maintenance for our play fields at our elementary and middle schools. That safe ball or bark that you see, we have to replenish that because it has to be a certain depth beneath all of those structures. And so that is about a $200,000 a year expenditure that we see. Landscape maintenance and equipment repairs like replacing slides or other amenities that are out there that have issues with them, and we get through a safety request or from the school just needs to be replaced because we can't find parts for it anymore. Then we also see through our capital projects improvements about $500,000 in our capital renewal plan, which we do look at replacing any of those play structures that are safety issues. We have some at a school that might have a sharp object on them, and we just replace the whole thing for that because we can't get parts for those. So we spend and we set aside funds within that, about $250,000, and that might replace 2 play structures at different sites. So we don't, in there, we also have the ability to put shade structures, which we incorporate in our new schools, and then we've gone back and we've done those improvements at the older schools that don't have the ability to fundraise for them so that they could have that outdoor shade as well. And those are approved in that capital renewal plan with a couple per year. But as we talked about, costs are increasing with that as well. So it will, at some point, might limit how many we can do per year with that. Talking a little bit about our educational ed specs for elementary and middle school, there's limited detail in there about what is exactly prescribed for those. Our designers work to incorporate and look at our existing schools to see what they can. And they do that to the best of their ability with us in conjunction with that design. It doesn't say anything about shade in there. We've just started to add those because it's become an increasing request at schools. And so those were added with the new schools. The new school designs have typically at an elementary school level 3 play structures: basketball, tetherball, hopscotch, foursquare, which is a big deal. You would not believe what a big deal it is, even to middle school. And we work to design those as close to that multipurpose room as possible with that adjacency to help with that oversight from the teachers and that line of sight. We do like that large open play area. Our elementary schools play soccer now, right? They have soccer teams, and they need that to facilitate that club sport. Currently, we don't program swings onto our schools because of what we've seen in the past and how we've been exposed to that and told to move forward. So our shade structures are about 20 by 20 with a concrete pad underneath. It typically holds some tables that you can put your students at to have an instructional area out there as well if you choose to. So, and with any new project that we do, we're required at a new construction to install trees per the landscape code. And so we provide those as well. They do start off to be a little small. They have to grow a little bit to provide some of that shade that you see at other schools. The middle school outdoor design is kind of similar to the elementary in that it's got limited details and silent on shade, right? Because that was not a big idea back in 2016. The new school designs include a dirt track with a grass infield so that they can have cross-country, track amenities out there, and PE. And that's something that's not designated in there specifically, but we've continued to add those to all of our schools so that they can have those different outdoor play areas. Basketball courts, large play open areas. We also do really try to either keep it adjacent to the multi-purpose room or the gymnasium for PE and that. Middle schools don't have swings. I don't know that I've seen any of our middle schools have swings. And then shade, we have installed them at modernized middle schools like we did at Swope, but we don't have them at any of the other middle schools that we've done. I want to talk about a little bit of those 2-story buildings typically at our middle schools or larger structures. They provide a lot of shade that you get inherently from that structure. And then as well as the elementary schools, the middle schools are required when we build new to provide those trees, and they will provide shade in the future.
Thanks, Tammy. So again, really assessing what we have today, describing a little bit about the thought process that goes into any design, and then describing in a little bit more detail the types of playground and outdoor spaces that we have designed and constructed over the last 5 and 10 years. So this has also been informed by extensive feedback from, of course, the community, the trustees, historical research, conversations with principals, and many of our own experiences as well. On the topic of shade, that's really not in dispute. Increasing risk and exposure to excessive heat and unobstructed sunlight can be an issue. And so as Tammy described, we have been taking steps to include structured shade structures in all of our new construction projects for quite some years, and enhancing existing school facilities as well. So that is not a change to our practice. I also appreciate Tammy uplifting kind of the multi-story structures. On some of these preceding slides, you saw outside, if you're familiar with that exact location, perhaps at our newest elementary schools, that sort of 15 or 20 foot pergola, if you will, off the outside of the MPR. Many of our schools have overhangs of some form or fashion that create nice shaded and semi-sheltered spaces. Anyway, emphasizing that the need for refuge from the sun in some form or fashion, whether through shade structures, the buildings themselves, or perhaps more intentional placement of landscaping elements, is something to consider. Also, a lot of the feedback on swings was very impactful for me in particular. Speaking with several educators, just advising me that, hey, for a lot of students, the intensity of the play structure is not the ideal place for them, and that a more independent solo opportunity such as swings is really ideal for them. In fact, I talked to one principal, I can't help but share that I shared that feedback with them and said, hey, what do you think about that? And he goes, in fact, some afternoons I come out and rock on the swings by myself as well. So yes, they're very nice places to have on our playgrounds. And then last but not least, some thoughtful and data-informed evaluation of statistics, the limited in which they are around incidents, reported incidents on our playgrounds of all shapes and sizes. And fundamentally learned that there is not a demonstrated frequency difference or an increased level of incidence on swings, the many swings that we do have versus other areas of our playground. So on balance, with all of this feedback, technical analysis, data-informed, glad to present this evening proposed revised educational specifications for both the elementary and middle school levels. They're attached in detail, and we can talk about them in detail, but on a basic level, they seek to memorialize the expected inclusion of swings at all of our new and modernized elementary school projects, as well as shade structures. I described before, that's already something that we're constructing in practice, but felt that it was a great opportunity to memorialize that expectation here this evening. Also wanted to add just a little bit of color to the ed specs because they are a little bit light, in my opinion, in terms of guidance on these designs. We do, as Tammy described, include a lot of outdoor elements. I personally developed a little bit of interest and support for the Gaga ball. You see like a child pen there. If you're not familiar, I didn't label it, but it's a Gaga ball pit. That's a big deal. And it's pretty cost-effective addition. So I'm signaling that as optional and seeking to include it as a suggestion, not necessarily, again, recognizing that not every element is suitable for every design. So how this might go forward, I feel like it warrants a little bit of a discussion around expectations, that these shade structures and these swings would be included in new and reconstructed projects going forward. And that would include Pine was discussed, or a new elementary school on the Pine campus was discussed earlier tonight. and that modernizations where perhaps if they do not include these elements would be expected to add, but rather if they already include these elements, then essentially they're in alignment with our updated ed specs. And then just still acknowledging that every site is different, and on occasion we're unable to safely accommodate some of these additional elements, that there is going to be design discretion just as there is with the implementation of all of our ed specs. I also need to note that the addition of any scope to our projects does come with additional one-time costs. Learning that the installation costs of swings is relatively low in comparison to some of our larger play structures. So I feel obliged to note the one-time installation cost as well as a very modest annual upkeep of those elements and any soft fall material. So that's really the description of the recommendation. There's the recommended motion. And of course, in your attachments, we have some detailed red lines proposed to try to make it more clear what the expectations are and what some optional elements might be in terms of designing our outdoor spaces going forward. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustees will have some clarifying questions, and then we'll go to public comment. So, Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief because I am mostly interested in the public comment. I would be remiss if I didn't thank staff extensively for hitting it out of the park, because that's really what you've done here. Thank you so much for approaching this idea with an open mind, with an open heart, and with a lot of creativity. This item was brought forward at the request of all the people that asked us to talk about it. And so I want to thank everyone for the work that they've done with this, your team for doing a fantastic job with the recommendations that you've brought forward here. And I personally am very, very grateful for all the public feedback that we got, because that is how we know that we're talking about the right things and that these outdoor learning facilities really matter. And I love it when we get public comment that says that we love these recommendations and they're cheering for our board to support the recommendations that you are bringing forward. And I think those are the exact types of things that we love to engage our community on when we're talking about the right thing and we're getting so much public comment saying, absolutely yes, pass what staff has brought you. And so thank you so much for that.
Clerk Hall and then Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Shorter and sweeter, but I ditto what Trustee Smith just said, and I am truly thankful and grateful that there was a discussion on this. I appreciate it so much. I'm literally so happy I could cry, honestly. And you guys have made this happen, and I thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a question about the Safe Fall bark. Is this an opportunity for us to potentially look into alternatives? I've heard on a lot of my school visits that the wind is a big concern with the bark and that there's a constant need to replenish it. And I know we have different requirements for safety than like just a city park, but I'm just curious if there is an alternative to the bark.
Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer. So we have looked at alternatives for them. They are significantly more than that, but we've also looked at other design solutions along with fencing with some tennis nets on them to keep that wind. And so I think we're looking at specifically a couple schools to install it at to see if we can keep it into a specific area, because the cost of the others is so much more.
Cost prohibitive.
Yes.
Thank you. I love that this is just an opportunity to explore what other options are out there, especially as we build a new school. We can install something new. I think that's fantastic. One other question I have is, in the interim, we've built several elementary schools. Would those schools have the option, if space was available, to be put on a list for swing installation if they wanted to? Because I think we have probably 5 or 6 elementary schools that then would not have been built with swings. Again, I'm sure that would be further down the road and it's going to cost something. And we just did the CIP and we know that we don't have a ton extra. So I'm aware of that. I'm just curious if they had PTOs or anything that wanted to work towards that, would they be able to?
Absolutely, and that's through the remodel work order process, and they can do that, and we will facilitate adding those to their sites at an expense that they pay for.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
Vice President Woodley, please.
And thank you for that, because I think that goes into my question. I just wanted to clarify for the record that this is related to, these are implementations for new and reconstruction projects, and not necessarily to existing schools.
That's correct. They can also, through our capital renewal, when we replace play structures, they could change, maybe they wanted to change a play structure for swings or a gaga ball pit or any of those. We would entertain that through that, because there's still amenities that those students and children would play on.
If I could add to that, just to be real clear, these modernization projects, like what we were talking about earlier tonight, would also be expected to include this scope. So if they already have swings, if they already comply with the updated ed specs, that's great. Just like how we're looking at our ed specs and looking at our existing facilities like Palmer and looking at ways to add STEAM labs and add collaboration spaces and add general use restrooms, we would also be looking at the outdoor facilities and making any modifications to them to bring them up to a greater level of parity with regards to the outdoor, any amended outdoor specifications. So new, reconstructed, and modernized. Also the capital renewal program, also any site-funded remodel initiatives.
Anything else? Okay, we'll swing it over to JJ for public comment. And again, I do want to remind, thank you, General Counsel. Again, we've had a number of public comments regarding this item as recess related. So again, I just want to be clear, we're not talking about recess times. It's not on the agenda. That will not be discussed. Certainly talk about recess during general public comment, but not during this public comment process. Thank you.
Heather Siri.
I could see him pointing. That's what I was looking at, JJ, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Siri. I'm a parent of 3 children in the Washoe County School District. I'm here today to speak about the importance of outdoor play spaces, specifically swings, and what they mean for our children. Learning to swing is not something that comes naturally to a child, it's a learned skill. Children teach each other. They learn through watching how to climb onto the swing, how to pump their legs, how to build momentum. These are not lessons easily taught by adults. They come from observation, encouragement, a little healthy competitiveness, and practice alongside peers. All of my children have mastered the swing on their school playground. But it goes beyond just swinging. Swings teach awareness. Children learn to watch their surroundings so they don't walk in front of or behind someone in motion. They learn patience by waiting their turn. They learn empathy by helping a classmate get on or off, or by giving someone a push to get started. These are small moments, but they build capable, socially aware, and physically confident children. I also want to speak to equity. A few years ago, our parent organization on campus recognized that not all students had access to these experiences. We offered funds to purchase an ADA-compliant swing so that our students who use wheelchairs or have mobility impairments could participate in something as simple and joyful as swinging instead of sitting on an aide's lap. The funds were approved and sent to the district, but after months of meetings, we were told by risk management that it was not allowed. At the time, we were not given a clear reason other than safety. The 1999 ed specs were never mentioned. Today, those students still cannot independently access swings on their own playground amongst their peers. Instead, they sit on an aide's lap to participate, if they can at all. Lastly, I want to highlight our school field. Between 2021 to 2023, our field deteriorated to the point where children were playing on hard dirt Injuries occurred often, community sports teams stopped using the space and became a joke when referencing the space. Our parent community once again stepped in and raised over $27,000 to restore our green space because we were told that our district did not care to maintain or prioritize it. Today, while the field is not great, it is usable again. However, the burden of maintaining it still largely falls on our parent community. The only way we've been able to provide safe, enjoyable outdoor spaces to our children is by doing it ourselves, and that shouldn't be the standard. I don't want to look at our children's formidable years and remember what was lacking in their schools. I want to help them recall the amazing green space they played soccer every recess they could, the large trees they used as their base for tag, and how all their classmates got to enjoy a turn on the swings. So I'm asking you to take note. I'm asking you to care, and I'm asking you to remember what it felt like to be a child, to run on grass, to feel that thrill of swinging, and to feel included on the playground. These spaces matter. These experiences matter. Our children deserve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Nick Manguso.
Good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Nick Manguso, and I'm speaking in support of agenda item 4.06. I'm a surgical oncologist here in Reno. I have 2 kids who are also elementary school kids in the district here. Skin cancer is a fairly significant portion of my practice, and we're seeing it in younger and younger kids, patients, people. Prolonged UV exposure and excessive UV exposure we know is your biggest risk factor for developing skin cancer. And the majority of our exposure actually occurs before the age of 20. So when they're sitting in our schools, in our district. I'd like to share a few statistics about our district that I think stresses the importance of appropriate outdoor space for our kids. Washoe County school, not school district, but Washoe County has double the incidence of the rest of the United States when it comes to melanoma. So we see it more commonly than most other places in the country. And that incidence has actually been increasing over the last decade. It's largely due to our higher elevation, roughly 300 sunny days, so our kids are exposed. Melanoma is also one of the top 5 cancers in children or people aged 15 to 25, and childhood and adolescent sunburns increase the risk of developing skin cancer in the future. So all these risks, I think, stress the importance that district policies and investments should ensure well-designed outdoor space that provides adequate shade, both natural and structural. So in addition to that, high-quality outdoor space, including appropriate playground equipment, natural surfaces, and adequate shade, have significant benefits both from a health and academic standpoint in our kids. It doesn't stop at recess. These things translate back into the classroom when we create an inviting, welcoming outdoor space for kids to play in. It improves attention and focus in the classroom. It decreases stress and improves mental health. All of this is well vetted in research and data over the last couple decades. And last, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention it during SBAC testing. This actually improves test scores. That is well researched. It is out there. That data is clear. So the bottom line is, this data is very clear. Well-designed, high-quality outdoor space with appropriate playground equipment, maximizing natural shade and surfaces where we're able to, and providing structural shade is a win-win for our students. Should be thought of as an extension of the classroom. It encourages physical activity, play with friends, encourages unstructured socialization. It builds healthy habits in our students. It can have a huge impact in the classroom, and if done thoughtfully, it can help reduce the development of early cancers. Failing to provide this, I think, puts both the academic progress and health of our students at risk. So I urge the board to, direct staff to develop clear, enforceable minimum standards that define shade requirements, include outdoor environment and shade as quality core components, and ensure these standards are applied consistently across all schools. These are investments in the future for our kids in our district, but we know that encouraging them with good quality outdoor space can improve their academic acumen and their success. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming up.
Megan Manguso.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry, he's a lot taller than me. Okay, here we go. Fear cannot be the driving factor or force of any successful community or society, nor any institution, including education. My son snapped his wrist on a slide at school and required immediate surgery. The school has called me multiple times about my daughter falling off the monkey bars. But did you know that grip strength is a determining factor in lifespan? And that these are the sort of, quote, real-world risks necessary to avoid anxiety and fragility to create resilient humans, according to famed author Dr. Jonathan Haidt of The Anxious Generation. I would never want this equipment removed because of their injuries. Beyond the joy and well-being swings and slides bring, they need these opportunities to learn to protect themselves and each other. This is my third public comment in so many months, and this time I bring positive news. Roy Gom had their first week of play before school this week, utilizing the beloved play equipment that stood empty each morning for the past 2.5 years. It took 8 months of advocacy, but the joy was palpable. Principal Barker said in her weekly report, quote, "Before school recess was a big success with scholars enjoying extra time to play, connect, and start the day on a positive note." One 7-year-old told her mom that her peers that normally struggled settling down in the morning when class started have been much better behaved and focused. This advocacy process has been exhausting to say the least, but this feedback and the results after 1 week is so exciting, and we are so grateful to all parties who continue to work with us, including this board and the district, as we know that play and socialization isn't a massively important part of all kids' development, well-being, and academic success. The research and data proves that as well. So I encourage this board and the district to keep doing the work to enshrine, protect, and nourish recess and our playgrounds as a priority and not an afterthought in our kids' education. By and large, it is their favorite part of the day, and we should use that interest to feed their learning in the classroom. I leave you with one final note, and that I will continue to emphasize. All decisions regarding the day-to-day experience of our children on these campuses should be evidence-based and include community-wide feedback. This community is very, very clear, even beyond these walls, that they want playgrounds and recess protected.
Thank you, Mrs. Mancuso.
Krista Rossi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Krista Rossi, and I've been a teacher in the Washoe County School District for 17 years, with 16 of those years at the elementary level. I hold a bachelor's degree in elementary and special education, as well as a master's degree in early childhood special education. Given my experience and background, I feel qualified to respectfully urge you to support the inclusion of swings into playground design and not allow swings to be removed from current playgrounds. In my years working with young children, I've seen firsthand how essential movement and play are for their development and regulation. Swings are not just a piece of equipment, they are a critical development tool for children. Research consistently shows that swinging supports the vestibular system, which is responsible for balance, coordination, and spatial awareness. This system is foundational to a children's ability to sit upright, focus in class, and regulate their body and emotions. Studies have demonstrated that vestibular input, like that received from swinging, can improve postural control, movement, and even emotional regulation in children. Beyond the neurological benefits, swinging also builds core strength and motor skills, grip strength and coordination, and social skills through turn-taking and cooperative play. It is one of the few playground activities that simultaneously supports physical, cognitive, and social development. Swings are also uniquely important for children who struggle in less structured environments. The rhythmic motion is calming and can help children regulate sensory input, making them more ready to learn when they return to the classroom. Especially at the elementary level, we are asking young children to meet increasingly high academic demands. Taking away opportunities for movement does not improve outcomes. It often leads to decreased attention, increased behavioral challenges, and less effective learning overall. And while safety is always a priority, it's important to remember this. Playground research shows that over-restricting equipment can actually reduce developmental benefits and limit children's abilities to learn risk management, a life skill that they need to build in order to have confidence and independence. Instead of removing swings, the focus should be on proper supervision, safe spacing and surfacing, and clear usage guidelines. When thoughtfully implemented, swings are not a liability. They are an essential support for students' health and success. For many children, swings are also the most inclusive structure on the playground. Not every child can climb or compete in a fast-paced game, but many can swing. Removing them risks unintentionally excluding students who rely on that type of play. At the end of the day, the decision is about more than equipment. It's about whether we preserve opportunities for children to develop balance, confidence, social skills, and joy, and whether we provide the time and space for that development to happen. Swings have been staples of childhood for generations, not by accident, because they support how children grow and learn. I respectfully ask that you keep swings on our playgrounds and lift the ban on them while working towards solutions that prioritize both safety and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rossi.
Jenny DeMonte.
Hello. I'm Jenny DeMonte. I work with Indivisible, and I am the eyes on the county school board. Before I get into this, I want to acknowledge Trustee Westlake, and the study that you were talking about was, well, I've read one of college students and the difference in retention between taking notes by hand or taking notes on your computer, like at a lecture, and it's a big difference. Notes by hand, you retain much more. Okay, now, I have a PhD in education research and policy, and all I can say is everybody else stole my thunder. I have no more good research to offer at all, and I've printed some out. So I'm going to say this. Swings are, in my mind, swings are romantic. It's a joy. You know, you go up, as a little kid, you get to go up in the air. It's like flying, you know? And I was always one of those kids in line, waiting for the swings, because it felt very freeing after sitting in a classroom for hours. So, swings, yes. And I don't know if you can see this, but I'm pretty fair, so shade is pretty important. And when I grew up in Minnesota, you know, we weren't as worried about sun the way people are here. And I have a granddaughter who will soon, well, not really soon, be in the school district, and she is just as fair as I am. I'm also going to offer one more thing. Fields, yes, good fields. My daughter, the mother, the granddaughter, is now a volunteer coach of a girls' lacrosse team at middle school. And I can't remember where they practice, but it's at a school. And she'd be really happy to hear that the fields are going to be A-OK for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. DeMonte.
That would be a doctor.
I stand corrected.
Cullen McGinnis.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Superintendent and members of the Washoe County School Board. My name is Cullen McGinnis, and I'm an organizer with the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter. I'm also a Reno local and a product of our public schools in Washoe County. I'm here on behalf of our organization and members to express our support for Agenda Item 4.06 and for investments in trees and other shade structures on our school playgrounds and outdoor facilities. Our mission is to protect, enjoy, and advocate for the outdoors and the communities that rely on them. That doesn't just include our incredible national parks or famous destinations. It also includes the green spaces and outdoors in our own neighborhoods, playgrounds, and backyards. We believe that everyone deserves a safe and accessible green space to enjoy, especially our youth. Our kids deserve to have a safe and shady place to enjoy their recess, especially in the fastest warming city in the country. Providing shaded areas and green spaces for our kids to play in is a medical necessity for their health and well-being. We don't want our kids to be overheating during recess or be exposed to the hot sun for long periods of time, which increases the likelihood of sunburns and skin cancer. Our teachers and staff also deserve to have shaded areas when they are supervising recess and spending time outside on school grounds. Outdoor play is critical to the development of our young people. I know this firsthand as a formerly hyperactive kid who couldn't wait for recess every day when I was in school. I learned so many important lessons on those playgrounds, lessons in teamwork, cooperation, and all the social connections that recess helped me build. I also learned how to jump off of swings and scrape my knees. That was one of my favorite things during recess, and when I learned about this plan to phase out swings, I was surprised. To me, this seems ridiculous, and I hope that will be overturned. The lessons that I learned on the playground were absolutely critical to my development as a young person, and outdoor play is no less important for today's kids than it was when I was in school. Our children deserve safe and shaded places to play for the sake of their physical and mental health, as well as their social and emotional development. Recess and play is an important part of a kid's education, especially in the age of screen addiction. I say as I'm reading this off my phone. We need to make the appropriate investments in our green spaces on school grounds to make sure that this generation of young people has the opportunity to play outside safely and discover a passion for the outdoors, sports, and physical activity instead of phone time and scrolling. Not only do our playgrounds serve an important purpose in the development of our children, but so do our soccer fields, track fields, and other outdoor facilities on school grounds. These places often serve as gathering places for our communities, and investing in them to be shaded and beautiful can help foster children's connectedness to nature and the outdoors. These spaces should be prioritized in our school design and budgets, as they serve not just our children, but the wider communities as well. This is a worthwhile investment for our children's health and development, and I hope that this board will prioritize these green spaces and shade structures on school grounds for the safety and well-being of our students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Brown.
Hello, Ms. Brown. We've been waiting for you.
Hello, sorry about that. Thank you all. I come to you not only as a parent of a very active kindergartner, but also as a licensed clinical social worker who has worked with countless children with a wide range of emotional and developmental needs. In my work, the most effective tool I have to use to help children build skills and regulate their emotions is simple. It's play. Because play is not just something kids enjoy, it is essential. It is the primary driver of brain development and directly supports attention, learning, emotional regulation, and behavior. This is why decisions around playground design matter so much. Swings, for example, are not just equipment. They provide important sensory input that help children regulate their bodies and emotions. For many kids, especially those who struggle with attention or anxiety, swings are one of the most calming and organizing tools available on the playground. Removing them or choosing not to replace them takes away a simple, effective support that many children rely on. Shade is just as important. Without adequate shade, access to playgrounds becomes limited or unsafe during the hot weather. That means less time for movement, less time for social interaction, and less opportunity for the kind of play that supports learning and development. At a time when children already spend more time indoors and on screens, schools should be the place where we protect access to outdoor play, not reduce it. We cannot expect children to sit in structured environments all day and still perform their best. If we want children to exceed academically, socially, and emotionally, we need to ensure that they have access to safe, functional, and developmentally appropriate play spaces, including swings and adequate shade. These are not extras, they are essential. I appreciate your consideration and the presentation given today to support these changes, and keep going. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Nicole Dennison.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board, parents, and patrons. We're all here today because we share a common goal: to provide our children with the best educational opportunities possible. We invest our time, our money, and our support to give them every advantage. But while we focus on the newest technology, state-of-the-art buildings, and increasingly rigorous curriculum, we are overlooking something far more basic: the fundamental human need for children to run, move, and play. Our elementary-age children are navigating rigorous schedules, overcrowded classrooms, increased screen exposure, and a growing emphasis on standardized testing. As the pressure to perform continues to rise, we are forgetting something essential, not just for classroom learning, but for overall development: access to unstructured play, movement, and time outdoors. Our playgrounds matter. A playground with swings, tactile equipment, and natural elements like trees and shade encourage movement and exploration. It gives children the opportunity to release stress, build social relationships, and learn how to solve problems. These skills allow children to return to the classroom ready to learn and focus. In many ways, while we push forward with innovation, I implore you to always consider what truly supports childhood development, and that is play. As a mom of two very active elementary-age children, I've seen this firsthand. My daughter's kindergarten year has been a very difficult transition. Moving into a highly structured environment with expectations to perform at such a young age has affected her deeply. And as someone who has spent many hours volunteering in a classroom of 26 children and one teacher, I can tell you the energy is palpable. So my ask is simple. As you plan for new schools or update existing ones, please don't overlook the children that you are serving. Their needs are not a one-size-fits-all. They are learning more than just academics. They are learning how to exist in a structured and social world. We are asking a lot of our children. The least we can do is meet them where they are and give them the space to move, to play, and to be kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dennison.
Zoe Braun.
Good afternoon.
Hi. I'm very grateful that this item is on the agenda. Thank you so much. My name is Zoe Bray, and I speak to you as a parent and as an educator to express my support for increasing unstructured playtime in elementary schools and for creating more natural playground environments across all schools. Too often, I see trees and shrubbery slashed only to be replaced with presumed more manageable DG and asphalt, and areas sprayed with harmful pesticides, and children's recess time reduced, now only 30 minutes in a 6-hour day. It cannot be emphasized enough that children need access to spaces that feel alive, engaging, and connected to the natural world, rather than dominated by dead surfaces. Trees for shade, natural landscapes, and herbicide-free grounds should be the standard, not the exception. These spaces offer powerful hands-on learning opportunities that cannot be replicated indoors. Children learn by doing, by observing insects, tending plants, and even participating in simple maintenance like pulling weeds. These everyday interactions foster curiosity, responsibility, and a deeper understanding of themselves and their environment. Unstructured play in natural settings is not just free time, it is an essential part of a child's education. When children explore, imagine, and problem solve outdoors, they develop critical thinking, creativity, resilience, and social awareness. These are foundational skills that support academic success and lifelong mental and physical well-being. Children today must grow up not only knowledgeable, but also connected to their community, to their environment, and to the world that they will inherit. Providing natural, healthy outdoor spaces and the time to freely engage with them is one of the most meaningful investments that we can make in our children's education and future. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Bray.
Naomi Dewar.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. Mr. President, members of the Board of Trustees, my name's Naomi Dewar, and I'm a Reno City Council member for 12 years. While I love swings, and I totally encourage you to implement more, I am actually here, as should be no surprise, for the trees. And the kids, and you yourself. Over a decade ago, we started a program called Relief Reno to double the trees in Reno. Why? Why? Because Reno Sparks is the fastest warming city in America. Las Vegas is the second. We are warming twice as fast as Las Vegas, some 10 degrees in summer evenings, 7 degrees in summer days. Las Vegas is back at 3 to 5 degree change. Experts say that in our region at a high elevation in the west, we should have about 15% tree cover. In Reno, we have about 5. In Sparks, they have about 3.8% tree cover. Trees are the simplest and cheapest way that we can actually address this climate change. And it's not just sort of a passing concern. We are the fastest warming. It is not a side note for us. Trees, of course, provide shade and typically 10% cooler. They provide cooling in another way through evapotranspiration. They provide increased oxygen, stormwater retention, and of course are home for the birds. But in my 12 years, what I've observed at most school properties in Reno is that they are denuded. And so we have begun in Reno to plant in parks. But in places like North Valley, there are not many parks, but there are schools. We have reached out and done a number of tree plantings at schools, such as Mamie Tolls, with parents. But the work needs to continue. And why does it even matter on playgrounds? If we're planting in parks, why does it matter? Well, it matters because, first of all, you've heard about shade. Most kids are not out applying sunscreen in the middle of the day. I'm sorry. And it affected me myself. I myself developed melanoma, as you heard the doctor discuss before. It starts in childhood. It rolls through your young adulthood. And many of us, including myself, experienced it and survived it. But also air quality, the sensory experiences. Why did I become a scientist? Many of you know I'm a geologist. I became a scientist specifically because of the trees on my playground. At break, I would touch the bark, I would look at the design of the trees, I'd wonder about the leaves, I'd look at the insects. And I participated then in STEM education. But the trees need to not just be around the school, they need to be on the playgrounds as well. Finally, if I may, on mental health. I had a somewhat stressed childhood myself. We were poor, and we experienced something that many families experience, which is divorce.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just wrap up. And those trees provided tremendous amount of solace and helped my mental health. I strongly encourage you to not only do what you're planning to do with the swings, but in the tree section to put in some specifics in terms of percentages.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Donald Clark.
Hello, Mr. Clark.
So I come up here with no notes. I just want to point out, in Reno, over the last 20 years, we've seen massive amounts of development, and that development has cut into some of the already available green space around our schools. I went to Brown Elementary School. There was recently a housing development that went right across the street. Now, I'm not opposed to housing development, but balancing development with green space is extremely important, especially when we're moving into a more densely developed city. On top of that, trees. Everyone loves climbing trees, especially kids. Like, I think the tree idea is great. I'd love to see more shade structures, but I think doubling down on shade with trees is the real way. Yeah, they're multi-use. It's not just kids try and climb the shade structures. So again, when you're thinking about designing these things, make sure that it's not just a cost analysis when you're building out these shade structures. It's got to be well thought out in a way that's not detrimental to the rest of the school environment. And just one last small thing. I went to Brown Elementary School, but my first school was Westergaard Elementary School. We used to call it the pit when I was there at age, and it was just a dirt pit with a playground at the bottom of it. And that is just not conducive to a fun day at school. So yeah, anyways, that was my take. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
John Eppolito.
John Eppolito, protectnevadachildren.org. At this site, you can learn about probably the biggest silent danger in our schools, Infinite Campus. All the public and public charter schools in this state upload student data nightly to IC. This data is stored forever. Plus,
Mr. Ippolito, I'm sorry. You're
Could
welcome
you
to
stop my time, please?
You can provide this during the general public comment, but we're talking about playground.
I know, and
Right.
I'm trying to get there. I'm just taking the scenic route.
Oh, okay, well, hurry up, because you got 2 minutes and 39 seconds
Well, wait a
left.
minute, I lost my place now. I've lost my place. You interrupted me. Okay, here we go. Plus, Infinite Campus also shares the student data with vendors. The district will not tell us who gets access to all this data. Infinite Campus also uploads a subset of this data to the state's SANE database. During the last legislative session, Angie Taylor carried a bill that got passed and signed into law requiring the state to start deleting SANE student data 1 year after graduation. Unfortunately, IC still maintains the largest and most incriminating student database ever created in U.S. history, forever. I'm talking about personal and subjective data that has nothing to do with education, including medical, counseling, discipline, minor discipline, psychiatric, and MTSS. All of this data is stored forever by Infinite Campus. If your kids are in WCSD and under 18, you can go to protectnevadachildren.org to request this data. Unless your kid is perfect, you will be surprised.
Mr. Ippolito.
It's the next sentence. If you quit cutting me off, please.
No, I'm not cutting you off.
But
You're
you
not
are. Will you
sticking to
stop
the
the time,
agenda
please?
item. I'm gonna
Will you
have
stop
to
the
ask
time,
you to
please?
stop.
It's the next sentence. I'm not waiting 3 more hours. I've been here for 5 hours or whatever, listening to all this other stuff that's not related.
I appreciate
And
that.
the
We've
board
been
member
waiting
that
too,
called
but
me
you
and
got to
asked
play
me to
by the
be here.
rules,
I
sir.
told
You got
them
to
what I
play
was
by the
gonna talk
rules,
about.
or I'm not going to have you finish your public comment.
Can I
Get
finish
to
or
the
not?
point. If you don't get to the point, I'm cutting you
It's
off.
the next sentence, so I know where I am now. To date, IC has been involved in 6 data breaches. I agree with almost everything already stated on the swing issue, and to me, swings aren't nearly as dangerous to the future of our children as Infinite Campus. A few years ago, at Nick Polikitis Elementary, the one-to-one school, the elementary school students were watching XXX pornographic videos on school district-issued devices. This is much more harmful than swings. As far as I know, no one ever got disciplined, and what I say is less screens, more shade, and more swings. Thank you.
The board received emails from Audrey De La Cruz, Brandy Vesco, Tricia Benson, Matea Lane, Brittany Jenkins, Brittany Avila, Dory Orlich, Larissa Vinner, Micah Clausen, Jen Eastwood, Barbara Coulter, Tanya Coleman, Shanae Strader, Stephanie Fleming, Taryn Falcon, Will Griffin, Cheyenne Pileggi, Carrie Harrington, Anonymous, Lauren Chang, Shannon Frabelli, Brandy Quagliar, Fraser Kirkman, Jessica Brown, Andy Hickey, Mariana Molina, Victoria Bunig, Bart O'Toole, Lori Hull, Katie Rossi, Melissa Link, Michaela Leggett, Mary Morton, Billy Lockey, Heather Townsend, Ashley Stockel, Kristen DeHaan, Rachel Pringle, Lauren Murray, Alice Gold, Lexi Brecky, Alejandro Ramirez Aglunda, Katie Schneider, Jacqueline McCoy, Amanda McNeely, Brandon Siri, Nicole Zander, and Allison Hatjacks.
Okay, very good. All right, we'll swing it back to the board here for deliberation and a vote. I do have one clarifying question. Adam, if you can answer this question, I again, just want a direct answer. Looking at new reconstruction projects will include the shades, swings, if they desire. as well as modernization. What about schools, older schools that don't have shade? How does that factor into the equation?
So any deficiencies relative to a potentially approved ed spec here today would be addressed through future modernization projects. So
Okay.
our FMP includes ultimately all of our schools, including some of our newest ones, albeit quite a few years into the future, and those needs or deficiencies would be addressed at that time if they exist, if they are not accelerated through a site-funded type of project.
Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't yes or no. I think the answer
I
is
get
yes.
it. I understand. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for. Okay. Any further questions? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Do you want to make that, Trustee Wesley? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed revisions to the elementary and middle school educational specifications.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Smith to approve item 4.06, second by Trustee Westlake. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Okay, now we will go to item 4.05. This is a discussion and possible action regarding a process for selecting a superintendent for the Washoe County School District. There are three options, as noted, that Doug Owen, our Chief Human Resources Officer, will present as he comes up to the table. We will have Mr. Owen present, and then we will have any clarifications, questions presented to him by the board, and then we will go to public comment. Good afternoon, sir.
Turn this on. Good afternoon, trustees. Doug Owen, for the record, Chief HR Officer for the Washoe County School District. I don't have fancy props with me or balls to throw at me, but giving a presentation today on a very important decision that you all have to make. I'll start with the options that I'm presenting to you today are all viable, and they are reflective of past practice that has occurred within the Washoe County School District that I've been able to investigate and research. So I'll move on to the purpose of our gathering here today, and I will review for you the statutory requirements. This is NRS and also some recent changes with Senate Bill 460 that have occurred in the most recent legislative session in 2025. Then review some NDE, Nevada Department of Education requirements that were included in that bill, as well as Board Policy 9082 and how it applies in this situation or does not apply. And then present you with three options for your decision to replace Mr. Joe Ernst as our superintendent. And then finally outline some procedures there and request board action. I do not come forward to you today with a recommendation. You will not see a recommendation at the end of my slides. My role in this process is to provide you with the options and the process that we can follow. So our current context, of course, Mr. Joe Ernst has decided to retire, and congratulations to you, sir, effective July 7th. And WCSD is currently undergoing multiple and executing multiple critical initiatives that exist for your consideration as we explore the next superintendent. The legal framework behind this, NRS 391-110, establishes that the Board of Trustees of a school district shall employ a superintendent and allows you to define the duties, responsibilities, and compensation for said superintendent. The candidate must be one of 3 different pathways. This was most recently added in the last legislative session. The first one, I'll call it the education leadership pathway. This is your somewhat traditional graduate degree, 6 years of teaching, has been an administrator in a school district, which includes 3 years in leadership. The second is your executive and financial leadership pathway, which could be a CEO or a financial leader of an entity with a budget of greater than $275 million. And then finally, your third is let's call it a business and management pathway, a graduate degree in business, finance, or management, and then 4 years of relevant experience in one of those fields. The new NDE requirement, it was established under SB 460. The Nevada Department of Education goes through a review to confirm the qualifications under one of those 3 pathways that I just mentioned. They have 10 days to do this, so it is an additional step in your hiring process. Effectively, what you do is you select a candidate that you would like to put in the position. NDE reviews that candidate, has 10 days to do so, then returns to you and says whether or not that person qualifies or not. They do not get to re-interview or go through a screening process other than the one outlined in law. On to Board Policy 9082, which was created as part of a succession planning exercise. And this establishes that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to ensure that staff are adequately prepared to succeed them in the event that they are no longer here. That could be in a short-term basis. The policy refers to this as an acting superintendent. That is not really applicable in this case. Joe is sitting right in front of us. And then an interim basis, which is planned for a longer-term leave, if you will, or even a permanent opening. And then finally, there is the succession planning itself, which that is more what I would key on to. This is in sections 1, 4, and 8 of this policy that basically says the superintendent shall prepare this individual or individuals to be prepared to take over the role should something happen. And that might mean they interact with board members, executive leadership team, or otherwise be aware of and be ready with board policy knowledge and be able to execute the office. The interim superintendent title has been used in the past, and actually in 2022, 2023, and 2024, somewhat loosely compared to the definition that's in the policy. So in those 3 years, the superintendent was still employed while we also had an interim superintendent. So the outgoing superintendent overlapped in one instance for 9 weeks, in another instance for 8 weeks, and another instance for 4 weeks with the incoming superintendent. Most recently, for example, Joe was employed as of July 7th, 2024, and Kristen McNeil stayed on. Dr. McNeil was still with us for a month after that happened. And when Superintendent McNeil got the job originally, her predecessor stayed on for 2 months. This has been used as an overlap mechanism for people to assist in the transition of the position. My job, again, is I recommend the process. I don't necessarily make a recommendation on what you should do. That is a decision for you, which is outlined in the policy, that you determine and approve the final process and the selection. So your options today in front of you, 3, succession planning and appointment. So the policy contemplates that the deputy superintendent, chief academic officer, and other leadership team members should be prepared to take over the office if necessary. So that is how it is in alignment with that board policy. It's not an exact fit, as of course there's nothing that has happened to the current superintendent, so you're just planning ahead for a permanent replacement. It does bring continuity and stability. Of course, the deputy superintendent has been significantly involved in several projects, and I think she's going to go up and speak later about those. It is your lowest cost and shortest timeline. It preserves the culture and the priorities and the momentum of the district, which is called out in the succession planning document. And it's a strong signal of preparedness within our governance structure. There are some considerations for you as well. The board engagement with the candidate, so you may want to talk to the deputy superintendent, and you have the community get to know the deputy superintendent. The interim, if she were to be placed as the interim, do a presentation as to what her leadership approach is and what her qualifications are. And then finally, you would want to consider how we go about clear stakeholder communication if you were to select this option. The procedure here is about a month and a half, if you will, and this timeline is based on your board meeting cadence, the timing we have to submit staff reports, if there's any RFP or request for proposal process, or any application contracting timelines that we would have to work out with the candidate. So this is about a month and a half process. You'll see in here it's repeated several times. We have to submit to the NDE. We have to wait 10 days for them to return to us and then negotiate the superintendent contract. In past, that has taken several weeks. This accounts for about 2.5 weeks that it could take. Option 2 would be to interview the deputy superintendent. So if you would like to have her come and answer questions, you could elect this option to have her present at the next board meeting in an interview format, and then decide on the potential succession appointment. This, of course, has some advantages. It still aligns with the intent of the succession planning policy that you're looking to prepare people to succeed to the role. Your other considerations here might be it's a compressed timeline. It would extend it out 2 weeks. Potential redundancy, and as we already have an internal candidate if you were just to select option 1, but it is an option that you could employ. This option, again, would take a little bit longer. There are a couple more weeks in that process, and given the cadence of meetings and staff reports being submitted, this would take you about 2 months, maybe 2.5 months. Finally, a structured search, and this is the most recently used method. Your advantages are you get a broad and competitive candidate pool, high transparency in the process, and an opportunity for the leadership to potentially redefine their vision. Considerations here, increased cost and longest timeline, and I'll skip to the last bullet just so that there's awareness. That range of $35,000 to $100,000, I believe, in the 2024 search, there were 3 proposers that went through the RFP process. One was around $33,000, and then they added some expenses after that. The middle ground, the one we selected, was around $60,000, and then the most expensive one was about $95,000. So that's where you get this range from, of about $35,000 to $100,000. There was a question previously. McPherson and Jacobson was the last search firm we used, and they had a guarantee in their contract that if the selected superintendent left within the 2-year period, that they would repeat the process again without their fee. It would still incur expenses, which was $20,000 in their contract. But after we spoke with them, the Office of Human Resources reached out. They are not honoring that guarantee as the superintendent has been in the role for the 2-year minimum that was required by the contract. The other pieces here for you to consider, long lead time, and I'll get into the schedule next. Potential disruption if you get a new candidate that comes in and says, I don't want to do the projects you're doing right now, or perhaps they have a learning curve to get up to speed for external candidates. So just something to consider. So search procedure, and I'll break it down a little bit. So the board would provide direction in the search. We would coordinate with purchasing on an RFP process, as we did last time through our search process. We would go through and have firms submit their proposals. At that time, the staff would review all those proposals, go through and kind of screen out some firms and then provide some preferred firms for you. We would have to submit our staff reports by June 10th. So June 23rd through July 15th, we are selecting the firm, conducting the search, and then finally completing screening, background and reference checks for the selected candidate. Background checks and reference checks typically take about 3 to 4 weeks, just for awareness. And then finally, you would conduct your interviews, we'd submit to NDE, and then negotiate the contract to seat a superintendent sometime in late September. This is fairly aggressive. I, of course, have sat with the Office of Business and our procurement department, and while aggressive, they think we could do it this quickly, although that assumes everything goes well. So just giving you the timelines. So finally, the board is requested to, again, select a preferred process option and then authorize staff to proceed. Regardless of what is selected, staff next steps for me, we have to develop a future superintendent contract, and you can put a name on that later, but in work with the Office of General Counsel, we have to walk through what that contract could be to start with. We'd have to develop a communication plan with our Office of Communications and Public Relations, and then initiate if there's an interim placement or a search process, and then also initiate the conversation with NDE. Finally, the attachment that you received to this was a guidance memo from the Nevada Department of Education. We are the first school district to go through this that has had more than 100,000 population, and so that is the time when it requires the review. So we've already been in touch with them. They submitted the guidance memo to us, thankfully, very quickly. We were able to present that to you today. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. And given that we have the deputy superintendent who has expressed interest, her letter of interest is part of our documentation on their staff report. I'd like to invite her to come up and address the board on her interest in the position.
Good evening.
Good afternoon.
How are, I think it's evening.
I think you're right.
Good evening, President Mayberry, Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. It's an honor to be standing here before you today to discuss my interest in the superintendent position and my qualifications. Washoe County School District is not just where I work. Excuse me, it's where I've built my career, grown as a leader, and raised my family. I've served this district for over 25 years, starting as a teacher at Pine Middle School, which we just discussed is in its last year of existence as it is. I've worked as an assistant principal, principal at the elementary, middle, high school levels. I've served as a deputy superintendent, associate chief, lead area superintendent, and most recently as your deputy superintendent. This experience has given me a deep understanding and firsthand knowledge of our schools, our community as a whole, and the systems level approach that's needed in this kind of position. As the deputy superintendent, I currently oversee the Office of Elementary Academics, Secondary Academics, Student Services, Student Development and Success, as well as research and evaluation. This work requires a disciplined, systems-based approach. We work to align strategy, curriculum, professional development, compliance, and evaluation. And we've worked collaboratively to build these systems that are in service of our students and our staff who are at the heart of every decision that we make. This systems-based approach matters because our schools need to experience clarity every single day instead of fragmentation. Through this aligned structure, the Office of Academics has made incredible momentum. We've made the largest single-year gains in ELA and math proficiency in our district's history. We've seen an investment in early education through the science of reading with our educators show incredible results with our earliest learners. We've seen an expansion of clubs in 6th grade athletics, which has led to increased engagement for our students. We've seen record increases in access to advanced coursework through the opening of W. Smith Career and Technical Education Academy, as well as dual credit and concurrent enrollment in partnership with our higher education institutions. We've seen an improvement in attendance, climate, and overall operational efficiency. I share these outcomes not simply as accomplishments, but as evidence of what happens when an organization moves forward together with coherence, trust, accountability, and most of all, shared ownership. Alongside academic oversight, I've had significant operational and governance experience as well in this role as your deputy superintendent. I serve on the Financial Review Committee, the Executive Leadership Team, and the Superintendent's Weekly Planning Committee. These teams collaborate on some of our district's most complex issues. We bring a cross-functional expertise to analyze impact, surface risks, balance, trade-offs, and then strengthen the quality of any recommendation before we take any action. We ensure decisions are informed, sustainable, and grounded in responsible stewardship of public resources. I attend all board meetings so I understand the why behind your decisions and ensure staff deliver on your actions. I approve and review all board documentation to ensure accuracy, alignment, and fidelity. During the 2025 legislative session, I elevated district voice by ensuring that we were giving voice on things that mattered to our students and our workforce. Some examples of the leadership I have done in the operational space. I've worked with the academic and operational reorganizations that brought overall operational efficiency to our organization and reduced redundancy. I've played leadership roles in the the facilities modernization plan, as well as the administrative facilities modernization plan that will be coming forward to this board in the spring. I've engaged in proactive budget deficit problem solving that required us to make difficult but responsible decisions to balance our budget. Recently, I've led work in the school repurposing framework that will be coming forward to this board at the next board meeting. Each of these major initiatives has allowed me the opportunity to lead with clarity, with courage, and a steadfast commitment to public trust. Serving as your deputy superintendent has been part of intentional succession planning within our district. I've worked side by side with superintendent for the past 2 years. This partnership allows for a focus on continuity, stability, and forward momentum as our superintendent works towards retirement. I have a comprehensive understanding of the district's interconnected systems and how it must continue to evolve to meet our current but our future needs as well. We have major and historic work ahead of us, as you saw today. I am very clear about what work needs to occur. I'm also clear about what challenges lie ahead. Most importantly, I know how to leverage the people within this organization to make the necessary progress. As future superintendent, I would provide continuity and forward momentum, ensuring no lost time, no lost momentum, but most importantly, no lost opportunities for the students we serve. My experience in schools grounds my leadership. Serving as a principal at the elementary, middle, and high school levels, I was able to learn a lot about the realities of running schools at every level. I've led instruction, staffing, budgeting, operations, all aspects of campus leadership, family engagement, and school culture. This experience shaped my leadership approach. I know that in order to make the good decisions, we have to listen first. Then we align our systems and invest in our people, balancing strategy with execution and always having a relentless focus on student outcomes. Washoe County School District is and must continue to see itself as striving for excellence. Educators choose to work here in Washoe County School District when they feel valued, supported, and challenged to grow. Families and community partners put their trust in us. And by elevating student voice, students have shaped the district that we have today and given us a vision for what our district should look like tomorrow. Continuous improvement is not an admission of failure. It's a commitment to growth. So why do I seek to serve as your superintendent of Washoe County School District? I believe deeply in this district and what is possible when we all move forward together. I have a simple guiding framework: collaborate, elevate, and innovate. Collaborate means strong relationships and shared ownership built and executed together. Elevate means clear expectations, supporting our educators, and listening to our students and families, but most importantly, holding ourselves accountable. Innovate means adapting responsibly to evolving change while honoring the work that has taken place. It's about thinking ahead, seeing changes in the horizon, and managing that change through collaboration, transparency, communication, stewardship, and most importantly, with integrity. If selected, an early focus of mine would be to build strong relationships with each Board of Trustee member. I would look forward to meeting individually with each one of you to understand your perspectives and your priorities and create clear norms for our communication and collaboration moving forward. Strong governance partnerships are built intentionally. They're sustained through trust and grounded in mutual respect, and I am committed to that work. Washoe County School District has been making meaningful progress due to the dedicated staff, due to the leadership of this board, and due to the commitment of our community partners. I'm committed to bringing clarity, integrity, and purpose to the role of superintendent, building strong systems that are already in place but making them better, and preparing Washoe County School District for what comes next. I thank each of you for your service, your leadership, and your continued commitment to students every day. It would be an honor to continue as your superintendent of Washoe County School District, collaborating, elevating, and innovating together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMaster, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to hear from you. Anybody have any clarifying questions for the Deputy Superintendent? Okay.
That was eloquent, thank you. Yes,
And
sorry.
just want to remind you, this is not an interview, just
No, it's
simply
not.
clarifying question.
Clarifying questions, you mentioned community partnerships, collaboration, and innovation. And I guess I'm wondering about the expansion on that, and I'm going to use the word, the political nature of it all. If you could maybe just comment on that.
If hired to be your next superintendent, the theme of collaborate, elevate, and innovate would be an essential part of my entry plan and would be how I would function and do the work. Collaborating begins with listening to everybody, earning that perspective, and then making sure that we're using that information to elevate ourselves to the next level, but always being open to new and creative ideas. That's the innovative piece. Did that answer your question?
That's up to you.
In all fairness, I know the challenges of the job. Like I said, I've worked hand in hand with Superintendent Ernst for the past 2 years. I know it's a massive job, but it's a job I would bring heart and passion to, and a commitment to building the public trust. And public trust is built through transparency and ongoing communication.
Trustee Westlake.
I do have a clarifying question, and that was very eloquent, but I'm just a little bit confused here because I was under the impression that Dr. Deputy Superintendent McMaster was going to present to us if we were to move on one, the first choice. I was told that this was going to come after we already voted on step one, and then we would hear this presentation. So if now this presentation is being moved here, I appreciate that because I feel like the horse is getting a little bit closer to being in front of the cart. So is that what's happening here?
Trustee Westlake, no, this is just an opportunity for Deputy Superintendent McMaster to express her interest in the position.
So there would still be another presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you.
And look, I realize it's not lost on me that this is the most important thing we do as a board. And it's not lost on me that there's a lot of opinions and thoughts about this. So with that, are there any clarifying questions for Mr. Owen?
I just have one. Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Clerk Cole.
I just want to clarify. So the new requirement that NDE approves any person that we select came out of SB 460. And my clarifying question is, being that I believe there are only 2 districts, is that correct? There are only 2 districts that have that requirement?
Doug Owen, for the record, yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to address the Deputy Superintendent and let you know that I was very moved by what you shared. I have the highest respect for you, and I believe that you are an outstanding candidate for the superintendency. And the questions I have for Chief Owen are strictly process-related because the agenda item says regarding the process, and I give you my word, I would ask these same questions if this was my mother. So with that said, I want to be very, very clear that these are process questions and they are not personnel questions in my view. Thank you, Chief Owen. I have some notes here. Starting on slide 3, I'm also going to preface this by saying it's not lost on me that I've been a trustee for less than 5 years and we're doing this for a 3rd time. Unfortunately, that also makes me fairly familiar with how some of these things work. So that's the baseline of my question. So specifically, why is the deputy superintendent being recommended to be named as an interim? I'll pause on that. I see the overlap with those years there, but I don't entirely understand why she's being recommended for an interim, and I'd like to hear from you, and then I can explore further with some of the historical materials.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Doug Owen, for the record. So at present, in those years, in 2022, 23, 24, that's what we labeled those incoming or outgoing superintendents was interim, which is the portion of my presentation where I was speaking to the definition in this document may not fit the practice of how we have treated that title. This policy doesn't necessarily limit us from using the interim title in a different way. And so it has been used that way, even in recent hires for our chief general counsel, our chief of police, right? There's several interim titles that we've used across the district.
I appreciate that. I'm still a bit lost on this, though, because having been here in 22, 23, and 24, and I did actually bring forward Dr. McNeil as the interim in December of 23, if I'm not mistaken. But in 2022, when we were recruiting with the planned and announced retirement of Dr. McNeil, she stayed on, and when we named Dr. Enfield the next superintendent, the motion was just that. It was selecting Dr. Enfield as the next superintendent of schools. So we had a full superintendent who had a planned retirement, just like Superintendent Ernst. We extended an offer, and then Dr. Enfield came on as the superintendent. But that's really different than this structure. I don't see the parallel here. Same way as when Dr. Enfield left, we had Dr. McNeil come in as the interim. That was because we knew that there was an end date sooner than when we were going to have a new superintendent in place. So she was named the interim, but when we very wisely chose Superintendent Ernst for the new superintendent, the motion there was that the Board of Trustees selects Mr. Joseph Ernst as the next superintendent of schools for the Washoe County School District. It didn't name him as the interim. So he then started, and then of course we had Dr. McNeil there for a period after, but he really became. And so here's why I'm asking, in both options 1 and 2, the deputy would become the interim, but then assume those responsibilities immediately upon his retirement. So I don't understand why we wouldn't just be naming her. I know we got to go through the 10 days, but I just genuinely do not understand naming the interim based on the 22, 23, and 24 examples given.
Yeah, so thank you, Doug Owen, for the record again. So in that period, so let's say Dr. McNeil, she was already the interim when Joe took on the role of superintendent, right? So she retained the title of interim superintendent when you had a superintendent. At any of the transition points, you always had one interim and one superintendent. And we've used it as somewhat of an overlap historically in practice. So we always give one the title of interim and the other the title of superintendent. The buck stops with the superintendent, if you want to think about it that way. And then the interim is prepping to take on that role or is transitioning duties to the superintendent, if that makes sense.
All right. I don't agree because Dr. Enfield came in as the superintendent and then, Dr. McNeil was leaving. I still don't think that the parallels are there. But I very much appreciate your answer on that. So another question that I have is, let's see, option 2. There's a timeline here. It's 11. The page numbers are a little confusing on the updated one that actually came out. So my next question is that this is the interview and succession option.
Mm-hmm.
What does WCSD use as the definition of a formal interview? Because if the board proceeds with this option, we're already guaranteeing an outcome. So do we normally interview people when we've already committed to a procedure that gives the job? Like, what's the role of an interview in this option?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Doug Owen, again for the record. So this doesn't guarantee the outcome. So if you look in the agenda item, you would be able to do the interview and then make a decision if you appoint her or not, right? So the intent behind option 2 is that you still have optionality, but you get to conduct an interview to understand her future vision, her entry plan, or any other questions that you would be considering as part of an interview to determine if she's qualified to do the job. So the definition of the interview would be for you to assess, all of you, to assess her ability and qualifications to do the position. And we would walk through creating that interview process and the questions behind that. But you would then, after the interview, have the option to appoint her or not.
Okay. The way that I read this, it feels pretty predetermined, but I very much appreciate the answer. On the second step, it says HR gathers trustee input and develops the interview questions. So does that mean that HR is developing the questions, or the trustees get to develop their own questions? Because in the previous 2 searches, trustees were able to come up with their own 2 questions. And we did, of course, make sure that the search agency and HR were good with them, but we were able to come up with those questions and we were able to have them. So what does that step mean?
Absolutely, great question. You would be able to come up with the questions. HR would effectively do a check to make sure you're not asking anything illegal against the law, so don't do that. And that you're not all asking the same question, right? So we'd want to make sure that you have some diversity of questions and be able to maybe have a conversation if there were multiple questions that were all kind of the same, so that we could get a variety, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I have a couple more, Mr. President. Is it okay? So again, the slide numbers are a bit wonky, but it's the slide that has the overview of Board Policy 9082. Because the numbers on the bottom kind of
Shifted.
it's a number 3. There you go.
There
There
you
you go. Thank you so much. So let's talk about Board Policy 9082, because I'm familiar with this one in the first 2 searches. Can you help me understand where in the policy it says that it's aligned? So when we use words like it's an alignment or it's in accordance to the policy, I've never seen an interpretation of 9082 where it says that just giving a job, like even an immediate succession is in alignment with the policy, but posting the job for an internal search is misaligned. That's a very curious thing, and that's come through in a lot of public comment. So I've got the board policy. Can you help me understand? And I have a follow-up to it, but can you help me understand where it says that our board is actually by policy supposed to just go with the next in charge?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Doug Owen for the record. That's not what it says, and I used alignment as a very specific word. It does not direct you to appoint the next person. In the overview of the policy, as well as sections 1, 4, and 8, that is what I am speaking in terms of in alignment to. It talks about the superintendent shall ensure the deputy sup, chief academic officer, and other appropriate employees become familiar with the board's superintendent issues and processes to better prepare them. Section 8 talks about the superintendent and leadership team shall have strategies to ensure that transitions occur smoothly with little disruption in operations to the district. And then on the first page, item 1, policy, succession planning for the superintendent is organized, proactive process of preparing for the loss of this critical position in order to sustain, protect, and promote the culture and goals of the district into the future. So I'm not using this as a, you are directed to do this. I'm using this to say, if you select option 1 to appoint someone that has been prepared under this policy as part of succession planning, which is the 3rd definition in the document, that you're acting in alignment with it. It's not that it's directing you to do that.
Okay, normally an alignment means like this is what it suggests that you do. So in the same vein, why would posting the role and internally and seeing what internal candidates, why would posting the job be in misalignment to it? I don't know. I've never heard that before. I've never heard that just simply posting a job for superintendent is not in alignment with board policy. They might all 3 be in alignment in their own way, okay? But why is a search misaligned? I mean, that's very different than how so many boards have ever looked at posting a job.
Yeah, so if you're preparing someone for the job and you're following succession planning, which refers to the development of existing employees to fill key leadership positions in the district, and then you're posting it for external candidates, it's not the intent of this document. This document doesn't actually talk about posting the job externally for a search, whereas it does talk about succession planning.
I honestly don't think that it says that it's misaligned to post the job. I mean, no other, like Emily Ellison, for example, and so many other fantastic chiefs. I think that's a novel interpretation of it. I think all 3 options could be aligned in their own way. So I really hear your point on 1 and 2, but I do not believe, I think that's could be concerning if people think that posting a job is not in alignment with board policy. Okay, staying on this though, because this was another one that I got. On number 2 of the policy, it says that this is a district-wide program for developing leaders. So I'm curious, what other district-wide practices do we have where we do the same thing? Because the policy is about succession planning for the superintendent, but it talks about a district-wide program. So do we apply this in a larger sense?
This specific board policy is regarding, of course, the planning for the superintendent. If you're talking about district-wide succession planning efforts, those do exist. Specifically, I can speak to our administrators. We have things like administrator pools, dean, AP, principal pools that we have people go through training, and they get qualified to move into pools for those new positions that may come open. We speak with each chief regularly, especially through the reorganization efforts that have occurred over the last 18 months with regards to potential successors in their own organization, or identify gaps where we don't have potential successors within their own organization. That's a collaborative process between each department and the Office of Human Resources. So that conversation and that activity does happen, and we will keep organizational charts, if you will, that may be in draft form or identify individuals that could benefit from additional leadership training and enroll them in that training to help them prepare for their next appointment.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I'm almost done. I only have a couple more. Hopefully any of this is of value. All right, looking at option 3, the structured search, a couple questions on that. Can you help me understand, well, actually, I'm going to preface this. I know that this is a point for clarifying questions, but if Mr. President will indulge me, I want to make it clear that I have zero interest in a national search. I have zero interest. I have not heard a single person ask for a very expensive national search, okay? So the next questions are going to focus solely on internal searches, regional searches, low-cost, things like that, okay? So I don't want there to be any confusion about an interest of mine in anything that's $100,000 or 8 months or national.
Okay.
With that said, under the considerations, we've got internal morale. And I was wondering, what about posting a job locally would hurt morale of the school district?
Yeah, Doug Owen for the record. As is typical through superintendent transitions, when we select external candidates, and I realize you're speaking to internal candidates, I didn't constrain the considerations here to just that internal scope that you just defined. But when you have external candidates, it is likely that you have leadership turnover. And that's just historically, as you have new superintendents, especially external ones, join the organization.
Thank you. And I'm certainly not, making any decisions. It's just when we look at a structured search, you can tell that a good amount of work and thought went into what a national search would look like. But that's where my last question really goes into, and that is the work done to consider other types of searches. We have 15 rural neighbors that aren't big like us in Clark, and they do superintendent searches very, very differently. So I'm curious, what did we do to understand how our rural partners do their searches? We've received public comment around, has there been any work done to understand if we did an internal search, could we get an interlocal agreement, or learn some lessons for how the rurals do it? Because my own research seems to indicate that they do this relatively quickly. They can do internal or regional searches really quickly. So I'm curious what research there was with that because, again, not being, in your role, it seems like it would be like dramatically less money, little to no money, and much, much less amount of time. So I was curious what the research showed on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So the research conducted was based on publicly available documents for board meetings for other counties within Nevada. Some of them made appointments, like option number 1, right? Very low cost, to your point. Others engaged search firms, and some didn't go national. It's hard to find somebody for Esmeralda County or Mineral County to move there, just to be fair. So I can only assume that their board made a decision to move in that direction with a limited scope search, so that they would have a higher likelihood of garnering the right candidate, if I could make that point.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President, for indulging so many questions.
Sure. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Of course.
Any clarification, questions? I just want to go around the room here.
I have a clarification.
Yeah, Vice President
If we
Woodley.
can go to slide 5, number 5, the legal framework. Okay, so in the second part of the listed bullets, 1, 2, and 3, candidate must meet one of 3 pathways in SB 460, just implemented in 2025. So whatever candidate we select must meet one of these 3 listed: graduate degree in 6 years teaching, 3 years in leadership, or the CEO or financial leader of an entity over $275 million budget, or someone from business management, graduate degree in business, finance, or management, and 4 years of relevant experience.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Woodley. No. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Chief Owen, so I first need to clarify myself. This is not about the person. This is about the process to the position. How do we get from here to here? And I've heard some things, but I think it's a little misleading that we're saying these things and they're not comparing an apple to an orange. It's more like an apple to a banana. I appreciate, and I've been for, when it was brought to me by Superintendent Ernst, hey, we've got some retirements, we need to start planning for people to take over these offices. I agree. So the planning, district-wide succession, training people, great. However, here's the apple and here's the banana. I was elected to be a voice for the public. I was elected to this position. And one of my duties is to do the work. And the most important thing is to have a process to discern, to be fiscally responsible in this decision-making, to be transparent, to include the public. I have nothing to do with the offices you were speaking about. I think that needs to be extremely clear to our public. So in making that comparison, it doesn't hold water. We are here to interview candidates, to get to know these candidates, to hear what the public is saying, and by all accounts, I've heard trusts thrown out there, which I think is very, very important. You lose trust, and good luck building on that relationship. Pretty much every public comment was saying, where's the transparency? Where's the trust? Why is this not being posted? What are you hiding? What's going on here? Basically, why am I not doing my job? This is my job. So let's make sure we know what the apple is and what the banana is, and what we're all what our job and what our scope of work is here. Then I just, I got it. This was before me. This was before me. But I think we need a little stroll down memory lane here. We did this sort of thing with Tracy Davis, and we all saw what a dumpster fire that was. That's when we decided the building was burning down around us with Pedro Martinez, and we're just going to then appoint the deputy chief, not have any public involvement. I've heard collaboration. All of these are great words, you guys. Why are they out in the ether right now and no one's thinking about this? Yeah. Not thinking about our public. So, Tracy Davis was appointed. None of the posting, interviewing, public getting involved. And again, before my time, but I remember the newspaper articles. So here's I'm getting there. I
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
went around a little bit different
We
here.
have public comment, and this, if you want
Okay,
to
I
deliberate,
have
we
one
can dive into this.
question.
Go ahead, please.
I have one question here. How are trustees expected to make an informed decision and doing the work of the public that elected us to this position? How are we supposed to have an informed decision without having the opportunity to ask questions and evaluate the candidate in advance? Please tell me how I'm supposed to do my job, because then that's going to be the stock answer I give my public. Well, our HR guy, he said, this is how. This is how.
So Doug, on for the record, Trustee Westlake, I provided you 3 different options. So I wouldn't suppose to know how to tell you to do your job. That's not my role. I'm putting in front of you the potential options, and if you would like to ask questions of a candidate, that's option 2 or option 3. And so if there's an opportunity for you to do so, then I would just guide you in that direction.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah, what I've put in front of you is 3 different options that the board has previously entertained. Option 1, to your point, was leveraged for Ms. Davis, and then option 3 has been leveraged in several searches in the most recent past. I think the other piece that I just would my role here is to help give you the information you need. So if you do need further information, I'm more than happy to provide that. What I've presented in front of you today is what you have done in past practice.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I just think I needed to add a little bit to your information, because like I said, it was a little bit misleading. No disrespect, but it's a little misleading comparing we're supposed to be hiring a superintendent. That requires applying and interviewing and then hiring. And what's going on internally out there is not at all what this is. So that really needs clarification. It's not. You're shaking your head, but it's not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. It sounds like sounds like you want to start deliberating, so I'm just going to pump the brakes a little bit. And let's go to, if there aren't any more clarifying questions, that's the purpose of this forum right now. If there aren't any more clarifying questions, let's go to public comment. JJ?
Katie Simon Holland.
Good evening.
Good evening. It is evening. It definitely is evening. President Mayberry, trustees, and Superintendent Ernst, for the record, my name is Katie Simon Holland. I want to thank you all for your dedicated service and for the opportunity to speak to you. Before I begin, I want to convey my great respect for your excellent staff and for Ms. McMaster, whom I believe to be a competent, professional, well-qualified, respected, and well-liked leader. My comments are not a reflection on any individuals. I was president of this school board when Policy 9082 was adopted. So I can confidently testify to both its wording and its intent. As a result, I respectfully disagree with how Board Policy 9082 is characterized in the slide presentation as supporting the direct appointment of the deputy as superintendent. I further disagree with the statement in the presentation that an action the board might take on this item, other than options 1 and 2, would be misaligned with the intent of 9082. The wording of 9082 establishes that the deputy would be automatically elevated to acting, not interim or permanent superintendent, in the event of short-term temporary absence of the superintendent, such as in the case of emergency, accident, or illness that temporarily renders the superintendent unable to fulfill their duties. As when former superintendent Dr. Jim Hager had an emergency appendectomy. This policy was adopted so that there would be no question as to who was in charge temporarily until the board could lawfully meet to appoint someone if necessary. And the policy encourages training and development so internal folks would be prepared. The current circumstance is nothing like that. A retirement announced more than 4 months in advance is not, by definition, an emergency, creating a short-term temporary absence. Further, there is no reference to the automatic elevation of the deputy to superintendent in the section of the policy on either an interim or permanent superintendent appointment, only for the acting superintendent, which does not apply here. Additionally, there's nothing in Board Policy 9082 that gives the board the authority to appoint an interim, which has been mentioned as it's loosely defined. It is not loosely defined. The board does not have the authority to appoint an interim in that policy while the superintendent still serves, which is proposed in both options 1 and 2. 9082 specifically defines interim superintendent as serving when there is a, quote, longer-term or permanent absence of the superintendent. Since Mr. Ernst will remain in his position until he retires effective July 7, 2026, there is no longer-term or permanent absence of the superintendent until that time. Therefore, I support the appointment of Ms. McMaster as interim superintendent effective July 8, 2026, consistent with the specific language of 9082. And that's really all you need to do today. I also recommend that you conduct an open competitive search process. I'll stop there.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
thank you for your patience and understanding.
And
Thank you so much.
for the
Ms.
opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for indulging us for what, 7 hours now? Something like that? 6? I know. Okay, feels like it. Thank you so much.
Michael Ponce.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good evening, yes. So, hi to all board members and trustees. Thank you for your time today. I think our last speaker actually touched on a lot of the points that I was going to hit on, so I'm just going to expand where she left off, basically. A lot of my colleagues also feel an open interview process would be in the best interest of the district. And definitely moving away from a national search, I think the cost of that would be very expansive, and research shows there's no real actual advantage to that. And really, with the open interview process, we would like to urge something where a lot of the other areas in the state are already using, which would be something very similar to what we do for principals and other leadership candidates. Basically, you'd create the open job posting, you allow people to be properly vetted and monitored by our wonderful HR staff who's very capable of doing that, and they've developed great leadership in this district. And then create a committee to interview the most qualified and capable candidates. And when you create the committee to interview, you could have board members, obviously, but it's a chance to really involve the whole community. And you could really get a diverse range of perspectives on that committee. So you could involve, for example, district administration from the talent management side, school site leaders who are going to be working directly with the candidate, teachers who will have to work under the superintendent, PTA members, parents that are involved in the district who are going to have children and who have previously had children in the district that know how important that relationship is to build. Really, there's no limit to who would be involved in that thing that would be affected by this heavy of a decision, right? And just really give everyone the opportunity to assess how well suited they feel the next person would be to lead in this role. And then you guys would obviously be able to vote on the final candidate as our appointed officials. And I think honestly that's a move that would improve transparency and accountability throughout the process. I think it's something that gives us all a chance to work together and collaborate as a community, which ultimately is what we are in this decision-making process. And additionally, when you look at the research on how promoting leadership candidates that are internal works out, ultimately there isn't a lot of heavy things in terms of the outcomes yet. But one big factor that is rooted in that data is basically that internal candidates that tend to be promoted and homegrown locally like that, because they've already established those relationships with the people that work around them, they tend to have a lot less turnover and better tenure, which is a positive indicator of the other metrics you want to see out of a superintendent candidate. Overall, I think this open thing would be a great way to involve our stakeholders, and I think it's something worth considering. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Catherine Williams.
Good evening. I'll get the time
Hi.
right.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Williams, and thank you everybody here today. I've been a district teacher here for 22 years. I've worked under 8 superintendents. As we've said, we've had a lot of turnover and changes. So considering a new superintendent is an extremely important decision. And I come to you because I'm concerned about the option of hiring a superintendent without having open interviews. My first reason for that is that I feel we're not doing our candidate any favors by not doing interviews. It makes it look more like we're hiring as a lack of options instead of making a well-informed choice. My second big reason is just we're not really doing our Washoe County School District and its constituents any favors because this is such a very significant hire that we've historically had a lot of turnover in. And so I'm kind of quick on this, but my final thing is that, every school district position, just thinking about this, is subject to open interviews. It's very important too. With the school district, I've changed positions 3 times, and of course, I went through an open interview process with other people to make sure I was the best option for that position. So I think I just want to also to thank Deputy Superintendent Tiffany McMasters for speaking to us today. It was very nice to hear from her, and I've heard this said before too, but just that looking for a new superintendent among other candidates is definitely not a reflection of her. She's amazing, but it would be a confirmation that we are picking the best candidate. And I just hope that we're looking for somebody who's motivated to stay with our district. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Selena LaRue Hatch.
Teacher Selena LaRue Hatch, and Assembly Member of the Nevada Legislature. Good evening.
Thank you so much for having me. And yes, I am an Assembly member, but I am here today as a teacher at North Valleys High School and a member of the Washoe Education Association. And I am here because you are facing the most important job that you have as a board. You are choosing the person that is going to lead our school district. And so I'm here urging you, begging you to listen to our staff and our families and our community and to put the diligence into this work that I know you have in your heart and that I know you are capable of doing. We deserve to have a superintendent that has been vetted, that we know has been chosen because they are the best candidate, not because we don't have other options, not because they've just been picked to be promoted in a speedy way. And I know we've been presented with 3 options today, and a third option was presented as having a negative impact on staff morale. But that is bewildering to me because I have talked to staff all week, and I went to my union meeting on Wednesday, and I talked to people in my building and across the district, and every single staff member said, well, I had to interview, why doesn't the superintendent? We all have to go through this process. Why doesn't our highest paid employee? Every single one was shocked and dismayed that we are even considering a closed process. And I would like to echo what everyone else said. This is no shade to any candidate. I think that there are many incredible candidates in our school district, and I want to hear from them, and I want them to get to prove that they are the best choice. And if it ends up being our deputy superintendent, that's great, but I want you to set her up for success because I am telling you right now that staff will see an automatic appointment as an inside job, as nepotism, as something that is not earned. And so even if she is the best candidate, you are not setting her up to have staff believe in her. You're not setting her up to have staff on board with the vision on day one. So I'm asking you to please consider other options. I don't think a national search is necessary. I don't think anyone agrees with that. But we could post it on the job board. We could go through the same process that actually most of you went through when you became appointed trustees, of having people turn in their resumes and you vetting them and you choosing someone. It doesn't have to be expensive or complex. But I will tell you, there were many teachers that were here to speak tonight, including my daughter's own 3rd grade teacher, who had to go home because this is so late and we have to teach tomorrow and we have kids. There are many who wanted to write in and did, but there's even more that told me, what is the point because the board doesn't care what I think. And that breaks my heart that anybody thinks that. And I know that's not what your hearts are. And so I urge you, please, to show them that you're listening, show them that you care, and conduct an open process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maxell Gibson.
Good evening, school board trustees. Thank you for letting me speak with you tonight. My name is Maxell Gibson. I'm a teacher at Washoe County School District, and I'm here to ask you to appropriately post the superintendent position and hold interviews. Posting this position ensures that any qualified and interested person has the opportunity to apply. Just choosing someone from the district is not the right thing to do in this case. We have a district with highly qualified and dedicated professionals. By not posting this position, we are unfairly denying them the right to apply to be our next superintendent. We owe it to our employees, students, and all stakeholders who, we owe it to our employees and students to have every interested party apply and be appropriately vetted. I am not asking for a national search, just a local posting should do. We have a protocol for hiring every other position in this district, and it would not seem right to not follow that protocol for this position. By holding an interview process with all interested candidates, we ensure to all stakeholders that the district is keeping a process for all. I could speak, I'm an SIP teacher for the district. There's not a long line of people for that position. I've had 3 classrooms. For everyone, I've been the only one to apply for that position, and I've had to interview for every one of them. I just don't think it's fair that we don't hold every position accountable to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Miranda Lopez.
Good evening, Ms. Lopez.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. Hello, everyone. My name is Miranda Lopez, and I am a teacher at Mendive Middle School. The process of finding our next superintendent and district leader should be an open one. As a member of this district and impacted educator, I would like to see the superintendent position posted in order to review and properly vet any potential candidates to set our district up for success. Historically, finding and keeping a superintendent has come with many challenges. Although the alternative options were presented as having higher turnover, we need to recognize that this does not have to be a difficult process, involving a national search firm, but instead one that allows each internal candidate a fair chance to represent themselves and the qualities that they believe qualify them to be a district leader. As a newer educator who spent an absurd amount of time preparing to be the best candidate in my very own interview, transparency, neutrality, and trust are foundational to creating lasting leadership. Teachers, students, and families should be able to trust that their district leader is one chosen through an equitable process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Kaylin Evans.
Good evening, President Evans.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Hi, my name is Kaylin Evans. I'm president of the WEA. I first wanted to start off by saying thank you, Superintendent Ernst, for your service to the community in this school district. I highly respect anybody who makes a decision to put their marriage and their family first. As we are doing right now, the superintendent position will be filled by somebody else. Your role as a husband and a father cannot be replaced, so I respect that and I appreciate that. And, as you guys know, my role, a big part of my role is to make sure that I'm elevating the voices of our membership. As it was alluded to, and you can imagine, I have received a number of folks reaching out, and it has been very consistently conveyed to me that this process needs to be opened up. Again, and I know it's been reiterated, Deputy McMaster is clearly qualified to do this job. She's highly respected and appreciated. I have not heard anything dismay around the candidate. It has very much been the process, and it has been consistent. Everybody that I've spoken to, I myself have a board that directs me, and when this was brought forward to them, it was a very clear consensus that the narrative around this position being handed off without some sort of a formal interview process was I think the term was used, bewildered, and that was very much the sentiment that was conveyed to me, and it's been the consistent message that I have gotten from everybody that I've spoken to as well. So as my role here, I have to make sure that I'm doing my due diligence to elevate those voices of the folks that I am tasked to serve. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The board received emails from Carolyn Perona, Christina Aris-Ponduk, William Dexter, Mary Watcher, Amanda Barrett, Sharon Black, Ashley Laverdew, Sarah Vega, Tavia Williams, Michelle Locks, Adrienne Bemis, Lainey Pansy, Jessica Medulla, Deborah McDowell, Veronica Frankel, Debbie Koch, and Kristen Johnson.
Okay, thank you, JJ. So we're going to close public comment, bring it back to the board for deliberation. Just want to remind everybody, look, I know there's some strong opinions behind the dais here. Let's not discuss the character of anybody that's not on the agenda. Let's keep it professional, as we always do. So having said that, well, thank you for turning your light on. Clerk Hall, you can begin.
Thank you. I actually have one clarifying question for Chief Owen, if he wouldn't mind coming back up.
Of course.
Thank you. So, we've heard a lot through all of the emails that we've gotten and just community conversations, as well as option 3, that conducting a search requires some pretty significant steps. So my clarifying question for you is that it has been brought up in both public comment and in several of the emails that we've gotten that if we just post it on the job board and HR can screen the applicants. I just want to clarify. My understanding is that, and my gut feeling is that that would be a highly inappropriate thing and impossible thing for your HR to do, and that the only part of that option is that we would need to put an RFP out and have an external firm of some sort conduct the actual process. So could you clarify for me on that? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Doug Owen again for the record. I wouldn't say it's impossible or inappropriate for HR to post the job and solicit candidates. It's not typical. And the purpose or the reason behind that is you would have the HR department screening out their potential boss. And then the people that didn't get the position may not be happy with HR.
Right. That was my gut. That was where my gut was going.
So it's very typical for the district to elect to go out for a request for proposal or even a request for quote to understand what it would take for a search firm or another entity to do that work. Some of those entities, I think, in option 3 is left very wide open for you to provide direction around, is it an internal search? Is it a local, regional, national? And of course, the bigger you get, the longer it takes.
Sure.
Right? So option 3 is framed in a way that allows you to provide some direction as a board to help us narrow, if we were going to go get a search firm, narrow that selection process, which should shorten the timeline. We still have to negotiate a contract. We still have to go through the process. So it would depend on the firm and how long that would take.
Okay, and just one follow-up question to that. So we've heard a lot of comments, and as well as a few of us have mentioned it, that there's no desire for a national search. And so that is really about the scope that the firm has. So if we say we want a national search, then they are putting it out on various boards and they're contacting their contacts. And that's what we mean by national search. Mm-hmm. Whereas if the scope is shorter, is a little more tight, then they're not doing that. So a person that lives in Tennessee could still apply. We're just not advertising it to a job board in Tennessee, for example. Is is that the difference between when we say a national search, which then of course costs more because they're advertising it?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. I think there's a couple different ways to do this. So one would be advertising, as you alluded to, or as you stated. Another would be that the potential candidates would have to meet qualifications, and you would screen them out through not having the qualification of being a current WCSD employee or a past WCSD employee or WCSD experience, right? Like you would label out what your screening criteria is, and maybe potentially somebody moved away to Tennessee and they want to apply.
Sure. Okay.
That could be possible too.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually have a clarifying question, not deliberation, to riff off of what Clerk Hall asked. Could we follow a model like we do for our appointment process where, so when we follow an appointment process, which, I mean, most of us have been through, there's a first level of basic requirements. In the case of an appointment, JJ knows what those requirements are. They're clearly stated. All of the potential trustees who meet those minimum qualifications, all of those applications come here to the board. And then the board has the responsibility of narrowing down. In that case, I'm not talking about this process, but in the appointment process, everyone's given a few minutes. We review their applications. This board chooses its finalists. They come back in a very short amount of time later to interview. And historically, we've chosen a new trustee that same day. So is that a model that we could follow? And as a follow-up, if the team didn't feel it was appropriate, could we work with a interlocal agreement? So that's just a two-part question, but I am playing off of the good question of Clerk Hall.
Yeah, great question and fairly creative idea as well. So yes, you could follow a bit of an appointment process. I'm scanning board policy and NRS in my head at the moment, but nothing would present you or prevent you from potentially having the applicant submitted directly to the board. It may require additional work on behalf of the board, including some additional public meetings, because you would have to pull together. I'm looking at ROGC to confirm, because you would have to make a decision there. So that would be possible. The second, on the interagency agreement, you could enter into that as well. It would also be maybe an abbreviated kind of contracting process, if you will, still taking a little bit of time. Did that answer both your questions?
And if I could clarify, because it would be a public meeting, any of those applications would be public record, and you would also have to do the notice of their character and conduct at all of those. So that takes some time unless they waive that requirement when you're scheduling.
Very good. Thank you so much, Chief Legal Counsel, and that absolutely answers my question. Again, just like the appointment process, no one expects that privacy. So thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Trustee Nicolette.
Absolutely, HR shouldn't review any of the applicants, as legal shouldn't, or really anybody else that reports. My question is, can HR conceivably, given your expertise, your deep expertise in understanding the law, you could create a matrix that then the board could utilize to go through any applicants, correct?
Yeah, Doug Owen for the record. So, in fact, we have some of the rubrics and matrices that were used in the appointment or the selection of Joe or Superintendent Ernst. And so we could create a rubric and a matrix in coordination with all of you. Of course, we'd want your feedback. But I think we have some of the 2 years ago, you were asked about the competencies that were required of a superintendent, and I think you all provided some feedback. We have all that information still, and we could review that with you to create such a rubric.
Wonderful. And could HR, communications, whoever else, legal, whoever else would be needed internally, because I'm thinking about money. And I don't feel that we need to rush this process, and I say that because I have every faith that Deputy Superintendent could subsume the obligations after Superintendent Ernst departs. So I don't feel like this should be a rush situation. So my other question is, could HR do the posting, and then we as a board figure out then how that looks and who receives it? And then could HR also, I think I'm getting ahead of myself on this one. This is deliberation. Okay, thank you.
We are deliberating.
Not just clarification.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we're there. Go ahead.
Then I'm going to go full bore here.
Okay.
I don't want to spend any additional money, but I had a thought at 2:30 this morning that one of the things we could do, because I do not feel we need to rush this. Other people may feel differently, but I do not think this should be a rush process. So superintendent retires, moves to Fargo, North Dakota, and that's where I'm from. And then we use those salary savings. So we're not spending any additional dollars. We use salary savings, 4 months would be about $27,000. And then we use that for the help with the search, whatever that means, and we would have to decide that as a board. And what I would hope is that we could seat someone by November 1st. Again, I don't think this is a rush situation. And I really believe we can do it with the proper internal help. And then I really think we could do this. And I think that way, and I'm not going to use the word transparency, because really that means something somebody wants you to see, and I want it to be seen in total. I think it then opens the door to opportunity, and that's what I think is most important. Some people will qualify, some people won't. Someone will rise to the top, some won't, and that's part of the process. Thank you for listening.
Okay, all right, thank you, Trustee Nicolette. I want to say something about transparency. I've heard that a few times behind this dais and some of our speakers. I appreciate and respect the words, but I want to say something, I want to be very clear and firm, is that everything we do is transparent, from posting an agenda to posting the documents online to having this discussion. Many of you are in the audience today is because you knew what we were talking about. I have a little different take from you, Trustee Nicolette. I think, and I appreciate everybody's perspectives. I think there's a lot of good ideas. I think we're in a far different time and place than we were 2 years ago, certainly 4 years ago. And for me, my heart is really thinking about what's in the best interest of this district, of our students. That's where I'm at. And I've always been interested in removing any uncertainty and providing stability and consistency and keeping the momentum going that Superintendent Ernst and the deputy have done with our strategic plan. I've heard this idea that we apply for our jobs and so should the superintendent. Yeah, fair point. But I think the superintendent's an executive leadership role. School boards routinely appoint from within, especially when there's a qualified deputy or assistant superintendent who knows the district, who knows the budget, the policies, and the strategic plan. This, for me, is not about a board policy. I know we've talked about the words and the language in the board policy. It's for me, that's not my focus. It's on succession planning and where we are today. And I think that promoting an internal candidate, and the one that's already vetted, is trained, is performing at a high level, is common and accepted government practice by many school districts and government agencies. We can name 2 superintendents here that didn't have a process. So it's a viable option that this board should consider, which is why it's on the agenda, particularly after 2 searches over the course of 4 years. I'll say I know we have a qualified leader and deputy superintendent, Tiffany McMaster. I know that you all share that view with me. She's been a teacher, a principal, an area superintendent, a deputy superintendent. She's a homegrown, known commodity. And I've had the opportunity to observe her work and worked alongside with her, listened to her closely. I've gotten tremendous feedback from many folks on the staff, the executive level, at the frontline level. The consistency is what I hear. Is her professionalism, her preparation, her ability to lead is compelling. And based on that, I'm confident she's ready to step into the superintendent role to be successful. Look, I understand the concerns and the optics of that come with appointing a superintendent without a formal search process. I get it. And I respect why so many of you feel strongly about that. But at the same time, I believe there are circumstances outweigh that kind of process, where continuity, experience, and stability should really prevail. And particularly when we have a qualified candidate that is serving in a role, and particularly when we have, again, 2 searches over the last 4 years. I don't support a search. I don't support an internal search, my friends. I think that's going to create division. I think it's going to we'll lose some momentum. I think it creates internal strife. I think it's the wrong direction to go. I think we should pick within our own garden. And that's one reason why it's on the agenda. Again, I'm thinking about the stability and the continuity of this district, and I'm being as transparent as I can be. I respect those that disagree with me, but I'm elected too, and I have it's my role to have a fiduciary responsibility and to protect and preserve the integrity of this organization. And I'm confident Deputy Superintendent McMaster can do the job for us. So I'm just putting my cards out. That's where I'm coming from.
I just have one more clarifying question for Chief Owen, if that's okay.
Knock yourself out.
Thank you. So I am curious, and I think I generally know, but what is the typical timeline for when most superintendent positions are typically posted? And I know that there's not a typical, because in the last 20 years, thanks No Child Left Behind, nothing has been typical in education. However, I do know that there are some general trends of when school districts start looking for superintendents, and Dr. Nicolette's thought process on not being in a hurry sort of triggered this thought for me. Is there a typical timeline that districts are looking for superintendents?
Yeah, if I could, Doug Owen for the record again, let me change the word typical to ideal, right? So the ideal timeframe would be late in the year, in a calendar year. So you're looking at the second quarter of school, or between October and December. And that allows the candidates time to transition their responsibilities from wherever they currently are, and also make their way to wherever they're going. So just an ideal timeline for school districts around the country is typically at the end of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Westlake, then Trustee Phoenix.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So just bouncing off of that, we're not looking to bring any other superintendent that they have to leave their current job, because we only have a superintendent in our organization. So we're not looking anywhere else except inside our own family. And that's what this is to me. This is a family, and I think we've had a lot of family members make comment, send in emails, come and spend their time with us today. We've had a former board president of WEA, come and speak to us today. And something that President Mayberry said, and I agree, we need to have, stay on track and that, but I'm gonna remind, I feel like I'm doing a lot of reminding. I'm gonna remind everyone, and I'm not always as grateful to our teams that do the work. I'm telling you now, I am extremely grateful, and even if I don't say it, I am extremely grateful. It's always being stated, and I agree. that our teams, our staff do a great job, and they handle everything that's in the works, and they keep this district rolling. So again, I'm going to say, where is the fire bringing down the walls where now all of a sudden we hear the same thing all the time that I agree with? Our teams are the backbone of our district. They keep things moving along. So why all of a sudden doing a process to be inclusive to everyone, be transparent, be reasonable, be responsible, why all of a sudden are we going to lose faith in our family that won't carry us forward so that we can do our work? This is our work to make sure our family's included, to make sure we're hearing everyone, to do the work. It's work. That's why it's called work. To do the work. Thank you.
All righty, finally my turn, man. Woo! A lot going on tonight. And I appreciate everybody's comments, as you already heard, so I won't go into all that stuff. But the bottom line up front for me is, again, like you probably all know, have that military structure. So I come back from continuity when missions have to be accomplished and a new commander has to step in right now, and we have to move forward. And that's my take. That's always been my take once I was looking at this, is that we already know what we got. We already know what we got. Everybody knows it. And if they want to hear about it after, it doesn't matter. Let her say what she needs to say to everybody. You know, let her answer your questions. But you already know what you got. That's the big thing for me. When we do a national search or we do an internal search or we go somewhere else, we're gambling because we already know what we have. Okay, and that's what I've always looked at. As soon as this came up, I was just pretty strong with option one, if that's something that's said that we can do. And I wanted to make sure, is that, Doug, that's something we can do as a board if we decide to do that?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Phoenix. Doug, on for the record, yes, appointing a superintendent is something that you can do.
So, you know, that's just what I wanted to make sure that you guys hear it right from the, there it is. You know, we can do that. And I'm looking straight ahead at the continuity of work and operations, and nothing worse than being a staffer when you're sitting on the sideline and then a new guy comes in and next thing you know, you're doing something totally opposite. Not even with our strategic plan, moving in that road, okay? So I really look at that. We need that continuity operations, and you've all heard us say, we have full faith and confidence. You just got through hearing that just a second ago. So why? You know, because we want to have a process, we'll make it fair and make it open. If we have an opportunity to use what we got, why do we even have this process to begin with then? If it's there, we approved it, it's in the past, we've got it, why not use it? So this is where I come from, and I committed to that already in the very beginning, you know, because that's where I come from. So that's where my values I look at, because I want everything to continue to move forward. We've made good progress over just in the last year that I've been here, and I've heard of you all say that already, that we've made tons of progress. And we're going to continue to make progress. So, you know, I support that. Now, are there other options that we have that we're given here today? You know, and it's up to us to decide. Option 2 looks okay, but there's still no guarantee, the risk that maybe we don't decide that day. Somebody has something and they want to do something else, and maybe it doesn't go that way. Now we're going to have to go through that process again of, we didn't appoint this person, you know, to be the superintendent, and now we're stuck. And now we're going to have to go through a search. And we're going to have to do all this stuff that we've been talking about. It's going to take forever and cost money. The bottom line up front, and I'll hush with this, and I'll end with this. I already know what we got. I've been in here the last year, and I've been paying attention. And I've been listening, and I've been seeing, and I've been asking. And that is the bottom line up front for me. I have full faith and confidence in Tiffany. And the staff that does the work, because it's not just the superintendent that leads the way. It's the staffer that does all the work. I'm telling you, man, from the outside military perspective, that's where we win. That's where we win battles along the way. And so, enough said there. You just know where I stand. I want to make sure that I'm transparent to all of you where I stand. And thank you, Doug, for clarifying that. We can do that, and we're good to go. Thanks.
Okay, Vice President. Thank you, Trustee Phoenix. Vice President Woodley, then we'll go to Clerk Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some points I want to make and share, but what I'd like to do first is I'd like to hear from our existing superintendent and his perspective on this conversation that we're having now, because I'd like to use whatever information he shares in my comments.
Thank you, Vice President Woodley. Thanks to all for the deliberations, for the comments, for the thinking that goes into such an important process. I will start by saying, I took a couple years back, moved into the position of superintendent. And at that point, I had not known Deputy Superintendent McMaster for an extended period of time. I knew of the excellence, I knew of the experiences, and I'll say that during the past couple of years, we've worked very closely on all aspects of our school district. This is a large organization. I know that it's sometimes, but we have 60,000 students. Our school district's the size of Connecticut. We have over 9,000 employees. What I'll say is this, is that Tiffany McMaster not only has tremendous experience, but she has the intangibles to be an exceptional leader, and she exhibits it often. She listens to truly understand. She effectively communicates with all audiences. She has high expectations of herself and others, and truly works to meet those expectations. My experience with Tiffany is she has unwavering ethics, and ethics are a critical aspect to this role. She also has what I think is a really appropriate term called confident humility. And I think she displays that often in every interaction that she's a part of. She's extremely dedicated. We've spent many weekends, many long nights, many early mornings, really trying to act and do in the best interest of our school district. And she genuinely cares about Washoe County School District. I think sometimes we think interviews are a singular experience. I've always felt you're interviewing every day you come to work. For 25 years, you're interviewing for a position. It's your experience. I think sometimes processes can be very valuable. I also think sometimes we can hear a lot of really interesting things, but it's the body of work over a long and sustained period of time that I think can be as valuable as any leadership, any process that we're talking about. I'll say this, she has exceeded my expectations. And I think everyone on the leadership team and anyone who knows me knows that I have very high expectations. And I have very high expectations of myself and others. She has exceeded those expectations. We wanted to make immediate academic progress. And we didn't want to do it at the expense of long-term sustainability. I just think it's important for us, as we're all thinking this evening, under her leadership with our academic team, we've had historic gains in academic improvements. There's been a lot of questions about Washoe County School District. Why are we not making progress? Why are the academic scores not coming? Tiffany's the Deputy Superintendent of Academics. She has brought that team together, and we had the highest historic output in the history of Washoe County School District, and that's something to be very proud of. We had the highest climate survey participation and the most positive feedback in the survey's history. And culture and climate is such an important part of a large organization. When I took the position initially, we talked about it being the great difference maker, that all good organizations know that culture and climate is what makes an organization thrive. She's been a part of major projects of significance. We're about to embark on a facilities modernization plan in far more detail. She's helped lead and develop our framework around our disposition and reuse of schools. And she has been central to the efforts to make this type of progress. And all of this progress, I want to remind folks, and it's a testimony, as many of you have said, and I really appreciate how all of you have mentioned tonight that it's not about the person. And you've asked process-oriented questions, and I appreciate how respectful everybody has approached that. And I also feel in my position, I'd be remiss to say some of the things I'm sharing right now since I've been asked. This progress has also been made in the backdrop of $26 million budget deficit. So we've looked at deficits before, and we've seen what it has done to our organization. And Tiffany works alongside me, side by side. So I think when you look at an organization of our size, it's just important to understand at least what I'm sharing. And I appreciate everyone indulging me for a few moments to share my thoughts. But to put it simply, she understands where we've been. She understands the key tenets of the outstanding progress that has been made. The key tenets. There are fundamental aspects that have helped make us, helped us move forward. And she understands right now where we're going and how important the work is in front of us and what remains. As a district, I would say more than ever before, we have really committed to succession planning. And I've listened carefully tonight to the various descriptors of succession planning and appreciate the multiple perspectives around it. I think a good read and reminder, John Maxwell's 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And the 21st law of leadership is about succession planning. And it really speaks to that aspect. We've been able to do it as a district in ways that we haven't previously, to archive institutional knowledge that becomes a gap. Whether we want it to be or not, it can become a gap when institutional knowledge is not archived. And we've done it in very critical roles. And we don't try to do that for every role, but in key roles, we do that. I can tell you that it was highly beneficial for me to work alongside the esteemed Dr. Kristen McNeil. As a new superintendent and someone coming into the position, there's many of stumbling points in front of you. It is a complicated, complex job, and having some ability to tap into existing knowledge can be a very helpful something. I would also just say that I think context, continuity, and momentum are all important aspects to long-term progress for our district. I feel like we're incredibly fortunate that Deputy Superintendent McMaster is interested and has expressed that interest in leading our district. And I think that that's a wonderful something. And I mean that with all sincerity. I'll also say this. I think many approaches have been tried over the past 5 years regarding hiring superintendents. And we talk about it as maybe being the most important thing. I would say this, leadership is a team sport. It requires all of us to sacrifice at various times around certain aspects. We know that great leadership brings people together. We know it unites around a vision and a purpose. And we also know that leadership requires difficult and timely choices. I would say that trust, support, and team remain the critical ingredients for anyone in the position. And I'll say that Deputy Superintendent McMaster is committed to the excellence that I think this district and this board and this community desires. She has the acumen and the vision to continue to elevate Washoe County School District to tremendous progress going forward. I know you're all looking at different decisions, but those are my thoughts about working alongside Tiffany over the past couple of years. And I appreciate the opportunity to just share those insights.
Awesome. Thank you, Superintendent Ernst. So for me, first and foremost, something that I almost have a mantra here when I speak with regards to costs, with revenue, with spending money. So number one, first and foremost, is I really don't want to spend any money to do a search at all whatsoever. I also understand that we've got a lot going on right now. You know, our kids are testing right now. We have graduation in 2 months. You know, we have a lot going on. We talk about vetting candidates, transparency. I'm going to be transparent right now. When I saw the list of our applicants for superintendent, and when I saw that Joe Ernst was on there, I knew what I knew about him for the 2 years I was on here. I already knew his work ethic. I knew how he addressed issues, how he answered our questions. I knew about his work ethic. All the other candidates are going to have a hard time to convince me in 30 minutes that they can offer more, bring more than him. And that's how I feel right now with vetting candidates. I think we've vetted someone at least for the past 2 years. In reality, it's been more than 20 years that she's been here and been serving and helping us to be successful. As Joe stated, historic gains. Historic gains during a time that we were looking at over $20 million deficit. We didn't stop. We didn't stop. We kept going, and we achieved great things. The star ratings, a bunch of my schools. I am so appreciative of the gains that we've made in our schools, in schools in my district. And that's the difference that I want everyone to understand, is right now, we're not talking about a situation where we lost a bad superintendent, where we had a scandal. We have a successful superintendent right now. We've had a successful, just the past year, and we have someone who was involved with that success, that was a part of that success. So we know what we're getting. We have it here. I'm sorry, but any vetting that comes before us, anyone that interviews, the 30 minutes is gonna have a tough time when I know what I know about our deputy superintendent. And if we wanna talk about history, if we look at the past 20 years, the best superintendents that we have all been from within. Individuals that we promoted from within. The scandals that we've had have been with the searches and people from out of this community that didn't have at least 10 years in the district. So, I mean, look at that overall. Probation, I think there's a probationary period, right? When someone comes in an executive role, they're pretty much on probation. You know, we're looking at them, we're assessing them, but they're also assessing the job and assessing us as their bosses. You know, because right now I have a candidate that I know their work ethic and they know us as bosses, because there's 7 of us. And they know the job, and they know the role. They know the hard times, the highs and the lows. So if we were to pick someone else, there's a possibility that person might leave in 6 months or a year. I find that hard to believe with someone who knows what the job entails and who knows who their bosses are and what they're dealing with. So that's why, for me personally, I can, because I love the success that we have, and I want to continue the success that we have. I don't want to take a chance and see if maybe someone else can come in and try to catch up and try to figure it out or have new ideas. I want to continue the success that we've had with Joe, because we've done some great things during terrible times, during terrible financial times. So that's why I also feel that I feel confident in voting for the first option. Thank you.
Clerk Hall.
Thank you. Many of you know that I not only grew up in this district, but I've also taught in this district. And so I want to share a little, I'm also a social studies teacher, so I literally cannot help myself but do a little history lesson. Growing up, there were 2 superintendents my entire childhood. 2. Neither of them participated in national searches. Neither of them came from out of state. They both came from principal positions, then went into district positions, and then became our superintendent. I have absolutely no idea if there was an interview process and a posting. I don't know that part, because, to be honest, kids don't know those things. But what I do know that kids and teachers want is consistency in knowing what it's going to look like when they walk into those school buildings in August. And I just want to elevate that I have had people reach out and they did not feel comfortable in sharing through the public comment process that they actually do not want a search, that they are very fearful of what could happen if we do a search process and hire someone externally. So I just want to elevate that, because people trusted me to come to me knowing that I have been through this. As a teacher, as a teacher and an educator in this district, I have been through a lot of superintendents in various ways. And I can say with absolute certainty that the people who did not know this district did not make it easier to be an educator in this district. Not one person made it easier to be an educator in this district. And when I made the decision to put this role and to run for this office, I promised myself that I would never, ever forget to speak from my educator perspective. And so I just want to share the dichotomy of growing up in a district that had that consistency, and then being an educator in a district that did not have that consistency. I think that's an incredibly important piece. Another piece that I just want to elevate is that we are about to enter a legislative session. We've already cut $20 million from our budget over the last 2 years due to flat funding with rising costs. If you've watched the news in the last 6 weeks, you know that none of that is going to change. And I have some real trepidation about what the next legislative session will be. I have a lot of trepidation about the budget that our legislatures will need to deal with, meaning a recession budget. I'm very nervous about that. And I'm just elevating these things. And something that Superintendent Ernst just said that really resonated with me. Again, I can't help it, I'm a social studies teacher, but there's a reason why incumbents win elections more than anybody else, because their interview is every single day. Every single time that we come up here, every single time that any of us go to a public event, the public is interviewing us. And so I think that that was a really important point, and I just wanted to elevate that because I think that that's really, really important for us to remember that anybody that we make a choice to elevate, whether it's through, our chief general counsel shadowing the previous chief general counsel, or an appointment process or an interview process, regardless, every single day, we're all interviewing. And I think the other piece that I do want to elevate is the success that we have had with the succession planning that Superintendent Ernst has taken on in this district. And I'm not saying that I don't appreciate the public process of an interview for a superintendent. I understand that's a different process. But from the people that I know and regularly talk to in this district, they have been so appreciative of of knowing who is going to be their next boss and having that time to really experience that. And I will use our presenters from earlier today, several hours ago. Kendra Fox backed up Nicole, but Nicole was the one who did the presentation. And that was incredible to see because she's learning literally on the job, but she's getting the opportunity to learn from someone who's been in that position for a really long time. And when I think about big picture and where I've been as an educator and where I've been, when I was at NDE, we went through 3 superintendents in just a couple of years because the process changed. It used to be that they were appointed by the state board and there was this whole process, and then all of a sudden it became the governor's appointment. And so we had 3 different superintendents in 2 years' time. And it was really unnerving. It was really, really hard on staff. And to be honest, it was really hard on all 17 districts too. And then I came back to the classroom, and it was really, really hard on us to not know what special binder we were going to get that fall because of what special program that superintendent was going to bring in. And I just have a lot of trepidation about going through the process. And as I have shared, I'm a social studies teacher, so having a public process is really, really, really important to me as well. So I feel like I really, really understand everybody's perspective on this, but I think something that we really, truly need to step back and again, have that opportunity to think about time and place. Are we in the best position to do a superintendent search? It's not the ideal time of year. We probably, have a little bit of a reputation right now for having the turnover that we do. And I think that we have to also elevate that there are a lot of staff who are very concerned about the uncertainty of bringing somebody in. And they didn't feel comfortable coming forward. And that is concerning as well. So I think those are all points that I really hope my colleagues will take a moment to digest so that we can hopefully get out of here and do this right. I don't want to do this fast because I want to do it right, but also I want to respect the fact that it's 8:30 at night. So yeah, that part doesn't matter. You're right. That's it.
Okay. All right, thank you, Clerk Hull. Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recognize and I would like to acknowledge, of course, that I took a good deal of time with questions and I had follow-up questions, but I hadn't actually deliberated. All of my colleagues have made outstanding points, and I love that we are very unanimous in our unequivocal respect for the Deputy Superintendent. Many of my colleagues have made really compelling points. Among the most compelling, I've actually learned a few things from Clerk Hall. I love the way that she breaks things down for evidence-based, and looking at that I think is great. It's something that I've applied to my own style of thinking, and I've done that in terms of listening as well. But every position that everyone mentioned, including the deputy herself in the role she's in, whether it is the presentation we had earlier today about curriculum and Kendra moving on, Here's what I come back to. Every single one of those people applied to a posting, and every single one of those people had an interview. I do believe that we should have an internal process. I agree wholeheartedly with the vice president that I do not want to see any or very, very, very little, because there might be some costs. I don't want to see any money spent. I also agree with my colleague, Dr. Nicolette, that while expediency is important, we're not necessarily in a rush. And I do believe that an open process is a sign of respect. I view this as a sign of respect for the deputy. I view this as a sign of respect for nearly all 10,000 employees that we have. We have a model for trustee appointments that can work. It is our responsibility to do this work. It would not cost any money, or maybe very, very little money, but it would certainly be work on our own plates, and I'm up to that. So I also hear, and it's very well taken, that now might not be the best time to attract outside candidates. But admittedly, Chief Owen mentioned something that stuck with me, which is that one of those factors, qualifications, would be working now, having worked in the past. And so in that case, I'm not worried about who's looking for a superintendency out in Maryland. I'm only interested in who's here, and there's enough knowledge about this opportunity here. So I am in support of option 3, to come back as a board and to talk about a timeline and a process that would be no or very, very low cost, where this board does the work using a process it has, exploring an interlocal agreement so that, very appropriately put, our own HR is only minimally exposed to anything that may be of conflict. And the opinion that I have with that, I view as a sign of respect for everyone involved. And it is the historical model that we've followed. And I say that with a great deal of respect and love for everyone. I believe that this is fair and just for all employees, including the deputy. So thank you.
Okay, Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. I'm not going to say too much other than I like board option number 2. I like the interview process. I think that it tells me a lot. I'm only speaking for me. The right questions can tell you a lot. That's very important. And I think it's a compromise to doing a search, which I'm on the fence on that one. I believe that Deputy Superintendent can take on this responsibility. I believe that there'll be some work to do, because I think there'll be some cultural underpinnings that people will be a little upset, rightfully so. We can work through that, though. I mean, we can work through that. I want to interview the person that would ultimately be our superintendent. I think it's a very important process. I can get behind board option number 2. I do think that it undermines a process that could be rigorous, but I'm comfortable doing that. I have every faith, and I know that there has been succession planning. I've seen it. I've watched it. And so I think I can be very comfortable with option number 2. I think there's a little more work to be done, and that's why I like option number 2. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Westlake.
Thanks, President Mayberry. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little punchy here. Can we see option 2? Because I might have a clarifying question. Okay, formal interview. Take board action on April 28, 26. Okay, so I guess right off the bat, one of my questions would be, what would the formal interview look like? And honestly, I'm hoping it's not on the day of April 28th. I think that's trying to smash too much stuff in a bag. 29. And then, and also, I think it's already been stated that the interim should not really take place until after. That doesn't mean that, I mean, Superintendent Ernst and Deputy Superintendent McMaster are going anywhere. All of this, you know, like, I appreciate what you said. I really do, about being under Kristen McNeil, Dr. McNeil's tutelage, and I appreciate that. But I also want us to do things the right way here. And that was done after you came on. But I'm still thinking, since both of you are here, it could still happen now, but she wouldn't be named the interim. It'd just be happening, which I think it's happening, probably, you know, training and looking at things together. So then I'm also wondering how, the reason I don't want it on the 28th, I guess, is because I want to make sure the public would be here to make comment and hear the interview questions and then make comment and hopefully give me some ideas of, you know, where to go. So I mean, I do rely on my public. I mean, they're really important to me and I want them included. So I guess, how would the interview process look like as far as when that would occur and how that includes our public and our stakeholders and our partners in the community and all of that? How does that look? Thank you.
Good evening. Doug Owen again for the record. So in the past, and my trustee director of talent development, Katie Louise Weir, assisted me as well. You've held some special sessions to talk about interview questions, the process, and what you would like to go through with regards before you actually held the interview. To that point, I think the agenda item in front of you is to conduct that interview on the 28th. And so you could elect to do a meeting before that. The formal interview process would be a little bit of what I talked about with Trustee Smith about gathering your questions, putting together the rubric, if you will, and how you're going to evaluate those questions so that you can make a decision whether on the appointment or not appointment of Tiffany McMaster. Does that help answer your question?
It does for what we'd be doing, but is the public would be included in this process if they wanted to so be included, and others, they would be included in that and making comment, maybe rhetorical questions. I know we're not supposed to, you know, but we would internalize it, I would hope. So
Yeah, and I'll just add on to that, Doug Owen again. I think in a duly noticed meeting, and I'm looking at my OGC just to make sure, right? You could solicit comment from the public, right? It was a public comment period. So you could participate, you could have them participate in that fashion. I don't know if Chief General Counsel wants to add anything to that.
Right. If you were to have the interviews, just like this interview would be another opportunity for the public to come and give their public comment, just like today was an opportunity to give public comment. The interview would again allow more public comment on the item, and watch the interview, and then they could make public comment after the interview.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. President, I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approve option number 2, conducting a formal interview of the Deputy Superintendent at the April 28, 2026 board meeting, followed by potential appointment as interim superintendent and subsequent appointment as superintendent.
Second.
And to clarify, that's option 2. Okay.
Correct.
So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second by Trustee Nicolette. Any comments, discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
Right, but I think we need to clarify when to conducting.
Okay. Trustee Westlake, hold your question. Trustee Smith, are you in town on April 29th? I apologize, April 28th. Are you going to be here at that meeting?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I've had a long,
That's why I'm asking the
long-noticed
question.
absence.
That's why is that why you're asking the question, Trustee Westlake?
No,
Okay.
I'm trying,
Okay.
right, I'm really going off of what something former board president Katie Simon Holland said, and that really there's no, I don't want to say law, but procedure or anything that would be for us to appoint her as interim until, there's no interim until after the current one is gone. So that's my thing. I think there's some validity to that. I think there's validity to that.
Well, okay. Let's don't have a side conversation. I'm not sure I understand the question,
Okay.
but.
I think I understand. I think I understand.
Right.
I think I can
So
clarify.
you want to clarify that?
I think I can
Clerk
clarify.
Call?
Okay.
Read.
So I think the confusion comes around the use of the term interim, and that the conversation that was had was that isn't necessary in this context. That line from the motion could be taken out, and that it would just be the potential appointment as superintendent starting in July. I think that's the clarifying, that there isn't a need for interim,
Yeah, I
is
think
the question.
We're doing
Is that
something
needed?
irregular if we do that.
Okay, we'll let the general counsel speak to that.
So there is no law that would prohibit you from putting somebody as an interim during that time. I think the purpose of the interim title is so then they could follow along with succession planning, and then also since they are effectively taking on superintendent duties when you are an interim, speaking from somebody who was an interim, then you get that little bit of a pay bump as the interim, because you are taking on a very significant role as you are learning and basically shadowing and doing the job as an interim. But to your question of whether there's some law that prohibits it, there's no law that would prohibit you from calling Tiffany McMaster an interim superintendent as part of succession planning.
So I've got to rally off this because a lot of the angst and concern here has been about money. And so now there's a pay bump, but Superintendent Ernst said she's working right alongside of him and learning from him, and they work together. But now we've got a pay bump here, and we were very concerned about this costing anything. So I guess I'm just having a moment here where what's really going on here? Seriously, we're trying to save money. And now we've got an interim with the pay bump, and the superintendent we're still paying for, and it was all concern about money.
Yeah.
And now it's money.
So I'll just speak to that really quick. In the staff report, I think under options 1 and under the financial section, I think it's the third section on the staff report, it talks about the temporary assignment pay if you were to elevate her to do the job duties of the superintendent. I think it was about $6,600, if I remember correctly, for the duration of the 62 days, which would have started tomorrow. So it'd be a little bit less if you did this in 2 weeks, because it'd be fewer days. And that temporary assignment pay is a fairly standard thing across multiple bargaining units and multiple staff members. It's about a 10% increase for the daily rate of that individual.
Okay, thank you. Does that help, Trustee Westlake?
That does, I was kind of, and I mean, 6,000 doesn't seem, really, I'm not trying to begrudge anybody any money here, but that's what a lot of us have had a focus on. And I know for a fact that Rick Harris from NASB offered up a solution that would be about $5,000 where we could actually be posting for local. And so I guess I'm going to have to take myself out of option 2 now. I'm sorry, I was really trying to get to a middle ground here, but I'm just listening to what everyone has said, and the whole thing's been about money, consistency, and all of that. But no, so this has nothing to do about giving Deputy Superintendent Dr. McMaster more money. I don't feel she deserves less or doesn't deserve that. But unfortunately, we've really made a point tonight about money, and I've heard national search and how long that's going to take and how much money. But the whole while we've been saying, no one wants a national search. No one wants this to cost any money. But yet, some of us have been about money. And I just feel that's been disingenuous. And now option 2 there is money. So thank you.
Okay, Trustee Smith?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I fully believe that we support the will of the board. I am a no on the motion because I fundamentally believe in posting the job. And again, that's a completely process-oriented decision, and it's not a personal one at all. And I also believe that it represents some of the feedback that we did get asking us to post the role. And so thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. And again, I stand by my earlier comments. I think there are times to do searches, internal, regional, national. I just don't think this is the time. I think we can pick within our own garden. We don't skip a beat. It provides consistency, stability. I think that's what we need now, given all that's on our plate. And I look forward to the interviews on April 28th. So we have a motion on the floor. We got.
Just have a
sorry,
clarifying
Clerk Hall,
question.
go ahead. Yeah,
Sorry.
then let's
Thank you.
get to wrap this up. It's
Yep.
we're pushing 9
I know.
o'clock. Go ahead.
So option 2, my understanding is option 2 does not require us in any way to make the appointment decision. It gives us an option to conduct an interview and then have another conversation and decide at that point if we felt like we wanted to go further and or appoint. Am I correct in understanding that is option 2?
That is my understanding. Chief Owen?
Yes, Doug Owen for the record. So that is correct. It allows you to do an interview on the 28th and then make a decision about the appointment on the same day. So you could elect to appoint her, not appoint her, defer the decision. It leaves it so you have an opportunity.
Okay, I understand where we're at on this, but I think it is also incredibly important that the entire board is able to be present. So can I offer a friendly that we would move the interview so that all of us could be present?
Sure. I offer that as well. Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking the,
I would be amenable to that.
okay. Okay, so that would allow for all of us to be present and some time to prepare interview questions and also continue to collect community conversations and feedback. That's kind of my thought on that. So that would push us, I'm not sure what the date is, but it would be early May.
May 12th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So you want to amend the motion? And
So amended for May 12th.
okay.
Agree.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, second. A motion on the floor by Vice President Woodley, a second by Trustee Nicolette for board option 2, with the exception of, instead of April 28th, it'll read May 12th. Is 2026, right? Okay.
We got to read the whole motion because now you've got us going to May, which, great, but
Okay.
it says effective April 29th. I think we need to have a motion formed. Okay, so May.
But do you want to read the motion verbatim?
It's a good idea.
All right, I move that the Board of Trustees approve option 2, conducting a formal interview of the Deputy Superintendent at the May 12, 2026 Board meeting, followed by potential appointment as interim superintendent and subsequent appointment as superintendent.
Okay. That's for the record. That's what we got. Any further discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Oppose?
With respect, no.
Unfortunately, nay.
Okay. Motion carries 4-2. 5-2. It's late, yeah. Okay, motion carries 5-2 with Trustee Smith and Trustee Westlake dissenting. Okay, excellent. Good luck. Thank you for enduring this with us, Deputy McMaster. Chief Owen, thank you for your hard work and this discussion and leading us and facilitating this work. We appreciate it very much. Colleagues, it's late. As you, it's probably no surprise. I'm going to pull the board reports at 5.02. I think a lot of us want to get home to our families, including the staff. I'll offer our student representative 5.01. If you have a report, you're welcome to give it, or if you'd like to waive it, that's your prerogative. Ms. Hartley.
I'm just going to say that for Student Voice, our conference is coming up soon, so all of our schools are preparing their presentations for that. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hartley. That's wonderful. Again, 5.02 board reports. We will pull that and suspend that for this meeting. Thank you for your understanding. 5.03 is the superintendent's report. Superintendent Ernst, do you have anything you want to add?
Thank you, President Mayberry. I think given the time, I'll pass as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Ernst. We move to public comment. Comments from the public are invited at this time on topics not specifically addressed elsewhere on the agenda. You have 3 minutes. Is there any public comment?
John Eppolito.
Good evening, Mr. Eppolito.
John Eppolito, protectnevadachildren.org, and Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. President Mayberry, I'm sorry for my last comments. I could have been more diplomatic when trying to get my point across. I'm pretty sure I've been coming to these meetings longer than anyone except for Joe and JJ, this JJ. Way too many superintendents ago. In my opinion, this board does not really want to hear from people who don't agree with them. When I first started coming to these meetings, the attorney did not sit right next to the board president and was not an active member of the meeting. More like the new attorney than the last attorney. This is definitely an improvement for what I saw tonight. Thank you. The other thing that changed several years ago was the elimination of initial public comments. If this board really cared what the public had to say, not just the people that agree with them, they would let the public speak at the beginning of the meeting, not wait 7 hours or more to speak. President Mayberry, unless enough people in Carson City start to do what's necessary to protect the future of our children, it's likely that I will still be coming to these meetings long after you are off the board. I do not know the woman who may be appointed as superintendent. I'm sure she's a great candidate, and I did not hear all the public comments. I did hear Assemblymember LaRue Hatch's comments, and I definitely agree with what she had to say. Back to my subject. A few weeks ago, I sent this board 2 court cases where Meta and Google were found guilty in 2 different states of, quote, designing social media platforms that are harmful to young people, end quote, and that platforms, quote, harmed children's mental health and concealed what they knew about child sexual exploitation on their platforms, end quote. I sent a simple question asking the board if WCSD students were required to use Facebook and/or YouTube. I got a 4 or 5 paragraph response from President Mayberry that I think was a yes. Not 100% sure. You can read it if you want. Many similar lawsuits are requiring or are going to be coming against the social media platforms. And instead of requiring our kids to use them, what I think the district should be doing is educating parents on the harms. And it's not, and again, you guys are part of the problem. You know, the pornography at the elementary school, all the inappropriate uses of the devices. You guys are part of the problem, but you never take responsibility for what your actions. So instead of, you know, having an attorney write a 5-paragraph response that probably is a yes, face the issue. You guys, again, they shouldn't be on the devices like this. And you guys know it's a problem. And by now, most of the adults in the room realize this is no way to teach. Very little value in this stuff. And most of us that have done it understand that. Thank you.
The board received emails from Tim Lewis and Sierra Claypool.
Okay, our next meeting, item 6.02, next meeting announcement, April 28th, 2026. Same time, same place. Item 6.03, we will adjourn at 8:59 p.m.